What's up, grown-up? We are jamming, my man. Little Bob Marley in the morning, what do you say? Yo, what's up, Wobbs? Thank you very much for those rose hips. What a beautiful way to start the morning. Oh my gosh, we got a Legend C in the mix. How are you, C? I hope that you've been... Oh my gosh. You seem to think this has something to do with you. Thank you, C. When I'm starting up in here, just getting on my ridiculous outfit and all these things, she knows. And she comes in and she starts to get in the mix and act like everything has to do with her. It's a whole thing. So you guessed it, guys. We're starting off with the party. It's Tuesday morning. I'm fired up. And Aretha's about to be fired up because she's partying. This is Purina's Friskies Party Mix. It is beachside crunch, because you know our guy loves to go to the beach. And it's got ocean whitefish, flavors of shrimp, crab, one more ingredient, tuna. And she wants to party. So we bust it open. I usually aim to give her about 4 or 5. Sometimes on a day like today when we're partying, maybe the number grows to 6 or 7. When I wake up in the morning, I have to give Bonnie a treat immediately. Go, sweetheart. Oh my gosh. What's up, Dunk? How are you, buddy? She popped up right as the redeem hit. I'm telling you, man, she is so aware of what's going on. It's unbelievable. It's pretty nice having a kitty like that. She's a bit of an empath. And what's nice is that if you ever have a human day where you might just feel a little more blue, she'll be in the mix and she'll be with you. Fortunately, she hasn't had to cheer us up today because we're feeling pretty darn good. Summer's right around the corner and it doesn't stop us from being frozen and running amok here on the island. And that's for sure. Yo, what's up, Melito? How are you? It is great to see you, Melito, this morning. I hope that you've been kicking butt, playing soccer with your race car, and it's great to see you guys. Unbelievable stuff is going on, man. My excitement for the long dark is absolutely through the roof, and I hope you guys are having a good time. Yo, what's up, my man? What up, Vat? How are you? How are you over there? We got some YouTube rockin', baby. What's up, Vat? I like this game so much, bro. Let's do it. I appreciate that vibe. That's what I'm talking about. We got a seriously fired up YouTube going on over here. Oh, PV, thank you. Holy crap, the PV man. Thank you very much for zipping and zapping. And it's the double whammy from PV because there are some rose hips in the mix. Thank you, PV. I appreciate you guys setting it off big time. And PV, I don't get to see you much, but you make quite an impact when I do see you. And I hope that everything has been going good with the rest of the stuff you've been up to. I want you to know that you are absolutely cool. What is the hardest difficulty possible vibe today? Oh, it is on, grown up. It is so on. I think I have figured out a strategy for us, and I will detail that soon. My daughter has been playing Among Us the last few nights. If you thought you weren't part of us, you are now Among Us. This summer. Oh my gosh. I'm fantastic, thanks. Nice, PV. I know you've been a busy man, but it is great to see you when we do, PV. We're just getting started here. We're just kind of, settling in. I like to take my time. I've been known to come out the gates a little too hot. So maybe it'll be good for us to just, breeze into this. A nice Tuesday breeze morning here. But it's good to see you guys. Nagoa Pro Strats by Larone. That's it, grown up. We got it, baby. We're going in there And we got strats. And they're so pro. You wouldn't even believe it. And it's on. I'm just over the moon with Long Dark. I've actually been thinking about it sometimes and thinking about the strategies I want to implement. And it's just been pretty good. I don't know what else I could say except Long Dark rules, man. That's it. I had a great weekend. Wasn't too bad at all. Got to think about Long Dark strats. That was fun, and do some cool stuff that I'm always down to do. And I'm one of those people that is actually pretty happy just having a low-key weekend where I'm able to focus on some cool things and make some moves. And that's what went down. It was pretty fantastic. Just good vibes all around and awesomeness with a capital A. And I hope you guys had a good weekend too. I don't know what else could be better. And it's great to see you guys. I don't know if you realize this. There's a few things, 2 words that I've heard you guys try to describe this game as. Did you guys say stuff about this game saying that it was bright and short though? Because come on. Is it bright and short? There's no way. Mother Nature been watering my garden for me. Oh, a little raindrop, if you will. That's nice, Melito. The bright short. Oh, you think it's bright and short. The shortest brightness, do you, Waba? Well, I got news for you guys. It's actually something different. You know what it's called? It's called Long Dark, baby. And we are back! And it's the Long Dark. And it's crazy. As you can see by the flickering lights, we are on a crazy Canadian island and things are wild. When the lights get like this, it's beautiful outside and the sky is multicolored and everything is magnificent. But guess what? You wouldn't believe it. It is actually crazy because the animals go haunted and they turn green and really cool looking, but don't let the beauty fool you because they are double as powerful and double as intense. So we're going to do some big things today, and because we're doing the Long Dark, baby, and it's wild. Oh my gosh. I'm so fired up. So, let me tell you something. We're doing one thing here. We're doing this thing. It's crazy. It's been kicking our butt all over town, and it's called the No One Gets Out Alive Tournament. As you can tell, it's wild, and you don't regenerate your health. You have to shoot the bow 50 times, and you fade into the Long Dark often. I just have to say, you guys, it's been quite an undertaking to try to get this thing going. But I do believe that we're going to have some serious ideas today, and we're going to make some serious moves. I want to say that. So, here's the deal. Last episode saw us doing a bunch of stuff. Last episode was super fun, and we just learned a little bit and ran amok. But much like our runs have passed in trying this thing, we faded into the Long Dark like Sweet Tooth Willie and all those before us. But they don't fade into the Long Dark in vain, and we're going to come back more serious. So we're going to start with some a bit of a nerdiness situation. So here's what I got for you right now. This is the itinerary of itineraries, and this is when you know that we've taken it too far. As you can see here, this is the Long Dark connections. It looks to me like when I was looking at this, I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then I realized, oh, I've reached the limit of the conspiracy theorist with the corkboard thing and all the strings attached, because it even looks like that. It's like, listen, man, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna do this, man. And I realized that this is crazy looking and that I'm off the rails. So, you know, there's that. But this is what I'm thinking. I think we have a serious strategy, and I think that it involves knowing a little bit more about this stuff. So obviously what we love to do is start at this lighthouse over here. At the bottom right corner of this thing, we start over there at the lighthouse, we run the coastal, grabbing our hammer, we come back, we forge, we do all kinds of stuff. And that's cool. But here's what I'm thinking. Instead of go into coastal, and then go into the ravine. We're going to do something even crazier than even crazy is. I'm thinking about going to PV. PV is here, and that even more is a sign that we should maybe do it. Think about this. The ravine is great, but I have a new serious plan. And this is what the plan is. Check this out. So we got this. Strategy for Nagoa. I wrote down some stuff. In addition to having a crazy conspiracy board thing, I also wrote down things about this video game. Yo, what's up, Yinzers? How are you, buddy? I hope Sunday was well, and I hope that the maintenance workers stayed out of your way and the vacuum wasn't too loud while you were mulling over TPS reports and doing things. And it was great for you to come in for all of us this weekend so that we could all go to the beach and have a good time. It's great to see you, my friend. So, this is the plan. It's crazy. We start out, we just start at the desolation point situation and we run amok, right? The usual situation. But as you can tell there are a few amendments to the plan. Number 3 has 35 to 40 arrowheads. You know why? Because I have a different plan for today. What has been fading all of my runs when the hunt starts is very simple. Wolf attacks. They're kicking my butt. So I think it's time for us to go back to our roots in this thing. I think we have to go after Boris. Boris has been stunning on us. He took our girl. He took all of the praise from that charity event. He's been taking our shoes. I'm sick of it. We're going after Boris, baby. And you know why? Because I think we can be accurate if we go after Boris, and also we can be impervious to damage. It's a lot easier to hunt the bear than it is the wolf, who is just kicking your butt HP-wise and offers so much variability to what happens when you're fighting him. He's coming sprinting at you. You might hit him in the shoulder or the chest or the feet or something, and he'll still rush you and drain your HP. While the bear is a big body, sort of predictable opponent. He's pretty daunting when you're in the fearless range. But this tournament allows one cool thing. It allows you to be a chicken and use freaking cars and all kinds of stuff. So that's pretty rad. So we're going to make a ton of arrowheads. And the reason we're going to make way more than the 10 we usually make is because of this. Bears like to grunt and go rah, rah, and sprint through the hills with your arrows a lot. So I'm thinking this. If I make 35 to 40 of these bad boys, that only means I have to get back 10 of them from a bear. So let's say 4/5, 80%, if you will, of our arrowheads run away with bears who just go off into the hills and fade, in hiding somewhere that we can't find them. We'll at least get back 10 of those, and we'll be able to put 1 arrow into the bear per arrow, basically. So we're going to get birch all over the place, birch saplings, of course. Get them cut down, put them someplace, make sure they're curing, because we're going to need to make more arrows than we've ever made. So that's something. I'll make more arrows, and we're going to also bring the heavy hammer, because you see on here it says bear coat later. Bear coats are a big undertaking. They take an unbelievable amount of, resources and time. You need to take 30 minutes to do it. You have to get a bunch of hides, a couple guts, and you also need your heavy hammer. So as you could tell, after we get the hammer, make the arrowheads, we're going to go from CH to PV, bring all the lumps, and we're also making sure we bring the heavy hammer with us because we're going to need it to make the bear coat. So we go to the red barn at PV. This is the Pleasant Valley map right here. So you can see we're going to enter down here to the left of where the mouse cursor is at the abandoned mine entrance. And then we're going to go basically to the heart of the map there, to the left of the arrow in the center where that barn is. That'll be our kind of centralized crazy place. Conspiracy Theory Willie, armed to the teeth with 40 arrows. That's it, don't. Conspiracy Theory Willie is tapped in, man. Listen, man. So we're going to be in the middle. And then afterward, here's what's going to happen. We're going to basically go from that red barn, making a bow, and then we're going to start with the derelict cabin bear and go clockwise around the map, going for each bear. So, We start at that red barn in the middle, and then we go up to basically the one right to the left of the mouse cursor there in that cave. And we have this map here that kind of tells us where the caves are of all the bears. So we're going to use this to our advantage, baby. We're going to just go clockwise around this bad boy, starting with the derelict bear, and just kind of make a route. So the last stop can be this transition cave entrance right here to Timberwolf Mountain. Now, the reason we have to go to some of these... Oh, D Tizzle! The man, the legend, what's happening, baby? Tad is in the mix. Movie Club! What's up, DT? I'm just going completely conspiracy theory over here and going crazy with strategy, DT. We got the strats. So, we're going to make that clockwise thing around. We're going to go to Timberwolf Mountain. And that's kind of as far as I have when it comes down to what today's strategy is. We're going to go to Timberwolf Mountain, do the same thing there, and then go to Ash Canyon. So the final steps of it are real clear. I'm hoping we get through most of this stuff, but we're going to look for the moose location. I'm pretty sure there's usually a moose here in Pleasant Valley, but we're going after big bodies. We're going to stay away from Brian Gold, stay on target. You know why? Because I actually want to farm and pin cushion these sons of guns as much as possible. That is going to give us more shots towards 50, and it is actually going to behoove us to use the John Candy strat. Unheard of. But we're actually aiming for not the critical headshot in the neck or the face. We're actually trying to get him just in the body. We're going to pin cushion these bear, and we're going to farm accuracy. So, that's what I'm thinking. If we shoot these bear all over the place... Oh! Oh man, I don't know if that was hidden. I apologize if it was. Let me make sure that we have this all laid out here, because we all need to know what Mr. Candyman says. He's the real deal. And I don't know if he was visible with all my conspiracy maps and everything. Sometimes there's layers to it, and it'll hide things that are behind other things. So, let's just make sure. That's it! So we're gonna go for the butt or the body, because that'll be less damage, and we can actually get more shots into them with all the other stuff. So it's big time, like the big time, all over the place city. So we're going to go basically do our normal thing, but we're actually, instead of going to the ravine PV. Now you might think, what about all that great birch? Well, I'm thinking this. There's the birch forest there in PV, so we'll be able to do that while we're hunting. And we're going to get straight down to it. Here's the other thing about Pleasant Valley. It might be called Pleasant and have the word pleasant in its title, but it is not as pleasant as you would think, especially weather-wise. In this town, you can just see that it's nice, but there are blizzards everywhere. And when they hit, you see your temperature go below 30, 40 degrees. I'll tell you this, too. If we don't do it early, it's going to get even colder in this town. And it's the town with the most bear. So for us, it would behoove us to actually go there early in the run, I think, before the temperature has a chance to get to its fullest cold, which it will be after about 2 weeks. So, all this crazy insanity being said, we have the plan. We're going to set up bear coats there in the red barn so that later we have 6 Celsius warmth bonus. It's a big dedication of about 1 to 2 days prepping that thing and making it and everything. But those 2 days off the calendar, remaining us 48, will be a lot warmer with 6 Celsius on our belly. It's a heavy coat, but those temperature changes are going to probably make the difference between us being able to survive during this process temperature-wise. So, I really think that's...
What'd you do?
What I do? I don't know, Talget. I've gone crazy over here. This is very crazy, I'm not going to lie. Again, this is when you really see the craziness, when you see this one. It's just unheard of how it looks like one of those conspiracy boards. But regardless, it's very cool. So I unironically really like it. I think it's cool. It gives you kind of a visual of all the towns mapped together, and it helped me map out a plan. So it's DP, Coastal, back to DP for the Forge, and then we're onward and upward towards Pleasant Valley, setting up at what's pictured right there, the Red Barn. And that's where we're going to bring all of our bear hides, and they're probably going to cure when we go to the scary towns like Timberwolf Mountain and all that stuff, because it's going to take about 10 days. So that's what I'm thinking there. Have you done your homework on how to kill a bear with a torch? I have not, grown up. I'm actually going for the coward strat. We're going to kill him from rock formations and things like that. The best thing about this strategy, grown up, is that there's no variables. I don't really like him running amok or being unpredictable. We're going for accuracy over everything, and we're trying to farm that accuracy. So we're going to go up on a rock formation, and we're going to be chickens, because sometimes, you know, you have to. Have you tried to kill them with kindness? Well, pretty much that's one of the only skills I think I got, DT, and it hasn't worked. In fact, they've walked all over me in my own shoes doing it. So there's nothing worse than being the nice guy, finishing last, DT, and being walked over by a bear who's wearing your Nikes. They're orange Nikes. To say, you know, I mean, that's something, right? Yo, what's up, Sil? It's good to see you, my friend. I'm just setting up a crazy conspiracy level nonsense plan over here, and it's pretty rad, I think. So, we have all kinds of stuff going on. PV is going to be our central base, basically, and we're going to leave bear coats in the Red Barn, go up to the scary towns in the northeast of the map up here, and then we're going to come back to PV, probably 10 days, maybe a little bit longer later. Our bear coats are going to be ready to be made, and it's just going to be on, man. I'm telling you. Oh, my gosh. All right, let's do this. What do you say, huh? What do you say? Okay. We go in here. We go to confirm. We're starting fresh, baby. So we go to the website from the thing we showed, and then we paste it in there. And anybody at home can do this anytime they like. You may run into trouble with calories or cabin fever if you extend the forge in DP too much with the arrowheads. Okay, excellent, grown up. It's basically adding a day to our process. We're probably going to be doing a 2-day forge rather than one. So we're going to make sure to get probably 2 fish when we do our beachcombing. And we're also going to be looking for extra ravaged. My boy DT loves that. We're going to ravage everything, and we're going to get more fish when we beachcomb to account for the 2-day thing. And I do appreciate you guys always looking out. Thank you, grown up. So we're pasting the code in here. You can find it at the TLD-Challenges website. Unbelievable stuff. Boom, accept it, and you can see all the settings are set to Insano mode. Item decay rates very high, and just whatever you could expect. All this stuff very high for your health. It's a nightmare. And of course, the most daunting thing is the fact that your health does not rebuild over sleep. What's up, Bean? How are you? I like this plan. Well, thank you, Bean. If only it took just to make a crazy conspiracy guy plan to win the game, we'd be in there, baby. We're doing it big. Catcher in the Rye over here. All right, Lower Great Bear. So this is kind of what the map looked like with that other map I pulled up, just a little more defined. So this is the map of Great Bear Island. Each town has its own cool little principles and situations. We were talking earlier about Pleasant Valley. Again, the word might fool you because it is for advanced players. This place is really cold, and it's good for us to do a lot of our hunting here early so it doesn't have a chance to get to the full coldness. So we're actually going to start here in DP. It's for intermediate players, connects to coastal, and has a beautiful lighthouse. And if you see this thing during an aurora, it will change your life, baby. It's far out, man. All right, so what do we call this one? Conspiracy Will? So we have no feats and no trader. And what are we calling this guy? I think it's pretty obvious he's the one who's lost it. Unpleasant Valley, that's it, Waba. So we're going to Unpleasant Valley early. We'll set up stuff like the bear coats and everything. Up at the stream, I see you animated as F breaking down the map. Then you bring up strat.txt. It's going down. It sure is, DT. All right, let's stay serious here. Conspiracy will. Alright. I'm sort of not ready, and I'm definitely ready in the other side. Captain Insano! How long can you survive? Till the end. We're going 50 days this time. What do you say to that? We're going for 50 for 50 on accuracy. Here's the part that I forgot to talk about. I did the math. Listen to this thing. Wolves are 5 points. There's this discrepancy of 600 points that gives you basically the accuracy. So basically, if you get 100%, you get 600 more points than you do if you get 90%. So let's do that number in wolves. Wolves go into 600 a quadrillion times. I'd have to shoot like 120 wolves to make up for that accuracy score. So farming wolves throughout the tournament is really cool, and it's for the ladies, but it is not for the intelligent jabronis, because I think I'll end up never killing that many wolves, and I might as well go for 50 for 50 and forego pennies and go for dollars. Our new move is go for the bear, baby. Who invented this mode? A maniac, Talget. It was actually created by someone I really look up to named Perfect Trip Talget, modified by awesome pros Big Fish and Chef Maria, who are all absolute legends and really cool pros of this game, and they've taught us a lot, I would say, Talget. Much like your dope granddad and father, they have taught us the same way the strategies of war. Aurora wolves are easier to hit. They run at you straighter. It's just more dangerous if you miss. Well, see, astute point as always, because guess what? Auroras are a beautiful time to farm bow hits. You know why? Because they take more damage, baby. If we can end up in a place like Mystery Lake on logs and be safe from the bad guys during an Aurora, we'll have wolves basically coming at us because their detection range is so broad. So they'll be coming at us. We can get the wolf and the bear and clear cut, as long as we stay away from the haunted cougar. It's a risky dance, you know what I mean? But you're exactly right. We're going to stay on log piles and immune from the area, and we're going to try to farm during Auroras too. But we are dancing with the enemy in the pale blue light, as Jack Nicholas would say. So we have to do it diligently, I say, which is not really my forte over here. All right, how long can you survive? 50 days. It's going down. We're making it to 50 days one of these times. All right, here we go. Breakfast of Champions. All right, so Raph decided to shove us farther away from where we're trying to be, but we are totally okay with everything at this point. We're just taking it easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. And it's great to see you guys. I don't know if there were any highlights from the cruise weekend, but I'm interested in hearing about them. So, because we've done this so many times, you could say, wow, this guy knows his way around this lighthouse region. Well, it's the benefit of fading into the long dark often. If you pass away enough times, you'll start to memorize the place that you spawn in and kind of be able to do it just with muscle memory and stuff. So that's pretty rad.
It's so cold in my life.
I was playing TOD in real life, chopping trees and burning sticks. Boy, Wobbs, you are a very capable woman, and it's commendable. And I think it's cool that you do all these intense chores, cutting all your acres. You're a tough chick, baby. A tough chick in a thick moose. What I'm talking about. Getting out there, getting a little dirt under your fingers. Okay, so to our right, in this blizzard, there's a lighthouse over there. The lighthouse has a stem, and we're definitely going to be going to it once we've cut down the maple and things are a little bit less of a sprint. The reason we sprint to cut the maple is for one reason. It takes 6 days to cure. And so you have to basically put it inside for 6 days before it's ready and amiable enough to be made into a bow. So basically, if you're trying to get to hunting as fast as possible, you know that there's going to be a minimum of 6 prep days. So you want to try to cram all the prep into those 6 days so that the other 44 can be used hunting, crafting a bear coat that's warm, and, doing what you need. Affliction, frostbite risk. Let's just say it again. This game rules. And there's no question about it. Hibernia processing. This is the whale factory. This is where we get our little starter kit. It's our home away from home, and we feel comfortable here. All right, we got 2 things to avoid. First is lantern. Oh, we got Lindo in the mix. Yo, what up, Lindo? How are you guys? It's good to see you, Lindo. And that is a lovely way for you to join us for the first time here at Dave's Cave. It's good to see you, Lindo. We got half-off appetizers if you're interested. I hope that you are doing fantastically today. We actually just started and got to the whale factory, so there really hasn't been too much in the way, but it's all ahead of us. I laid out this crazy plan, and it's great. So what have you guys been up to, Lindo? I got to tackle that someday too, Yinzers. Waba didn't tell you about the barbed wire, though. Oh, Green Acres. Oh my gosh, we got Arnold the pig out there. That's wild. I was working Sunday with Yinzers. Oh my gosh, Duncan had to go into the office. I've never heard of such a thing. Duncan, usually it's okay if we just let Yinzers do all that for us and we go to the beach. That's the plan. But the protagonists of baseball are now firmly in first place in the AL West. Oh my gosh, the Mariners are in first place? No way. That's my stapler. Yo, what up, Pack and Play? Good morning, all. It is great to see you, Pack and Play. We're packing in the conspiracies this morning, and we're playing probably as good as we usually do, which is mediocre or something around there. Now, don't scare them off with Conspiracy Theory Board. Listen, man. Listen, guys. Here's the deal, man. We're going to do this, and we're going to do that. All right, let's get serious. All right, first thing we don't want to see is the lantern. We're going to look right into that office in blue outline mode, and if we see the silhouette of a lantern on the desk, we're in trouble, Jack, because that means the hacksaw's far away, and we usually like to not re-roll these wills because we care about him probably too much considering he's a video game. All right, let's look and see if there's a lantern. Okay, it's one of those. All right. Got a lantern, guys. I try to not let it affect me that I know it's going to be half a day more now simply because of the loot pool I got to cut down my maple. But hey, we're optimistic here. We don't let it affect us. All right, let's go get our stinking lantern from this other room and ascertain which loot pool we're on. There's 4 total loot pools. And because of this and process of elimination, we know that we're on the lantern one, which probably means we get our hacksaw at like Quincy's or something once we get to Coastal, which is sad scenes, but we take it on the chin. So we get the flare and we begin to boil some water. We craft the tinder. We use a cedar firewood. Okay, I can't see it. It's misery with spice. It's kind of like that, Lindo. I'd say the one benefit we have that isn't misery is we don't have afflictions that show up after a couple days that we didn't receive by our own gameplay. You kind of just can't rebuild your health and different stuff like that. Loot Pool 2 got to fight Scruffy for the bedroll. Oh my gosh. Is that so? I got food poisoning episode 2 from Bad Peaches over the weekend. Let me tell you, not a good time. Man, I know what that's about, Pack and Play. It sent me on like a 3-hour journey down the path to despair when I got 57% sardine sickness. Old RNG wasn't on our side. They should add a ghost or something indoors. You know, Milo Def, that's a great point. You know what I was thinking? This game is so perfect. If there were jump scares, it would change the awesomeness of it. What if we just had a Halloween event during the month of October? You could set on or off in a setting in the thing where there would be, you know, monsters that would pop up randomly in the Riken or something out of nowhere. Because it's so perfect for jump scares, and it's just not one of those type of games. And it's kind of cool that it isn't. But during Halloween, it would be amazing. So I think you're right. We had Legends of the Hidden Temple guys that would just come out and scare the crap out of you. All right, now we'll go get our coffee and maybe a soup or something from the rafters. If you go up this little tunnel here, you can get a guaranteed cup of coffee. Pretty exciting stuff. Summit Soda. Pork and beans. I got parasites twice in my Stalker run. Makes me want to run through a solid wall, let me tell you. I take food poisoning over that every single time. Yeah, and you know what? We're going to be brushing up against that possibility ourselves. And what we're going to do is, before we get to the proper cooking level where you have an iron stomach from being such a hardened survivor, we're going to basically just eat 1 kilogram of bear meat per bear as like a little snack after the hunt. I say all this like it's going to work out this way, but is it really? I always say that I'm so great in my plans before I start playing. And I never take them too far, by the way. It's not like I make text files out of it or anything. I love this game. It was like the sun never rose. There was pumpkin pie and jack-o'-lanterns and demon wolves. Oh! All right, we're going in a safe really soon. So if he gave us the lantern, he has to compensate with a Mackinac, right?
I could use this.
Let's do it. Work boots or Mackinac? Come on now. All right, 22. $22.48. Mackinac Dreams, work boot days. What do you say?
What have we here?
Oh, that's not a bad early shirt. Oh! Get in there. It was on him 100%. Rossetti had over 60 cattails, venison, and salty crackers, and he chose to eat predator meat. Yep, this game's all about lessons, isn't it, Bean? It's crazy. I'm so glad you guys are on the island, kicking butt and making moves. RNG is back, baby. We're doing it. Rap blessed us on this day. Huge save. We are about to be so warm. Let's go see what the actual warmth is. Because today is the day where we unleash our nerd. And we're unabashed about it. Alright, we're starting ridiculous. Look at this guy. He doesn't even know who he is. He thinks he's going to the dance, but if he went to the dance dressed like this, Mary Sue would never do the swing with him. Zero chance. So, what if we throw this outfit on? Now he's starting to get a little bit better. And he goes from 3 to 5 instantly. We're going to repair that Mackinac from 40% and pop it up. Just keep grabbing some cloth and a sewing kit eventually. But it's on. So, we're on loophole 1, I believe, that Duncan mentioned. Thank you, Dunk. Let's figure out where in Coastal the hacksaw is going to be. It's probably going to be at places like Quincy and maybe the abandoned lookout or something. In awe of that Mackinac. That's it for Seti. Yo, what up, Sai? How are you, my man? It's good to see you. Sai always comes in basically saying I'm here to chill, baby. That's what we're talking about. It is guaranteed at Quincy's, the hacksaw, that is. Thank you, Duncan. It's really helpful when you... thank you very much, Duncan. Awesome. All right, so we know where the hacksaw is. It's going to be a journey through DP, which is where we are right here, and we're just going to go through Crumbling, get to Coastal, guaranteed hacksaw at Quincy's. We'll scout out the Maple locations. There's 2 of them along the way, one here in DP, and one at Coastal over the left, right after you transition into the town. So we'll spot those, and we'll plan according. And it's on. Now, what about the hammer? Hammer is the one we got to roam the earth for. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to look for the spots that we go so I make sure I don't pass them, because I don't know if it's going to be the usual spots like Log Sword and Jack Rabbit. So we do have a spreadsheet that we use to add to the nerdness. But actually, Hammer can be at Quincy's if Raph designs to bless us once more. Wonderful. Alright, might as well use this goofy storm lantern if we got it, right? Alright, let's go get our potential torch from up here. So I'm a little excited right now, so I'm misclicking and everything like that. That's simply because I love being able to play this game. Double the socks. 6 Celsius warmth bonus, baby. Wait till we have that bear coat, eh? Oh, we got the best brand. Trusty brand matches, baby. Alright, we're getting into these exclusive lockers. Your brand, don't. We're feeling a little toasty already. And now we go to Megatorch Land. There's a poor soul who used elevation to try to evade the local predators, but he faded into the long dark without resources, maybe. This is him. We can empathize, and we'll use this Megatorch to live, buddy. We're gonna find Astrid, and love will carry on. New salty crackers. Alright, let's get out of here, huh? Alright, we're going to start with calories. We'll go dusty pork and beans. What a treat. Trying to be responsible about the fact that we're going to end up in a place that's going to be very cold, Pleasant Valley. Even if it's early game, it's insane over there. And we're going to need every lump we come across. So I'm also going to try PB Rough Living. That's it, Lindo. So if basically we go there, there's 50 days, and we know the world's going to get colder over time because of the custom settings. So if we go there early and do all the bear hunting, maybe we can get ahead of the weather getting to its full coldness by the 2-week-ish mark. It's going to be kind of halfway there towards the end of our bear hunt, and there are probably the most bears in Pleasant Valley. If only it took just coming up with the plan to be good, then we'd be in there. Gonna check Narnia. I think we're gonna keep moving, Dunk. We have to be extra fast with the things that I check right now, because we have to get that maple cut. So what I'm gonna do is forego most of the unnecessary looting on the first go around towards Coastal, because we want to get to Quincy's as fast as possible and go chop the maple that we've hopefully already scouted. I probably should have a cool lantern, bro. Thank you, DT. It sure isn't a hacksaw, which would be exponentially more useful to get early in the run. But guess what? We sort of see stuff in the dark. What a treat. Because we totally don't have torches that can do that very same thing. So it's equally as important. Abandoned Mine 5. A place full of lumps, baby. And another mega torch. So we go around and we grab our lumps. Sometimes you can find the hacksaw or a fire striker in this moment. The best loot pool gives you a hacksaw back at the whale factory and then a fire striker right there in that basket. That's when it's really serious. No lump left behind. Cluster of lumps. So we get all the lumps from this one, and then we don't get the ones from the next one since we're coming back through the other one. This one we will not be going back through, so we'll just grab everything. The music while we wait in this mine. I'm telling you, Dunk. Yeah, it's absolutely great to see you guys. We got the man Lindo coming in the mix. El Presidente! We got Yinzers hot off his Sunday shift where he got time and a half. We got the Songbird dancing. That's it. Yeah, I'm just fired up. We lost our lantern juice. What a sad scene. Alright, we're crafting responsible tinder for future fires. Fires are a scene at the beginning of all runs. You try to start them, and he starts swearing all over the place like a sailor, and you fail many times trying to get your skills up. So these are where the skills are. You start at the beginning, and it's kind of fun early game. It's not all just automatic where your guy's really good at things. So we're actually going to... It sounds so crazy, but we might not read Brian Gold Stay on Target if we find it. Because we actually want our archery skill to be low so that we do less damage and get far more accuracy. It's crazy, man. I'm telling you. Let's go. Yeah, but getting crouch ability is huge. Very saint and normal. Yes, thank you, Duncan. I'm taking that at face value. That's totally it. All right, we're going to use advanced guns since we don't even have guns on this difficulty, and the only weapon we ever get is a bow. Nagoa especially. It could be, Sil. We have a pretty cowardly plan that really doesn't take much in the way of ability. It's pretty much just all strategy. We're going chicken mode, hiding from the bad guys, shooting them impervious to them, basically, you know?
Cold is making my head feel thick.
All right, we're going to throw a lump on here and just take care of responsibilities. We want to be full warmth for any of our travels. We also seek the can opener. A big part of our run and a big thing that we like to do just for respect in the streets is get as many can openers as possible. It's the biggest flex you can do in this game, pretty much. If you're trying to impress people and you pull out a satchel full of can openers, woo! Unbelievable. Brian Gold punching air right now. He's got great advice for SETI. I want to make sure that's known. Brian Gold will teach you how to stay on target and teach you well. He'll even let you read it a second time and you get more from the book the second go around. It's that type of great book. However, as crazy as it is, we're looking for pincushion. We're looking for the John Candy strat. We're trying to we're going for the butt. We're avoiding the crit. It's insanity. All right, we're going double lump to speed up the warming up process. All right, we're 11 matches. Normally you get a decent amount of them and we won't run out, so we'll just kind of be smart about it at the beginning. I can't get too loose with my trusty brand. But we want to do sprint to the hacksaw. So that means get the hacksaw and get that maple cut because it's 6 days after that. We doing kitty. We might still. It's going to come up probably organically as we run around. If we gain confidence and feel like we have a good spot to avoid her wrath, we might. We definitely want the points from it. I know that the bulk of our shots are going to be in a bear's butt John Candy strat, that's for sure. So that'll be the situation there. What's your PB here so far? I saw you hunting wolves before. Yeah, we did. And then you probably saw after that us fading into the long dark. So given the fact that they are your biggest risk of losing your run and they're 5 points, we're foregoing the wolf and we're going for big money over small, small change. Because if you think about it, those 600 points you lose from the potential inaccurate wolf fight shots and the damage you take is like you'd have to kill 120 wolves. Recommend the torch strat with the kitty. Awesome. Got it, Sil. I'm probably definitely gonna be as high up on a thing as possible too. Way away from where she can get to. Alright, we're gonna drink this cup of joe and we're gonna move, baby. We're going to Quincy's. So, it's the first morning for us on Great Bear. It's all ahead of us. The best part about the first day is I can pretend that this plan that I come up with, this zany scheme, if you will, is actually going to come to fruition. I can live in that delusion. And what's nice is most of the lumps here at Dave's Cave are actually nice enough to, entertain me, Kind of like a kid who says he's going to be the president. You know it's not going to happen, but you still don't want to discourage your friend, Alright, I'm checking for Maple. Can snipe Kitty in Ash Canyon from above, but Larone is accuracy maxing. It's true. All right, this is our first maple spot. It's very rare, but sometimes you'll see a maple right here in between this hollowed out tree and this one here. Oh, let's talk about this too. Rose hips. Listen, we definitely know that I fancy myself a rose hip, and even more specific, a rose hip empanada. Rose hip empanadas give you food in your belly and also allow you to stay up late. Here's the situation. I pulled up the map. Thank you, Duncan, for those rose hips. And I definitely need to prioritize finding rose hips in Pleasant Valley and basically on our journeys. So if we pull up the map, there are these little green things on that map where you can actually see the rose hips. And I'm going to need to prioritize them because, surprisingly enough, I think I'll run out of those before flour or oil, the other ingredients that you make rose hip empanadas with. These things are huge. The reason that you think about rose hip empanadas so much and why we all totally are addicted to them and have problems with it is because they help two of your vitals. They help fatigue and hunger. It's a double whammy like you could never believe. Water can be boiled most places with snow. And temperature, you know, lumps and everything else. Temperature is very serious. So to take care of the other two vitals with one shot, you can't put a price on that, baby. So we gotta find those hips. Yo, what's up, teacher? I'm just over here saying totally normal stuff about rose hips. How are you, teacher? Will you teach us to not be a jabroni today? Because I might need it. But yeah, on a serious note, when we're doing our bear hunt in Pleasant Valley, we're going to look at the map and try to prioritize rose hip bushels because we're going to need all the hips we can get, baby. And as Chubbs would say, it's all in the hips. And that's true. Chubbs rules.
This stuff will come in handy.
Yo, Chubbs, are you playing golf now? What are you doing over there? I thought we were fighters. You look pretty good in that sweater, man. What, an alligator came up and took your hand?
All right, I'm going to leave these lumps behind since we're coming back through here. We're trying to get to that speed run situation right now. It's a dead sprint at like 2 miles an hour for us. We actually would love to hold the shift key right now and sprint all around, but it drains your fatigue and hunger so much on this difficulty that we do the slow, concerted walk, giving us time to come up with plans we'll never actually make happen. Ghost rifle shell. This mine is haunted. Oh my god. Coffee gives you every stat. Hee hee. Coffee gives you every stat. Okay. Alright, so I have to pass all these lumps. It's really hard to resist the call of the lump, but we know we're coming back here. Okay, I know what Sil's saying now. He says coffee will give you thirst, a little bit of hunger, and fatigue reduced. Which is true. It does it at a little less rate than the empanadas do just in their impact. And the other thing is that coffee is a much more rare resource that you don't come across as often. Where if you find those bags of old mill flour by staying a traveling son of a gun, you're going to get yourself a good bushel of rose hips and have a great time. That's for sure. New viewers may not understand, but Larone was an incessant jabroni sprinter, but has now become master of Zen. Thank you, Duncan. That's what I'm talking about. Boy, it is nice to have some support today, I'll tell you what. And new viewers will also know that most of the time I get roasted. But it's pretty justified. Gotta warm up and it's solid. Good vibes only, that's what I'm talking about. We're doing it! The day one optimism. Everything's ahead of us. We're gonna find Astrid. Alright, so here's another thing. Besides rose hips We're going to need way more rose hips. We're also going to need to get feathers because we're making more arrows than you can believe. These bears love to make crazy sounds and run away with your arrows.
Can't feel my feet.
It's almost inevitable that that's going to happen.
Damn. I'm freezing.
Where's the wind going, gang? So, we're gonna...
Come on.
We're just looking to find which direction the wind's blowing. Willie can have a little HP drip as a treat. Willie's definitely treating himself right now, Duncan, that's for sure. Anytime you see that affliction hypothermia risk pop up, that's basically when the drip begins. The old Willie's up to it again. And we need double lumps to fire up. Duncan taught me early in my runs that you check this feels like number here and you do the math. Lumps give you 20 Celsius to your bonus, so if it's anything minus 20 or above, you're going to need double lumps pretty much to get there. So we stabilized it, and now we're feeling nice and toasty, so we're going to take a little cheeky nap in this car, popping off naps anytime we can get to maintain our always cascading down a mountain fatigue bar over there. Alright, now we do a cheeky 1 hour. And also, I'm totally going to go out the other side. I will not burn my feet going out there, right? Let's not have that. Remember, do not do it. Go out the passenger side. It's the right way. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. Yinzers, again, you were working on Sunday. I hope you had a great weekend, Talget. I know you've been kicking butt on that strategy game. Talget plays this crazy game that's beyond my mental capacity to even understand what it's about. But it's about warfare and kicking butt. All right, 22% Summit Soda. We're living on the edge. Okay. All right. One more cheeky 1 hour. No, we move. The weather's good. We're sprinting. It's time to move. Dusty pork and beans. You'll notice that on this difficulty, soda's always safe. I think that's true, Dunk. I think you're allowed to drink stuff that's below 20%. Usually when we look at our food condition, if it's below 20%, there's a super high chance we're going to get a tummy ache from it. So what we try to do is eat stuff 21% or above. And I believe that you can't get food poisoning from sodas. Wonderful, Bean. Thank you. Turns out old corn syrup is good to go. What really preserves your stomach is the high fructoseness of the Summit soda. So you're good to go. Oh, nature's calling in the distance. Or rabbits are getting it. The wolves are taking it on the rabbits because they know that we're going to just not fight them today. So they're feeling a little aggro about things. And picking on the small guy. Classic wolves, you know? You'll learn quickly when you start playing the Long Dark that the greatest jerk, sometimes even more than Boris the Bear, is the jerk ninja wolf. There's a respect we all have for them because they're pretty good at ninjutsu and being of stealth when they fight. But yeah, they're jerks when you break it down. I don't like to cast aspersions. The wolves, they're sons of guns. All right, first check. Nothing. Oh. Okay, so sometimes here you'll see maple sapling and birch saplings. We struck out on both. No problem. We're just taking it as we go. I played all night that day. Yeah, you were doing good, Talget. You were in war. We can check it again on the way back. You bet we will, Dunk. Save the rabbits, they're innocent. Alright, so if you hear the waves crashing upon this cold, frozen lake, it's because we're headed to the beach, baby. This is where we go on Sundays while Yinzers is working. We go to the beach, and we're going beach combing. It's a lovely source of things. You know what even could happen to you? You could find a maple out here or something, you know? Who even knows? Or a smallmouth fish. Thank you, Yinzers, for letting us go to the beach. He's a good guy. He is. And it's totally worth it for him. And it's great. Tiny Tank Mayhem. Yinzers the best as he is. Alright, so we have to pass that. Oh, Canadian toque, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We are warm. I'm just keeping an eye on any little speckles I see on the beach, any cool gear we can pick up. And we're headed to the little house on this island. We're going to go through our neighbors' cabinets pretty quickly because we need to get over to Coastal and get the hacksaw and the maple identified immediately. So I'm wondering if I should mess around too much. We'll just do enough to warm up, I suppose. Remember your stink walking, though, you don't have stinky streamer girl product. It's true, we gotta be careful. Sometimes you'll see a bear right over here around Misanthropes, and we're hoping that some way in our travels, we'll come back for this guy.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Pretty happy about things. I think we have a solid idea on where this can go, I'm telling you. It's not warm. Go! Alright, HP's been dripping too much. I gotta use strategic sprinting a little more wisely to keep that HP from dripping. You'll recognize that our health bar will go down 20 HP per hour when that temperature vital's on freezing like it is right now. So it'll just start, you know, kind of nudging, and as we call here, dripping down the flight to fading into the long dark, basically. Not a good time. Alright, I'm really trying to think in my head how much rummaging I should do and if it should be now or after the maple's cut. But if we get ourselves some Big Moose kicks or something, it'll make up for it. A tin of that can really keep you up all night. Good old moose. So we're trying to speed run through our neighbors. Priority is to get the can opener. That's it. Gosh, we need that can opener. Also, let's talk about this. I might have to break down every scrap I see if I'm going to be making a trillion arrowheads, too. We're going to probably need upwards of, 23 scrap or something. Oh, we don't have a hacksaw. Oh, fresh venison cooked. All right, we're taking a heavy toaster with us, I suppose. This is off the rails already, isn't it? Look at us. Delish steak for free. Let's go. You guys are absolutely killing it today. Everybody must have had a good weekend at the beach. Yenzers, you see your sacrifice is paid off. Everybody's in a delightful mood today. We're all optimistic. Everybody's supportive of my inane plan. You know, I couldn't ask for more. You really have done a great service. However, it turned out to be a great action. Wow. Alright, I don't believe we have a sewing kit yet, so we can't improve our outfit until we get that bad boy. I think we should warm up. Yenzers is saving lives, really. That's what I'm thinking. He's traveling around. He's trying to rise up to be CEO, so he might not have to work Sunday, and that we do. But it's okay. The speed and efficiency of how fast you are rummaging through this house is second to none. Thank you, Pack and Play. We are becoming rummagers over here. Maybe we'll tear up one more curtain for extra cloth. We'll get riding. All right, no can opener. Sad scenes. We'll roll. Okay. So, do we go to Quincy's and get our hacksaw right now and then just go to Maple, or do I go to Jack Rabbit? Did you already forge, by the way? Sorry, I'm Summer Luke. No problem, Lindo. This is day one, so we're looking to make that bow, as you know. That's how it goes on the island, and we have to first get our hacksaw. We got a kind of a loot pool that put it far away from our spawn location, so we're going straight to what we got to get, hacksaw, and then cut the maple. Then we're going to find our hammer and make it happen. Probably what would be wise right now is for me to do the loot pool check to make sure I know the locations of the hammer, because it's different than what we're used to. Yo, what up, QC? How are you today, buddy? It's good to see you. Where have we been and what we got? Beachcombing could get you saps without the hacksaw. Yeah, it could. We're on loot pool 1, we know. So I think what I'll do is bust out this bad boy, and then I'll put it in here. First up, Quincy, then it's the usual suspects, but not the lookout tower. Okay, loot pool 2. So then on loot pool 2, we look for the hammer at Jack Rabbit and all the usual suspects. Beautiful, okay. Then I think that we should probably go to Jack Rabbit and check for that hammer, because there's a maple spawn over there and there's a lot of beachcombing along the way. Beachcombing will set you up when loot is sparse. As you see, a 10-point buck is on the ice over there. It's a beautiful day of... Oh! A beautiful day of murder! Oh! Nature called. Did you go to Quincy's, you think, Dunk? All right, let's do it. Okay, so in true strategy of today, displaying cowardice like you've never seen, we came up and stole the wolves hunting with a stone and took his rabbit. Oh my gosh, they said get that ribbit, and Bezos stopped you, Lindo. Lindo's in here just trying to have a good time at Dave's cave, and Bezos said you can't say ribbit. Unbelievable. You are allowed to say ribbit here, Lindo. He said get that ribbit. Maybe I don't know the slang that it is. Maybe Bezos knows more than me, but he tried to stop you, Lindo, but he can't stop you here. Hammer would be metal barrel outside the garage. Excellent. What's wrong with some murder in the morning? Gus, what's happening, my friend? Yeah, we just saw it all happen. Nature called right before our eyes. We heard the small shrieks of old Peter Rabbit as he was attacked by the jerk ninja wolf. Bezos and me got a problem. Oh, do you guys have history, Lindo? I didn't know that. We'll learn about the lore over time. This goes deep. Joining the LPC. Hey, you know me. Man, I'm feeling ridiculous this morning. I'm too excited to play. This game rules. All right, so we're going to Quincy's. We're going straight to business, baby. We're not messing around today. Oh my gosh, Yinzers. Now this one is just making me do stuff. Yinzers is getting revenge. He had to work Sunday, so he's making me work on Tuesday. Yinzers loves to put in pound cake or lemon pound cake, and Bezos censored you. He's not having it, Yinzers. He's not having it. Focus on the stink walk into wolf territory.
My fingers feel numb.
Good advice. Sometimes you'll even see a moose behind Quincy's. That's always a sight. And we do! Look in the distance. There she is. Oh my. That's a thick moose, Wobbs. There's a moose. Get him! Yep. I'll just yell at him. He'll fall over due to fright. Running River Oats. Running River Oats are, of course, great if you find yourselves a cooking pot. And I want to talk about porridge. I've hated on porridge in the past. Porridge is okay. And here's the reason. It's a heating mechanism. So while it isn't a ton of food, it's a good food for a hunter. Because you could just carry the cooking pot and the forage thing on you and throw a little water in there. And you got some warm oats that keep you warm for your travels. I was a detractor of porridge, but now I'm thinking when you're hunting, it's actually not bad. You know what else isn't bad? Getting a hacksaw. LOL, Mackenzie doesn't shower. BO kill of the moose. We go around him with the stank, sir. Unbelievable. I don't get it. Yeah, he's after you, Yinzers. You try to say pound cake. I don't know why you even think about it. But it's not it. Hacksaw's exciting. This is the most important tool to get, basically, because now you can get the heart of your bow, a maple sap cut. Big time.
Kinda heavy.
Like the big time. Yeah, I would love to get a bunch of this stuff here. I think we need to prioritize sprinting to the maple spawn locations and checking them. If I'm thinking about it, the closest one might be your clearing, Duncan, where we go up the hill and we go up that little ledge and check down there in the clearing. That's probably the closest to us, maple spawn-wise. From a porridge hater to a wise man in only a few streets, that's all that took us. That's exactly right. Yeah, we'll check for the hammer. I always get this nuts and stuff bar. Gotta have it. Alright, we're gonna go check for our hammer now. Quality tools. Someone was eating ketchup chips in bed. What a maniac. All right, let's go check for this hammer right outside. It could be on the barrel. Okay, we're doing a little traveling today. It's not out here. Going inside. Supposed to eat Doritos in bed.
So cold.
My beef with eating in bed is the brushing the teeth factor. If you eat in bed at night, of course, you would have to brush your teeth. So I don't really find myself eating in bed as much as usual. I don't know if usual is the right word there, but much as some folks. So, we need to warm up. We have a hacksaw now. We can break down that toaster. That's a responsible move. So we go to customization mode, go in our backpack, and we place this bad boy, and we can break it down. Now I think we go for the clearing, and we check for hammers. Quality tools very needed if you're making 50 arrows. That's it, Duncan. It cuts the time in half. Well, not half, but it's an hour and 15 minutes or 45 minutes, so it's pretty darn awesome. Don't forget that rabbit. Okay. So we can go carve up the rabbit. That's a good point. But I would love to basically go up the hill when we're warm and check for that hack or maple. So we'll put the bed in the warmest part of the garage, the front, and probably take a 1 hour sleep. The only other thing we would do is fix our clothes if we find a sewing kit.
That'll come in handy.
Oh, scrap metal with the extra pry bar. Normally, we like to find things that are pretty economical time-wise when it comes to breaking them down for scrap metal. Today, we'll find ourselves breaking down shelves just for the sheer fact that we need more scrap. We need the scrap, baby. Let's do it. So I would love to be outside right now, but I do need to be responsible with our health. And try to be patient about warming up to full before I get out there. Ideally, you'd also light heating mechanisms so you can put that together too. Maybe that's something I should do right now. Let's go check on the wind. That's not great. Alright, minding the moose. We're going uphill, baby. He's kind of at where we're trying to go. So I don't know about that. Yeah, he's exactly where I'm trying to go. So, there's a little clearing up here as you're kind of ascending the mountain that I'm trying to hit. Now, I'm thinking if I go back the other way and get up to where that trailer is and go straight, maybe I'll run into it without having to go across the moose path right here. Or we try the spaz out strat with a stone. That could work too. Let's try that. All right, this is a bit risky. Yeah, it didn't work. I really thought we had something there. So in the past, when I threw a stone at the moose, sometimes it would spaz him out and he would run off. We saw different results this time. We seek the maple. Then want to get those guts curing. The guts from the deer, maybe? Or... going to be going that way in just an hour. Before Will was a pilot, you played right field for the Mariners AAA team. That's it. Throwing him out at second, maybe, Pack and Play. Thought he was going to get a double on us. Alright, let's go down for an hour. The clearing is up above. Need to do some switchbacks to get there. Okay, I don't really understand that, Dunk, but I'll stand by for updates. I heard under good authority, this is where the jabronis hang out. What's up, Canadian guy? That is exactly it. We're on a crazy Canadian island right now, and we're running around. Check out this toque we got, too. Look at that. This toque is amazing. It is a worn wool toque. Canadian style, pronounced toque. Pretty good stuff. Yo, what's up, LD the legend? How are you, LD? It is great to see you on this Tuesday afternoon, baby. How's it going? LD the man. Everybody's hanging out, and we're all enjoying half-off appetizers. Go right out the trail and do a switchback up the road to... Okay. Oh, birch saplings. Thank you, Bob. All right, our first saplings. These aren't maple, but they're pretty great. And there is a jerk wolf. Let's grab a stone. Here's the bear's cave, and you can always identify a bear's cave by the bones. So if there's bone in his little cave area, that's how you know he spawned. All right, we're not playing with you today, man. You guys are too unpredictable. Who's guarding the saps? Larone, gotta run. It was nice catching you. Take care. Okay, Lindo. You have a great day, my friend. We're gonna try to stay alive, and you're gonna come back. We're gonna have a bear coat, and we're gonna be thriving and rising and making moves. And it's great to see you, Lindo. From the rabbit you dropped outside. Yeah, so here's the thing, Bean. There's a curing time for each item, with the maple being the longest. So the maple has 6 days. So if we prioritize the maple sapling, it'll cure in 6 days, and then we have 5 days for the curing of the guts. This was pointed out to me recently. So maple first, then you basically have 1 day to get the guts curing, and then everything will be ready at the same time. So the guts can come after the maple's chopped. All right, we're going to Duncan's clearing up here. When you're going around this bend, if you actually go over the lip here, you can look down into a clearing and maybe see maple sapling. I know. This is big. The Tacoma Rainers had to waive him after he wanted to spend more time with his father in the Great White North. Wow, this is good lore, Pack and Play. That's what I'm talking about. We're about to see a maple, aren't we? Oh, with it. Okay, sad scenes, sad affairs. Okay, let's think about where we are right now and where the closest next spot is. There's an island next to Jackrabbit, and there's also the Bear Creek Campgrounds has kind of 2 spots over there on the west side of the map. When we pull up the map of Coastal Highway, you can see over here that there's a couple spots. Bear Creek Campgrounds has a little maple on it, and basically kind of there on the far west end of the highway, there's another spot you can see that's kind of secret. In addition to that, there's a small island on that side. So it looks like we're going west. We're headed west, and we're looking for gold. Let's do it. We have no choice. We'll look at the hammer spots along the way. We'll just kind of glance at each one of them during our travels naturally. What is this? Uh-oh. Okay, Raph, you're a pretty tricky guy, aren't you?
Put me in a corner.
All right, let's get down onto the highway. We're speed running towards the Maple. That's what we got to do.
I need to find a place to rest.
Little incident. Heading west of Philly Blast. That's it, Versetti. I hope you guys are doing very well. You and Bean, Verset. You guys are amazing, and I really appreciate you kind of just being so supportive and amazing during these endeavors. I know sometimes you gotta look at it and say, when's this guy gonna start kicking butt? It doesn't quite happen always. Your support means the world to me. Do big things. So, also, one of these days, I'm telling you guys, that jukebox will be fixed. So, get excited. I'm telling you. And we have Eddie Murphy's Party All the Time in the jukebox. It's ready to go. When it gets repaired, we're going to listen to that. That one will definitely get a lot of spins on college night. I think a lot of the cougars who like to kind of lurk around in there on college night, I think they're going to play Eddie Murphy's song a lot. All right. We're going to prioritize rose hips. We're going to get this maple cut. But this is the type of detour that you end up taking if you don't get that hacksaw. 50% of the loopholes, 2 out of 4 of them, will give you a hacksaw during a DP start right there, either in the whale factory or in that mine that we went through about a minute afterward. So you can see how kind of it cuts out a lot of this shenanigan traveling you have to do when you get that early hacksaw. And that's pretty good. Right now you can see that the weather is kind of a balmy yellow, and this is actually the warmest weather in the game. So when you're traveling through this, you can know he can't feel his hands, but it could be worse for him for sure. What he wants us to do, I believe, is spot over to this blue trailer and probably warm up in there. This trailer is a place of wonder. It's going to show you illusions that are going to knock your socks off, whether they're wool, sport, or climbing socks. They're coming off. I actually think the trader even gives you pink socks. I haven't done one successful deal in my whole career with the trader. We had a pending deal with him for a bunch of flour. We were going to make empanadas, but I don't even believe, I think we stood him up. So we're probably on the outs. And he's disabled in this tournament anyways, but we still think about him. He's our only friend. We usually like to reply in one word to him. We're a little on edge with him, but it's important. All right, we're going in the blue trailer. See if there's a hammer. Ah! No hammer. Okay. So, you guys don't believe in magic, do you? Well, wait till I move this shelf. I know you're thinking to yourself, I'm a skeptic, man. There's no way if you move that shelf, a plastic thing would show up right there. Well, guess what? Prepare to believe. See that? But the question is, did you see this? Empty bunk beds. Empty forever or empty never? Oh my! There's no way a chonker guy is going to show up on top of this bunk bed if I move it, right? Oh my. Double the intrigue. I know. Everybody take it easy. But you just saw some craziness. My favorite magic trick. All right, we're going to warm up. They must have eaten chips in bed. Great call, Gus. Darn you, necromancy. I know, it's crazy. We got to be careful messing around with this stuff. All right. We're obviously seeking the well-fed. We're looking to keep calories in our belly for 3 days straight. So it adds a 5 kilogram bonus to our backpack, giving us the ability to carry more stuff. New granola bar. New salty crackers. Alright, we're just accounting for the vitals and we're getting rest. Time of day is it's pretty much in the heart of the night. If we hear a stoppage in wind, we can move, but it's definitely not optimal to travel at night. We're trying to get that maple cut as fast as possible. Let's go 1 more hour. The reason that you'll see us sleeping in short increments is because here on Nagoa, you do not get a bonus for sleeping in big chunks. There's a little bit of a multiplier when you sleep long chunks in regular interloper and stuff like that. On this one, you can get away with cheeky 1 or 2 hours knowing that there's no multiplier, so it gives you the ability to kind of suss out the weather more and just wait out a blizzard this way, kind of tactically. We've survived 1 day. So we're looking at about a 7 or 8 day bow creation. Alright, we got 3 down arrows right now. The weather is brutal. I'm going to have a tough time seeing the small islands next to the fishing huts. So we'll probably have to touch down at the fishing hut first. Hope that it clears up visually so I can see my way to the island. I think if you take that little log path, you'll be okay. Gotta find these dang maples. I'm telling you, Duncan. Now maybe during these type runs with the lantern, you'll see why I'm so in love with that early hacksaw instead of the bedroll. Although, knowing you, I know you and that bedroll are BFF. Our boy Duncan loves this bedroll. He'll even fight Scruffy for it. Oh, Neo the Man! Holy crap, the Matrix Man! Thank you, Neo. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you very much to the Neo Man. You're in the mix, Gus. I wonder if Neo knows Kung Fu. We got Sai in the mix. Thank you, Neo. You're starting the party, Neo. We just saw a magic trailer. It's going crazy. Thank you, Neo. My man. How are you, Neo? How is your day going? And what's going on with Keanu? You're in the mix, Sai. Neo, you're just a legend, man. What can we say? You're the chosen one. You took the right one. I don't know if it was blue or red, but you did take the right one. And you're the coolest. I'm good. How's the run going? It's going pretty good. We're just staying positive. We're staying optimistic. Raph is known to never make it easy on us, especially Red Pill. Especially if we do, if we come in here thinking we're big for our britches. So he's not. He gave us a lantern early, and we're paying the price for it. We're about a day behind on the bow creation, but it's no sweat. We came up with this crazy plan, Neo, that you're not going to believe. It's probably too insane to even recount. There was cork boards with red strings all over the place, and I was, pulling my hair and being crazy, and I had like a laser pointer. It was a whole thing. It's been crazy.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
I feel like he's walking extra slow. Thank you very much, Neo. Thank you for zipping and zapping, my friend.
There's a bomb on this bus.
Holy crap.
If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please, guys. Don't let Sandra stop. If the bus is going below 65, it'll blow. Please don't slow down the bus, Sandra. Please don't let her slow down that bus, guys. Keep that foot. Gas. Don't let her slow it down. Alright, I'm having to sprint right now. We gotta get inside or the drip's gonna be real.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Okay, we're inside. Look for the maple on the island and on these west spots. Yeah, it's very daunting having to travel all around to look for your maple like this. It comes down to a lot of random number generation with getting an early maple sometimes or an early hacksaw. Benefits of starting over is being able to start over and get that early hacksaw. But what I think is if we give each one of these wills a shot and allow him to be his own individual, we're going to be repaid in the long run. Let's drop those birch saplings here in the cabin so they can start curing. I think it would have been wise to leave them in the blue trailer, because that's where we go uphill to get into Pleasant Valley. So if we can, we want to not go back this way. Man, there's so much to this. This is what I feel like right now. Trying to think of all this. This guy. Listen, man. All right. See what's going on outside. If you look at the temperature vital, it just starts plummeting immediately. Quick check for the hammer. Yeah, we gotta go inside. I can't push through this. No hammer. We gotta wait till it chills out. It's unacceptable. Okay. Now, Bezos has new stuff he wants you guys to check out, I believe. I think he has Morgan Freeman now. So, listen, Brad. We have to solve this case. This jabroni's been playing this game for a while, and he seems to like it. we got to help him win because he's not very good. And if you don't stop hanging out with Gwyneth Paltrow, we're never going to solve this case. All right. I'm going to be right back in 10 seconds, and we're going to storm so many steeds you wouldn't even believe. Let's think about what it takes to be great. You might be thinking, what could be more important than what I just did? Well, guess why? I got a really cool snack. You ever seen one of these? They're the greatest things ever. I like to fancy myself someone who's healthy. Sometimes. Not all the times. But I do that so that I can eat a little crazy some other times. And this is one of those times. This is an airhead. And it's white mystery. I've never exactly figured out what the mystery flavor is. I think it's some amalgamation of maybe cherry and other stuff. But the white one's pretty good. And I'll put it right there so you can check it out. It's super awesome. And it's taffy, basically. It's something you can get on the boardwalk in Jersey. And it's fantastic. So I'm going to try a little airhead because it's just, you know, might as well. Right. Let's do it. Throwback, I haven't had airhead in ages. Awesome. Aretha had her treat. Now it's Larone's turn. Man, isn't it nice? Wouldn't it be nice for us to have a turn? We start winning in the game. We're getting airheads. This is our moment. White mystery. What do you guys think the flavor is? Any of you airhead fans out there, what is the white mystery flavor? To me, it tastes like a raspberry. Like a mix between cherry and orange, maybe. It's like in the middle of those two flavors. Also in the upper echelon of the ones I like to eat. Okay, we have the plan. We know what to do. Thank you for that rose hip, Duncan. Oh, rose hip flavored. Wow. Well, that's what I picture when I eat it. I'll tell you that. So we do have this crazy plan here. It's true. We're up against it having to go and sprint and find this maple, but I think that we're all learning about the game when we're being pushed in these times when it isn't just given to us, the right one, you know? See how cold it is. It's unbearable out here. I think we gotta wait out this blizzard before we can travel. Night traveling's cold as it is. I would say our boy Silo was in here, and he mentioned to me that it's good to not just brute force through things, and that's one of the things I'm guilty of. I try to speed run to get this maple situation done, and I'll go out there and I'll drip my HP. And since we don't rebuild it at sleep times, I did, yeah, don't. We struck out. This is that Grandpa Simpson emote again. You just go out, nope, whoop, and then come right back out. If you guys want to know the lore behind that emote, Bart got a job at a burlesque show. And when he was working there, Grandpa Simpson showed up one day, and that's his grandpa. He obviously didn't want to tell his grandkid he goes to the burlesque show. So he just came in, put his hat down, saw Bart, didn't say anything, took his hat back, and went right back out the door, act like it didn't happen. Oh! What's up, Odds? Thank you for zipping and zapping, my man. What's up, nerd? How are you? It's great to see you, Odds. We're over here. This is the perfect day for you to be here, Odds, because I am pushing the limits of my mental capacity, and I need an expert in the department of intellect, basically. I'm going to need you, Talgit, AV, any of the serious guys, my boy Dunk, the real thinkers in the mix. Thank you for those rose hips, Odds. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being in the mix as well, my man. I hope that you're doing fantastic and that your weekend was great as well. We're fired up. We busted out this thing over here, Odds. You know, so we're getting good snacks and good parties with white mystery airheads and new plans. We kind of detailed it, Odds, but we went over the top. And this is what we did. We made a crazy strategy full of just nonsense. And we're doing PV instead of the ravine. We're going bear over everything. We're going for accuracy, baby. Let's tear up some neighbors' curtains. Ideally, I'm not coming back to these cabins, so I think I should loot them properly while we're waiting out this weather.
I think I can use this.
A lot of metal here. That's it. Nice economical metal too. So we'll probably be taking the log sort. We'll go up that little cool path to the trailer and then up to the mine from there. So we won't be coming back this way. We'll knock it all out. Always get our nuts and stuff. Chocolate bar. Slamming stuff around. Alright, now let's go check for the maple on the small island next to Jack Rabbit. You know, I have PTSD from this boardwalk. Anybody was here during Boris's last assault of us saw the biggest jump scare in history on that boardwalk. He came at us during high winds. We couldn't even hear his lumbering feet coming. Son of a gun, Boris. All right, this is our maple spot right here. Ah! Okay, we struck out again. Dang it. We continue our journey to the rest of the maple spots on this unsuccessful quest for the green, strong tree. We got 2 spots left. It's got to be at one of these last 2.
Can't feel my feet.
He's cold. This was the place of my first chat. I was just lurking until that bear attacked. R.I.P. Bob McKenzie. Yeah, it singed into my brain back in play. He really took a piece of us with us that day. He scared the crap out of me. Grab some tails too. We need the cows for our 50 arrow forge. You got it, Dunk. I appreciate you looking forward into this insane plan as well. Man, I thought we got lantern fuel. Maple Tour 26. Yeah, and what's cool, Versetti, is even though we're dripping our HP and running amok right now, we are learning all the maple spawn locations by force. And so it really helps you become a more experienced hunter on the island when you're forced to do these things. So I look at it that way. Bob McKenzie.
It worked.
You'll be missed. Pull the torch to make sure we warm up faster. Torches in your hand give you 2. Being so flippant with my precious brand. Man, you're right. I was lazy with it and I burned only 6 left. What we could have done there is lit the torch and then used the torch to start the fire, so only 1 match goes by the wayside. And I am getting way too loose. Let's go double lump to expedite the warm-up process. Go 20 more Celsius on that bad boy. This is it. This is what the best game in the world's about. You plan and you scrounge and you try to survive, and it's super rewarding. Wrath holds out on the dopamine, so when you get it, it feels like a true reward. It's a beautiful day here in Coastal Highway. The sun has a kind of a glow to it, going through the haze of Great Bear Island's atmosphere. You can see mountains over there on the left in the distance. You can't ask for much more. This is our life now. We're gonna make a bow, and we're going after everything. We're gonna be accurate and steadfast. We all get to have our own little stories when we play this game, and it's different than the last one almost every time. Very rarely do you replicate the same exact story with each run. Have you seen Strange Brew, Larone? Strange Brew. Well, I know of I don't think we're talking about the same Strange Brew. So I don't think so. Talk about a jump scare. This boardwalk is just full of them. You scared me. I thought R.I.P. Bob McKenzie meant Rick Moranis passed away. Oh my gosh. Okay, who brought the dog? About Will's cousins, Bob and Doug McKenzie, working at a brewery up in Canada. Oh.
Okay, who brought the dog?
It's such a scene, and he just runs out. That's how I go hunting. I'm like Rick Moranis when I hunt. A wolf shows up, and I scream running out the door. Can I pet that dog? I don't know if you want to, Yenzers. Might be in the hospital late for your Sunday shift. All right, we're looking for this kind of loner maple that shows up over here. This is basically the location of it right here. And it looks like we struck out again, gang. We got one more spot. It's been cut. All right, spaghetti time. Lady and the Tramp. Are you the gatekeeper? Oh my gosh, Sigourney Weaver. She's acting crazy. Bill Murray, watch out. Okay, so we've been to about 5 or so maple spots, maybe 4. None of them successful. We're looking for the last one now. It has to be it. Cute without the E. Raph has now turned his evil master plan of encouraging thieving bears to go after saplings. Wow, this goes deep. You figured it out, grown up. Listen, man. Here's what's going on out here, man. The bear is going for the tree instead. A preemptive strike. Alright, I can't be flippant. So what I haven't done is fully initiated my strategy of doing fires before the drip starts. Bit of a nightmare. And then I did it with a match. It's a big conspiracy. Everyone is on. They're all against us. Oh!
Come on.
I think we saved that trusty brand.
Well, thank goodness for that.
So this is a preview of what life will be like when we get to Pleasant Valley. That place is notorious for stuff like this. And you just basically burn through your lumps. You're gonna need every single one. Only 4 left. Ah. All right, we're down to matches, and though we're joking about it, it is something we want to make sure we don't let go off the rails, or we'll be stuck without fire, and fire's life out here. Responsible bandage. We're gonna eat these beans, and we're gonna look for the maple. The maple's gonna be right up there on that clearing if it's there. Woo! Got a maple, gang. Maple Tour of 26 is finally coming to its last stop on this route. Thank goodness. It was the last one. It was all we had. It's up there, baby. It's only one, but it's all we need. All right, now it's really on. And we can at least take our foot off the pedal for a second, unlike Sandra, who has to keep going as fast as she's going right now, or we're going to have serious issues with the bus. Let's go. We're going to chop it and throw it in the Rabbit Grove cabin. Let's see if we got a ravaged deer. I hear some crows. And what this means is we'll be able to get the guts right afterward. Here's the one thing about Rabbit Grove. We're not coming back here. We're taking the maple with us. We're putting it in the magic blue trailer with everything. Here we are. We've gone all over this place for you, buddy. It's time to chop. Green maple sapling. Freshly harvested maple sapling. Needs to be cured, and it takes 6 days to do it. All right, we're feather fiends this run as well. Looking to make all these feathers. So you do get an arrowhead back from broken arrows. Our biggest problem won't be broken arrows as much as will it be bears running away with the arrows. So just having a lot of them is what our plan will be. Arrows all over the place. So there is a deer chance down there by the blue trailer. I don't want to bank on it though for the guts.
That did it.
Let's roll. Put that fire to stabilized and heat up some peaches for our walk. Grab the guts and go. Do we go for the meat and get crazy right now? Maybe, just maybe. We're looking to spam that cooking skill up to cooking level 3 because we're seeking the rosehip empanada. Once you get to that cooking 3, you can make the greatest food possible in the game. Rosehip empanadas comes with the DLC, and I got it maybe a month or so after my career. I didn't think the DLC was necessary until I learned about the greatness of the rosehip empanada, baby. And boy, was it necessary. You get skillets, cougars, empanadas, everything. DLC is totally worth it. I also did feel like you get advantages from it, like it was a little pay to play, but after time I realized it wasn't as bad as I thought. I was like, oh, you get carrots, what an advantage. But carrots are like 100 calories, it really isn't much of a difference. Banged up peaches. Alright, we're about to stink walk through Derelict Alley over here. We got rose hips at the weird little cabin over here. I did a tiny bit of rose hip research. Yeah, there he is, right on cue. We're walking the dog. We're going to be hunting in no time. And when we do, it's going to be so great and awesome. I'm telling you. Alright, I'm checking for saplings over here. Sometimes I think in this area you might see some saplings. Visibility low. This summer. Just when you thought you could see. Couldn't. It is a misty day. Let's get some of these saps, baby. We're gonna make so many arrows. I think it's very true. This is sapling hype. Sap maxing.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
We're doing it, Duncan. The bear coward plan is the move. We have so much bear experience, too. It'll be just like doing the bear hunt, but with mooses and with safety. Never more does it matter to keep your health in this mode, because you have to use birch to heal. So we can avoid getting mauled by simply going after our old friend in the moose. I think, at least. It's the hope. Alright, we might want to stop by the front of the one-way mine to get some rose hips. Rose hips all day, every day. Everybody hurry up! Bit of a wolf situation. All right, blue trailer time. Every wolf in the world. We go blue trailer. We drop all of our gear there, and we're gonna pick that gear up after it's been cured for a little bit while we go do our big giant forge. We basically aren't going to be making the bow any earlier than the 6 days, so we know it's going to be just do stuff in between. An extra day to do a little bit more forging is totally okay in our schedule. You got the hammer. Ah! That's a good point, Doug. I have to still get the hammer. You're on fire today, my friend. Alright, we know what to do. We have a little fishing hut by the log sort, and we can check the trailer up at the thing. Achievement! You asserted your dominance and is now the pack leader. Nice, grown up. Do you remember when we got the pacifist achievement in the hunting tournament? Our greatest feat ever. It gave me this hippie achievement that was built into the game. It said, you haven't killed anything in days. You're a real hippie. And the crazy part was that we were in a tournament that was hunting. So it's kind of ridiculous to get the hippie achievement during the hunting tournament. Larone is always my leader. Thank you, Pack and Play. I really feel like all of us are on the same plane. I'm the bartender, and you guys are the lumps. And there's no ranking. It's just we're all in this together. We all commiserate, and we surround ourselves by marble red smoke and failure. And it's okay. Because we're going to get him next time. Spoken as a true leader. Thank you, Back and Play. We're success! What up, Copper? Oh, the sunshine is here, and it's going to be cold today. So I need all of it. What's up, Copper? How are you? And how is the penny industry now that you guys have shut down? Where's all that copper being used now that the penny is no more? Are you guys really focusing on the wiring now? Copper wiring? Tired but good. Nice, Copper. It fuels the sun. Beautiful. It's all being used in the data centers. Oh my gosh. Neo's using some copper wires. Okay. So Duncan astutely pointed out that I have not acquired the hammer yet. Usually by now we've figured it out along our ways. So we have to go to the fishing hut over there or the place over this way. The trailer that's kind of up the hill. Let's do it. Responsible note initiated. I think Duncan mentioned that it's loophole 2. So then we go over here and we put 1 mate, 2 gut, 5 birch, magic blue trailer, post. Okay. So we're gonna have to warm up before we go and find our hammer for about a little hour, I suppose. Man, I'm stink walking big time. Look at this. What a maniac. Responsible note taking. Thank you, Tom. Love the content, my man. Totally missed opportunity to make a misery joke out of commiserating. Oh. Well, that's why you're gonna make it, Drive. Thank you, my friend. And I appreciate you coming in with those great bits. Totally missed an opportunity making a misery joke out of commiserating. That's it. Alright, let's warm up. It's good to see you, Tribe. You're hanging out with Versetti and Bean, some of the coolest cats. You're holding it down big time. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you had a solid weekend. I know it's Tuesday and you guys have maybe moved on from the weekend, but I haven't seen you since Friday. All right, we're going to try to get our little micros in. I just connected those dots. Federal Reserve stops producing pennies, and now all these data centers are being made. Coincidence? I think not, man. New chocolate bar. We seek the hammer. We have 2 spots left, and I'm pretty sure that it's guaranteed if you check every spot. This is one of those 2 spots, this fishing hut here in the distance. We're all commiserating on this plane. That's it. Yeah, would you come on down? Yeah, and Tribe, I don't know if you've realized this yet, but there's this cave over in Mystery Lake that has fantastic deals. Half off appetizers and watered down drinks. Greasy onion ring towers. The bar is greasy too. So when your beer is filled and you're on the other side of the bar, we slide it down. It just goes past the passed out lump on the bar and it slides right to you. It's really cool. And it's, you know, there's some lipstick smudges on it from college night, but it's okay. Does Aretha get a treat at the beginning of every stream? You would think so, Copper, and you should see the way she acts. She runs around here like the little opportunist she is, sees me getting on my clown outfit, and she's like, oh, I know what this is. He's going to go in there and jabber on about long and dark and snow and everything. This is my opportunity to party. Speaking of party, it's time for us to as well.
Excellent.
Yeah. Aretha's working with basically every lump in the cave. She's got side deals all over town. She makes sure that redeem is taken care of real promptly. Can you imagine if I didn't have a cooldown on that thing, how ridiculous she would be? She would be enormous. That's it. Can't touch this, baby. Okay, we're leaving behind some deer. We'll get it when we're on the way back, I suppose. We're now going to go to Quincy's area and probably break down some scrap. Here's my other question. Are there a bunch of shelves and things between here and the forge? I think there's one at the lighthouse. We're gonna go there. Blue Tools is metal. You can break that down pretty quickly, Duncan. I didn't know that. Couple in the mine. Okay. I might not go to Quincy's. Crow flies to our forge. Yeah. Okay. Definitely a few shelves on the boat. Oh, really cool. So yeah, they provide you with a bunch of scrap there anyways. We're looking to get upwards of maybe 23 scrap. We really want a lot of arrowheads. A lot of shelves in the Riken, yeah. Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, she's a little opportunist, Copper. We figured that out. She's been killing the game, by the way, too. She's just absolutely thriving. She's had a lot of window open days.
Can't feel my hands.
One of her favorite, as she has a lot of habits that I believe stem from her life in her old life, where she was number 86. That was her name because she grew up in a hoarding house before she was, of course, rescued by the shelter. And then this jabroni showed up one day. So when she was in that situation, I think she had to fend for herself a lot. And I think that she found her own entertainment and probably wasn't surrounded by too many towers or toys or things. So there's a back rug, and she'll pull the back rug kind of out so crickets come in under the door on purpose as like entertainment. And then she kind of antagonizes the crickets. So she's something else.
Goddamn freezing.
Misanthrope's Homestead. Yeah, she plays cricket games.
I'm getting weaker.
Okay, man, we're gonna gonna go to sleep in this guy's bed. It's a double, though. It's pretty nice. It's a good thing we lit that match when we have 3 left. Alright, so that's becoming more of a concern. We could get a match pack at the lighthouse, and at this rate, we're probably going to need it. We have 3 matches left, and maybe a flare. Yeah, it's becoming way less of a joke with the matches. This is brutal. We can't let the matches be our downfall. All this traveling for that maple. New dog food. Alright, now we're going to get rest. We're going to get big and rested. We can get the memento cache in DP, which has like 3 flares. That's not a bad idea. Duncan's mentioning that if you get a key and a note from the Riken, it actually gives you a memento box by the whale factory. And though we wouldn't like to go to the whale factory because it's off the beaten path, if the match problem keeps us from doing the forge, it'll really depend on what happens between here and there, how many spot fires we have to light. And there'll probably be 3 of them. So that's a good point. And each one of those flares is essentially 1 match. And we'll get like 3 out of that cache. This is so nerdy, I can't believe it. I'm glad Odds is here today for this. Busting out the old abacus. I used to play with an abacus in the doctor waiting room when we were going in for checkups when I was a kid. You always remember the lollipop that you get afterward when you put up with that. But also, there was like an abacus with like swirly things, and you would bring the blocks through it and stuff like that. That was a big entertainment. Now, I do remember there was one dentist I had back in the day who had an arcade machine in the lobby. Not only that, but this dentist put it on free to play. So I was able to play the karate game while waiting. You want to talk about a dentist who knows how to make his clientele happy. I still remember that karate machine that was free. Something to think about. You survived 2 days. Well, resources are getting pretty slim. All the fun in games, we're going to have to be serious about this 3-match forge we're doing here. Need some trusty brand. That's what I think. Alright, beachcombing is definitely going to be our friend. So we're getting a bunch of fat sleep right now. You can see our sleep fatigue thing is nearly full. We're going to be nice and strong and robust for our big travel back to the forge. We're going to be living off the land calorie-wise. Let's travel intelligently. Maintain that well-fed. Did a mistake going out this early in this cold of weather? Wonder if I should stay back right now. Serious decisions. Grandpa Simpson. that was a fun trip. So here he is. He's got a Mackinaw and a thin wool sweater and a Canadian toque. When it comes down to the best part of this outfit you can have, we have it for all three of these. If we get another warm coat, a thin wool or bear sweater, and another Canadian toque, that's optimized like crazy. We'll end up trying to get 2 wools, 2 underpants, combat pants, and work boots or combat boots. We also want to get work gloves or the red ones. Either is okay pretty much. They both have their goods and bads to them. Let's tear up our neighbor's curtains. Alright, we need to sleep for about 1 more hour. Ever try honey mustard chips, Larone? Opinions if you have. Well, I can't say that I have. We're going to have your review about them as well. Because we love chip talk around these parts. I've, of course, recently tried my first bag of ketchup chips, and I was over the moon. I like honey mustard pretzels. Nice. All right, it's on. Yeah, can't eat. We must go. Especially good with the little cream cheese. Holy crap. Very exotic. All right, I'm looking in boats. I'm looking on the beach. Anywhere I can see calories. Sometimes you'll see, look for Zapp's honey mustard chips. They are the best. Oh, Zapp's, huh? Zapp's is getting love. Got some solid chip fans around here. I think we got most of the stuff that would be on the beach here. And we've dropped it all over town, but we haven't eaten it. There's food at Quincy's and the Blue Trailer. There might be a ravaged deer over here.
The cold is making my head feel thick.
Uh-oh. My HP responsibility leaves room for improvement.
Wait. I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
I prefer Zip's honey mustard chips. They're better than Neo's chips.
Come on.
But you could tell we basically just walked right out the door and along the beach, and we dripped maybe 5 to 10 HP just doing that process and getting over here. Unreal. The hope is now that I'll light a fire here, impervious to the wind, and spot over to get deer.
It worked. so hungry in my life.
5 tinder plugs. Alright, we just had to warm up for a sec. If I made the fire next to the deer, I'm worried we were too exposed to the wind and it was going to blow out. Alright, we're going double lump. Get that temperature up here. Now we have 2 up arrows, 3 up arrows for temperature. Really speeds up the process. Cajun crawtators flavor is great. Oh, here we go. Neo's gonna love this talk bean. Zap's headquarters is in Louisiana. Oh, this goes deep. And they have a lot of Cajun flavors, some good chips. I always love chips that have a Cajun flavor. I kind of like some of those crab flavored chips that Utz makes too. I'm wild like that. How you doing, Neo? Yeah, Neo's in the Matrix sometimes, Copper. So it's nice of you to check on him. He has a lot of responsibility after taking the red pill to help us find stocked bunkers, of which we might find next to Dave's cave later. And there's all kinds of bunkers we can check on this map, including some at PV. I think there's even 2 at PV. Right next to each other. Alright, we don't have time to micro harvest this bad boy in the cold.
Can't feel my feet.
Is the bear around?
Too cold to think.
Man, it's tough to focus. Ah, I almost burned myself. All right, I'm freaking out. Horse has me on the run, man. He's creeping around. Get on the rails, get on the rails. All right, once we're at about 9 o'clock, I think we can get away with it. Let's go over there. You can see the temperature's got big time stuff working against it.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Also notice that What Did You Do redeem is out of stock. Nice. Yeah, it's a good sign, right, Copper? The You Blew It redeem has already been used. Things are going well. So I'm imagining if it's 20 HP per hour, I haven't figured out how long an in-game hour is, but we can start doing the math. Because I saw that thing down there for 1 second, and I already lost an HP on that deer acquisition right there. Alright, amazing venison. Lifeblood of the jabroni.
My fingers feel numb.
Ooh, look at that temp. And the wind. That's it, Rossetti. I love it. I do a lot of French fries in the air fryer. Throw a little Tony Chicheros when you're done. Just a tiny bit, not too much. Woo! If you guys don't know, Tony Chicheros is basically a super salt and pepper with a few other awesome things thrown in there.
Can't feel my hands.
I'll get the feathers on the way back. I'm getting smoked right now by RNG, that's for sure. I like to blame it on RNG at least. It's probably just poor planning.
It's making my head feel thick.
HP seen better days. It's awesome not getting a hacksaw early, huh guys? Fun.
It worked.
Conspiracy Willie gonna be the matchless. I know, this is crazy. We got one match in a dream. In addition to that, a flare. We're gonna have to get Trusty Brand at the lighthouse. Maybe even check the church for matches. So we're just doing in the car stuff right now. We can't sleep because our meat's gonna cook. I'm gonna check that glove box. Miracle matches. Where you eat the steak, boil water, sleep in the car, and travel when the wind isn't bad. Cheeky little 1 hour coming up. Initiated. Change direction. I'm not playing this game. We don't have enough resources to do fires all over that car while this wind decides what it's gonna do. It is, Dunk. It sure is. Wouldn't expect anything different from Jabroni hour over here, huh? So things are pretty intense now, as we've kind of outlined. Our resources are in a tough spot. We can harvest shelf in the basement to warm up. Calories have to be careful too, doing any sort of cutting stuff up. To the basement!
Die if I don't warm up soon.
All right, we're looking for Trusty Brand all over the place. Rusty Brand. Come on with it. Wool socks.
Could end up being useful.
Oh, is this a basement from Bear Challenge Part 2? I'm not sure. But it's the one over here in Crumbling Highway, Def. It's right next to the car. I can't remember Bear Challenge Part 2. Is that part of story mode, maybe? Alright, now we'll check and see how many calories we expend breaking down this shelf. 375 of our 900. Alright, let's get serious right now. Can we afford to lose 1/3 of our calories before we go and beachcomb and go to the lighthouse? It is a great way to kill two birds with one stone, warming up and doing that. And there's pretty much a very limited other amount of stuff for us to do right now. And this will save a match too, warming up inside. I think we have to. 2 hours 15, 500. 1 hour and a half, 4. I may be wrong, but I think there could be a loot behind the furnace. Behind the furnace. Well, there definitely might be. We're on one that doesn't give us the most loot, so it could be back there. Yeah, you can harvest for scrap. I didn't know that. That's rad. You can harvest tools. Alright, let's do it. We're doing it. Any kettle corn, I'm listening. We got 900 calories. We're about to lose 3 cutting the scrap up. But we'll warm up and get some metal for our games. Alright, Yinzers is responsible. He works a lot. He knows. I believe. I'm working in hard in hopes that one day I'll be able to fire some people. Oh! Yinzers is looking to fire us. He's cleaning house. Culture change. smoked this run like the Marble Reds in Dave's Cave. Unfiltered. Unrestricted.
Damn. I'm freezing.
Actually, this is a mode with just the bow, Milo. So we're actually aiming to get that crafted. That's part of what going to Forge right now is, and why we were cutting down the maple. There are no guns available. Yeah. Everything has down. That's what happens when you care for Will. Are you familiar with tap sprinting? A lot of the min-max pros talk about it. I don't know how it works. I am sort of familiar with it, Bean. I have sticky keys on my Windows, and usually when I attempt it, I get a weird sound, and Windows is like, hey man, you're breaking the computer over there. What are you doing? Are you trying to actually do what the pros do? So we should learn and talk more about that. I would love to learn it. I try it. I just don't know exactly what the mechanic is yet. I'm assuming that it maintains your stamina better than just holding down the shift key. I can ascertain that far, just not sure how to implement it yet. All right. So we don't have matches on the way there. Let's do a lump inventory. Lump inventory 16. They're going to get about 3 or 4 in the Riken, and it's probably enough to last us during it. If we see a couple lumps that are quick, we'll get them. Otherwise, we're getting them on the way back. Because time is of the essence getting through this mine and saving this match. There's so much to think about. All the sprinting's gonna drain our fatigue as well. Yeah, that's the game plan, don't. Krusty Brand, RNG. What do you say? Krusty. This guy? Loudest faraway flare in history. Sound like a snake walking up on us. The snake of unluckiness. Hey guys, let's go to Vegas this weekend, this summer. They thought they would get lucky. It's boys weekend. Here we go, guys. But they didn't realize. Let's go have fun. Yinzers is working, no problem. We can vacation. They didn't realize that the matches were going away. This summer, it's Raph is after you. Okay, so the match is lit. My boy Blue. We got one match, and this one's gonna blow out the second we go outside. I feel bad about making fun of that Storm Lantern now. Storm Lantern fans, you know, are holding. Oh, they got their arms crossed, saying, "Oh yeah, Now look at the storm lantern. It could be helping you right now. You just left it behind and wasted it. They'd be right. Got a jet, man, but best of luck. Okay, sounds good, tribe. I'm hoping for matches. Yeah, it's lighthouse or bust or the church. We got 2 options at this point. Maybe you have to hit both. So we'll take the back route. We'll go to the church, look for a pack there, and if not, we're going to the lighthouse. I think we got to let this burn out, and I don't know if we have the calories. Ah! Storm lanterns have such a thankless job. We don't appreciate them enough. Yeah, I think that's one of the common themes, Rossetti, I learn, is that I have more reverence for things, and I learn situations more. Yeah, this is a rough one. And each lesson, when a will fades, it isn't in vain. You know, you figure something out. Calories, 250 to break down pry bar. It doesn't say.
I could eat anything right now.
I just needed to warm up. And I was definitely hoping the wind would die. Yeah, we're cooked. So is well fed. Everything is. I got Kate's quiet clearing, deer. That'll be our last match. The deer's a higher chance than other things for food. We're gonna take a drip on the way, unquestionably. If I sprint, I lose. All right, no reason to cuss, buddy. We're gonna have to hope it's a 1.1 deer so we can slice off a small steak and get it cooked quick. Maybe a can of food in the backpack there at Kate's quiet clearing as well, like peaches or something. Slim pickings and a can opener. Man, you see that calorie sliver is indistinguishable. Kate's secluded corner. Come on.
Gotta eat soon.
Yo, what up, Clip? How are you, Clip? It's great to see you, my man. You were killing it in that Star Wars game the other day. Right as we got to the sardines. Duncan, it is so hard to do this, man. I can't tell you. It's so frustrating. So frustrated. We could really use a Roseanne bar thermos right now. Exactly right. Mackinac thermos. What's going on, Clip? As you can tell, the weather has been nicer for us. We just lost our well-fed streak for sure. Toughest scenes in history, but we're staying positive, man.
Just what I need.
The new streak begins. This is it. Ban the DP backtrack forge. You know what, grown up? That is not the right thing to say right now. Yeah. Now I don't know what we do. That's good, Clip. It's great to see you, my friend. I'm trying to plan how I'm going to keep this character alive right here, and it's looking worse by each and every one of my negligent decisions and actions. None greater than not holding down lighting the torch for that 1 millisecond long enough to initiate it after burning the match. That happened. I'm guessing we're sprinting to the lighthouse now. I blew it is what happened, Milo. I was lighting the last match and it went down. Yo, what's up, Sil? How are you, my friend? Sil's back. He's bringing a party. Yo, what's up, Carrie? How are you, Carrie? It is great to see you. How's it going, Carrie? We're just over here, a beautiful day. Vital's in a great spot. Everything's going great. Good times. Yeah, it's good to see you, Carrie. Oh, thank you for those rose hips. Thank you, Carrie. You still know that that is a big priority around here. That has not changed and probably won't. And it's even more of an emphasis now. I'm starting to look for them on the map, because they are the lifeblood of a survivor. So are matches, apparently. Golly. Just out to go in misery or no? This is Nagoa Light, and the light is not true because it's Nagoa Insano is what it should be called. We do get health back from Birch Bark, Carrie, but you can't live long enough to get there. Yo, what's up, Foil? How's it going, my man? It looks pretty Nagoa heavy. That's it. Heavy on the drama and intrigue. Go! Go! Alright, he's done sprinting.
My stomach is eating itself.
I can barely see the rails. We're so far off them. It's going good. Me and the girlfriend moved in together. That's why I've been gone for so long. Congratulations, Flo. Well, that is fantastic, my man. I hope you guys have a great time. I'll say this. Relationships obviously going to change, and you guys are both human and are likely to feel human feelings about the other. Oh, thank you, grown up. You got foil in the mix. What's up? Grown up making moves. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, grown up.
Too heavy.
Thank you very much, grown up. Okay, that was a whole situation. Yeah, man, and I'm streaming again now since I've been gone for so long. Well, it feels good to be back on the island, I bet, Foil. As you can tell, the island is as harsh as ever. There's no forgiveness in these streets. And it's cold in these streets if you go out there without matches and try to run amok. But it is great to see you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing Carrie into the mix, Sil. Carrie's awesome. And thank you very much, Grown Up, for zipping and zapping. Living to fight another day. Got a little frostbite. Did we get frostbite? Oh no, not the mark of shame. Oh my gosh! This is the worst. Is it that harsh out in normal Great Bear? Well, that's a good point, Sakura, and it's great to see you. It is actually not that harsh in normal Great Bear. It's actually pretty nice. This one is set to no one gets out alive. It's a crazy tournament, and it's been destroying us. This is what the rules are. The rules are simple, and they require us to do these things. We lost our Misery Wolf Wrangler, day 14. Oh! Good lord. Something cool's going on. Mackenzie lost a toe! These streets are cold. The rules are, there are no rules. Holy crap. That's it. Yeah, those are the rules right there. There's an accuracy score, so we have plans. Cougar's big points. You have to live 50 days and there's no health regeneration. I'm out in the far territories, which is just as harsh. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time in the far territories, Sakura. That's one of the craziest things, is that I've had this game for 6 months and I've been playing it with no life, but still, there's so much of it I don't know about, which is cool. I'm just kind of getting comfortable with certain spots and just kind of slowly branching out, you know, very slowly and very coldly. Frostbite could be the mark of shame, but it also could be the mark of a funny, like that scene in Mr. Deeds with the butler. What was the catchphrase from that one? It was I like it the something or something like that. I think he likes something. Hey, how's it going? What's up, Brandon? How are you? How's it going, Brandon? I hope that you've been kicking butt on the island. I've been checking you out, and you've been doing pretty good, I have to say. It's Grease Lightning. That's it. Yeah, it's greasy bars and onion ring towers is what it is. I would love to change your socks. Well, that would sound weird out of context, but Yinzers is probably quoting Mr. Deeds. And, That's the truth. So, we had this great strategy detailed here in this inane text document, but much of that is pretty much already off the rails, I would say, for us. We also have this thing, which is really cool, connecting all the maps here. Again, a big plan of how we were going to travel all around, but RNG is not having it today. And instead, we're just getting our butt kicked all over town, and it's very discouraging. So I'm going to need a lot of roast hips and a mental strength that I've never had before, or something like that. The sight of that foot will haunt my dreams. Not bad. I actually stopped for a little while. I just downloaded again. It got boring. I lived it in real life. Oh! Well, Brandon, I don't know if I could tell you enough that if you just keep pushing yourself in this game, it'll never get boring. And if you ever think that you could master the game, there's ways that the pros have figured out that are definitely challenging, and it'll push you to the limit. It's my favorite survival game, for sure. Thank you for those rose hips, Duncan. Thank you very much. He loved Hawaiian Punch. All right, what say we try to get this train closer to the rails?
All I can think about is food.
Right there would have been nice for him to say, I know you just found sardines and it was super awesome, but let's keep finding food. Yeah, I guess a pretty specific voice line, huh? Only so many days in the voiceover line session. TLD is so merciless. Yeah, I've been getting mercilessness over here, Sil. And we're not a re-roll guy, so we got stuck with a tough loot pool. And you think sometimes if you get a tough loot pool that the rest of it can't be bad, right? He's going to make it up to us with... No, he's not. So let's go rummaging. Conspiracy board still up. Ah! Thank you, Don. Listen, man.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Yinzers has solid Mr. Deeds knowledge. This guy knows a lot. I know. And what's crazy is that his weekends are so brief. Because he gets home on Friday night after a long week. And then he has Saturday off where he can hang out with Drew Carey's friend, Diedrich Baker. But then, right back to the office on Sunday. So I don't know where he gets all the time to watch Mr. Deeds.
I'm also going to need you to go ahead and come in on Sunday, too. Okay.
That's it. Match is here. Unfortunately, not here. Matchless. Matchbox never even showed up. Dave Thomas missing in action on a milk carton. Gotta be said, Larone, you jumped into go with like a quarter of the game hours I'd recommend. Well, thank you, Sil. It's nice of you to point that out. We're gonna look for matches. And we're going to try to continue to recover all these vitals that are getting destroyed. We can either break down this thing with small calories or take a rest right now and warm up more. Calories are 600 and breaking this down is 500, so we're not doing that. We'll break down scrap at the right kit. So let's go down for a rest. Rob Thomas. I think I said the Wendy's guy. I'm so freaking... My brain. Unbelievable. I may have pushed myself too far region-wide. Oh. Okay, so this is... There's two sides to this. It's about to be the coolest thing you've seen in this game, maybe, when we go outside. But every animal is now haunted. So the butt kicking might ramp up even more.
I need to find food.
But let's go out and see the magnificent beauty of the lighthouse during an aurora. Oh! Well, that changes things. What do you say? Okay. Now we have a sewing kit, so we can actually make ourselves some gloves, a Davy Crockett hat, and up our warmth bonus. Let's start with the hand wraps. Can't believe we got frostbite. Yeah, boxing hand wraps initiated, baby. So I'll probably try to go get calories right now and forego the rest of the stuff, but we're gonna make some stuff happen. Now prepare yourself for a hippie extravaganza. Whoa, man. This place lit up like a Christmas tree.
It's like something is sapping my energy.
It's the coolest thing. TLD rides the line of being both beautiful and eerie at the same time. And this is one of those moments. You're out. It's the most dangerous time of the day to ever be traveling during an aurora. But you're caught in the awe of the cool-looking lighthouse. Listen, man. You can hear the man reverberating. Listen, man, in the distance. It's the best. Reminder, we can't make fire. So many regions to explore. Don't get burned out on one. Gorgeous. No more frostbite. I wish.
Can't feel my hands.
All right, we're headed to the haunted pirate ship over here. There's a memento key that we can get that'll give us matches right there at the whale factory. So if we just trip over from the ship to the factory, we got matches. Right now, we're caught in the catch-up of tough scenes.
Cold to think.
Ketchup, catsup. Lord knows what we're going to do in this ship.
I'm
We're
not
not going
sure I
to
can
be
carry
seeing
much
too
more.
much when the aurora's done. Okay, we need miracle matches. Do you guys believe in miracles?
Never been so hungry in my life.
Matches. Those ketchup bottles won't harm you anymore, old man. Still, you always know those Simpson references, baby. Alright, I think I have to rummage through the filing cabinets at this point. Oh. Okay. We got maybe one more shot at matches if they're up here, kind of on one of these shelves. Okay, we got a thermos. So we'll keep drinks cold in our coffin.
I need to drop something.
matches. Okay, memento cash.
My energy is just disappearing.
Yeah, you've been getting your butt kicked, man. I'm sorry. I'm not a great keyboard mouse guy. I'm terrible. Dog food and rest. Would be so cool to make this a nice base. Hate that you can't use safe house customization in here. Yeah, that's true. You're gonna have some haunted dreams, though, I would say, Bean. It's pretty scary in there. If only we had a can opener. It's the mustard of you gotta be wary of. It's the mustard you gotta be wary of. Wow. We're learning a lot today. Okay, I'm thinking eat and sleep. It's just gonna be so dark when we wake up. It's gonna be hard to go out and do activities and get out of this ship pretty much. I got some amazing Aurora screenshots last night during my Stalker playtime. Nice, Versetti. A little artistic endeavor.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I obviously can't light a fire if we get cold doing this. Maybe I go torches before the fire and probably just go to sleep. This is insane. I can't keep all this together. Freaking out.
It's making my head feel thick.
Let's go to sleep. We have to be a little more responsible about the temperature.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Yeah, you got a lot of problems right now, buddy. None of the fact that you're down to 9 toes. Rusty Grant. Alright. Well, our brand new boxing wraps don't get to be used as much as we would hope. But they got us over here. We remembered for that. We do have a stem. We can still recover. Okay. Duncan is riding the ship because I am freaking out. I'm like a pilot who's just in the corner going like this. He's saying, listen, gotta land this plane. Or in this case, maybe take off. We haven't even started yet. This two-toed Mackenzie is a survivor, a warrior, a fight with the will to go on. You're freaking out, man.
Too heavy.
You took too much, man. The rose hips have affected you. Yeah, those haunted bears. Yeah, the haunted bears will get us. Alright, it's beachcomb and match acquisition. I feel like we're in no position to do this forge right now either. We've just been trying to stay alive.
I could eat anything.
Cardboard box. Yeah, it's the dark. Can you use this torch? We can't. Oh, God. This is so brutal. One skill I have yet to master is navigating around in the dark as well. I don't quite understand. I try my darndest, but it's just so disorienting. This is why I was scared to sleep after the Aurora. There's no customization mode, i.e. no blue outline mode. God knows what's happening right now. We're just flailing around in the dark, hoping on a prayer that we find something. Sun's not helping us out too much either. Starting to get that feeling, guys. It is probably short. Tough thing too is when you're dragging your can around, you have to get out of the customization Y that doesn't show up to check if the door is there or not. So I tried to just leave that room and go left and get to the door, but I've been turned around too many times to even have an idea of where we are. If it's dark, it's got to be long. That's the name of the game. I don't know what to do. I really don't. I'm gonna try to just keep kicking the can, Dave. What's up, Roller? How are you? How is your day going, Roller? We've been having a great day over here, but Will has a different story to tell you. It's good to see you, Roller.
I think my stomach is eating itself.
I keep thinking maybe the sun is going to cascade through one of these haunted pirate ship windows or something. No. Those of you that know how to navigate with the can and stuff, it's an admirable skill. To me, it's the most lame, frustrating thing. Busy at work, I need to... Okay, sounds good, Roller. Thanks for rolling in.
I might have to drop some gear.
Raph has reset your fire starting skill to 0. I think he's reset a lot of my skills to 0, grown up. He's been tampering with the Matrix. All right, we seek a beachcomb fish.
Can't feel my feet.
Last thing we need is to go swimming.
So cold.
Good old stick. Gotta have that. All right, we got a match. And a sapling. If by some miracle we end up using this run and hunting, we got some more arrowhead things. What a treat. Lovely DP sunrise. It sure is. I wish I could bask in it a bit more right now, Versetti. I'm just fading into the long dark before your eyes. There's a lot to think about right now. Without food from the beach, it's going to be real tough. I'm thinking about stimming to beachcomb the rest of this to see if we can get one down on this end. It's pretty much all we got. Nature call on a rabbit, maybe. Spaz out, beachcomb. Nature call on a rabbit on the other side. Maybe spot into those things and see if we can get a candy bar in those little places there. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Sil. Appreciate those rose hips, my friend. Get the memento cache, check Narni and the other trails, go to Scruffy for his deer.
So thirsty I can't think straight. Fire's life out here. We're gonna need to eat soon.
Go with another lump. Things are pretty serious right now. Ocean chips, sea salt flavor. Lack of cattails on this map is rough. Yeah. So, we did just find a thermos. Last time, we actually found a meatloaf thermos. I thought that was a very cool and unique thermos to find. It was a Meatloaf, the musician slash actor thermos. It's the first time I've ever found the Meatloaf. Limited edition, I think it is. So it's pretty rare. Not sure what this one is. It does look purple, but I'm pretty sure that there's some sort of 80s or 90s movie or television related theme to this thermos. We're gonna need the wind to stay away today. God help us during this forge, man, I'm telling you. It's gonna be nuts. Gotta keep on moving. That Meatloaf thermos came with a first... Ooh, that was close. A first edition Bat Outta Hell album purchase. Very rare. Yeah, the whole thing. It's like a limited edition feel to the Meatloaf thermos, I'm telling you. Raph, show us some mercy, please. He's not having it today, bud. I don't know what I did over the weekend, but maybe I just didn't play Long Dark enough, and he's upset about that. There goes that match. Probably that fire. Alright, we're about to go to the Memento Cache, which will basically be 3 matches for us. We have a couple pretty fruitless trailers to check in. We're not expecting much from them. Miracle Trusty Brand is what we seek. Then we're going to have to go into Scruffy's Cave to look for calories with the deer that he dragged in there. Another one of those deals. We might get the bedroll, though. It's consolation prizes. I found 2 canepiders in those so-called fruitless trailers. Yeah, I was quick to hate on them, but clearly they're holding the secret item. How about the green backpack?
Weak.
All right, one more shot. A secret container. Definitely could help with the calorie situation. There's often 2 deer. Yeah, we're thinking Scruffies. It's gonna have to be. I don't think we have too many more options here in the well factory. We're hungry, tired, and cold. Filing cabinets. Also, Scruffy's Cave is the final resting place of Sweet Tooth Willie. We should pay our respects. That's true, Duncan. Has the stem already been used? It is in our satchel, and it's ready to be used real soon, Bean. Prepare yourself for more magic. Just when you thought this day couldn't get any more whimsical. We're gonna go into it normal first, just so you see.
You could just lay down.
This is what it is. It's just a place full
Have a
of
little sleep, right?
a bunch of beds, right? There's nothing crazy about it. Or is there? What about this? If we open the door lower than the handle, we're actually gonna transport to a place called Narnia. Oh my gosh, is this the same trailer? Or did it become a different one? Tin of sardines. Favorite part of the stream right here. The magic pack and play. It's wonderful. It's like being in Orlando for a basketball game.
You need a horse.
New chocolate bar. All right, 1 hour sleep, and then we're going to Scruffy's. We're on Heartbeat Alley. This is obviously a less than ideal start here. I can't believe what I'm seeing. What is this sorcery? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's one of the many cool glitches about this game.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
And the patch seems to be nowhere to be found. So until they do, we're just going to keep on creating disbelief with each run. The magic trailer not on the brink of fading into the long dark. Yeah, I got you, pack and
Not
play.
sure why I feel so tired.
So we're back to having white vitals, but it's definitely not for long. Heartbeat Alley is happening. Drama. Okay, there's crows over there. That's pretty cool. Big Moose kicks, baby. Stay up just long enough to see ourselves fade away. Fruitless trailers. Duncan's obviously being a Weisenheimer because I ridiculed these trailers and they're actually proven to be pretty awesome today. Yo, what up, Silo? How are you, Silo? How's it going, my man? I hope your Tuesday is going fantastic. It's the afternoon over here, and I hope that you've been enjoying your carousel of awesome games on your Steam account and just having a good old time.
If I can drop any of this gear.
Silo is one of our resident pros, always coming in with great advice, knowledge. Really good at the long dark. I don't know what I have this torch out, like I'm gonna do something with it. They got me surrounded. So since he was aggroed, I could turn my back because there can only be one aggro. They fight you like bad guys, and you're the protagonist of a movie that can beat up like 100 people. So they only come at you one at a time. That's why he's gooning out right now. Because he's still aggroed on me right here.
Never lower your eyes to an enemy.
There's some stuff happening. It scared the crap out of me, Silo. It's in headphones too, so it's real.
That did it.
Went to see my sister, just came back. Decent day. Nice, Silo. A little wholesome time. Everybody get on. Micro harvesting when we're on death's doorstep is shows you how out of my league I am right now. She's out of your league, man. Would you quiet down?
Ready to lay down.
30 minutes to make the head wrap. Everybody get out of here. Rematches next to computer in well processing building. Yeah, I did check there, Bean. When we first arrived there, I didn't see him. So here's our obstacle. We have a gigantic forge we're trying to do, and our food is super limited right here. I feel like I'm crawling slowly to an inevitable fading into the long dark. The magic was inside Will Mackenzie this whole time. Yeah. The magic to blow it in 3 days. Alright, we're going into Scruffy's cave. We got potentially 2 deer there. We're going to stock up on meat, bring it over to the Riken, and try to do a heartbeat forge. We're going to have to rest to full rest and hope whatever remaining calories is enough. We're definitely aiming to get a minimum of 1 fish on the beach before all is said and done. We're gonna need way more food. Since you have few calories now, could you stim and sleep? Yeah, we could. Let's do it. Why don't you go towards the bunny over there? Bedroll's also in there. If you wanted to get out of the red, that would do it. I understand if you want to save the stem, though. Yeah, you're right, Bean. There's probably going to be a situation that comes up where we're going to be using it. The bedroll is for sure in there. It is on this loophole, Bean. Since we're on loophole 2, because we found the lantern in Hibernia, we were able to deduce that it was the one that's going to have the bedroll in Scruffy's cave. And if you would like, I can paste that Excel sheet in the chat for you guys on YouTube so you can see the 4 loopholes if you're okay with being spoiled where stuff is and you want to be able to know it for runs in crazy hardcore modes or something. It's pretty awesome. And I mentioned this before, I do hope that there's more than 4 loopholes in the sequel. I'm hoping for like 100. I know it's tough to make. Alright, we're going against Scruffy. Now's when it gets real. Scruffy took us out last time with pure intimidation. I just fell off the cliff. I was on Heartbeat Alley, too. Oh, I hear him. Alright, he's a little quiet tonight. He's muted or something. Oh, I think it's because we're dying. This is ruthless. Can't stand this guy. Me neither, Bean. He's a son of a gun. Listen to him. He's warming up to yell over our corpse. Embarrass us further. Get on, Scruffy. Okay, we have acquired a bedroll and a fish. Oh! I'm 0%, but if you cook me, I'm 1,600 calories. This is never ending with Scruffy. new plan.
Feeling so drained.
This is such a craziness right now. Who knows, Carrie? Will 1 million. That's very nice of you guys all to be here today. You look great. I really appreciate your tasteful, all black outfits. Dearly beloved. Dearly beloved, we gather here today. This was an ambitious will. He was a conspiracy will. He had a lot of crazy harebrained schemes and things. But he was not long for this world. He met his demise by Scruffy. Scruffy has obviously been training and was an incessant Scruffy was ruthless and relentless this time. Basically having to pump fake that guy all over the place. You try to cook in Scruffy's cave, you better have a backup plan because Scruffy's not having it. We were trying to cook our ruined fish, and we were going to try to get back on track, but it wasn't for us. That stupid jerk is yelling in the background. Matchless Willie, Sweet Tooth Willie, Scruffy's competing with Boris as our nemesis. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're working together now. I think they realize that we're coming up with good plans. So Raph has hired an additional mercenary. Now he has 2 guys on each shoulder. Scruffy, Boris, and Raph's just sitting there in a flannel shirt with his arms crossed. I'm gonna get this jabroni. Scruffy got us again, Bean! Oh! We were gonna cook that salmon and sleep there nice and warm and be on the road to recovery. Not today. He was a good will, but he wasn't the will. Golly. Let's go see what happened. There's more than just a mark of shame on our HP. I have other bad news. You ready for it? Can openers found. Yeah, that's the crew right there, Dunk. That's the old gang, the old trio. Can openers found, 0. Probably the saddest thing to tell you guys at these beautiful ceremonies is that this will be mourned for a guy who didn't find a can opener. He sure wanted to. He didn't find one. We didn't do a lot of things. It's a hunting tournament. We never shot a weapon once. We lived for 3 days. The old 3. We made... Scruffy stinks. I don't want to hear his stuff right now. So, we made some notes. Trusty brand matches 0. Can openers found 0. That's it. None of our skills really got off the ground. As you can see, cooking and fire starting, we're trying to no avail. He was a schemer and a dreamer. This will threw many cans of dog food against the ground. Thank you for noticing that, Bean. That was one of his things. All right, we're going to say goodbye to a Will we might not always remember every detail about, but we know that he was an ambitious fella, to say the least. Let's say goodbye for now. One last second of silence for this conspiracy, Will. Wow. So I just got my butt kicked, didn't I? In front of everybody. Well, here's what I think. I think that we have a pretty good idea of things if things go our way. All we need is a 50% chance to get that hacksaw early, and then we'll be feeling right. It's like working out in your favorite shorts or shirt. You know, you do a little bit better that day. I read that in Men's Health magazine about 10 years ago and haven't forgotten it. It's a very important way to live your life. So we're going to find that early hacksaw. Didn't quite make it to 100 arrows as planned. It's too soon, Duncan. It's too soon. So we're going to get an early hacksaw, cut down an early maple, storm all the steeds, have all the gear we need for a fat forge, and it will work out this time. Right? Unbelievable! Scruffy! I'm reeling over here, man. All right, so we've been going for the amount of time that would require me to get throat coat tea. So we're going to take a quick Bezos. I'm going to grab throat coat tea and a banana. I'm going to come back here, and I'm fired up. I'm not going to take this laying down in a cave by Scruffy. I'm going to take it coming back. And crazy conspiracy plans all over the place. Text files. Everything. We're going to storm these steeds, man, I'm telling you. I still think it was a good overall plan. Heading to PV to hoard Birch Bark and be a game changer. Yeah, and it's got the most bears. So we're going to start off in the coldest place, trying to get it out of the way before it gets colder. We have it all happening. Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you very much. We're going to do it. We're going to do it seriously. I appreciate your support. All right, so we're going to get a banana and a tea, and it's going to change our trajectory of things. I believe. I got to get one of those Milton stickers like on the thermos. Yeah, we do have to get one of those. I didn't even have time to see what kind of thermos we had last time. There was so much hubbaloo. Quickest Bezos. Banana and tea, come back with a little bit more of a clue. And I think Morgan Freeman might be in the mix out there. That's what I've been hearing. Okay. We're surviving. We're currently being stalked by Death himself. We've gone in circles. We've circled the lake. And somehow, although seemingly impossible, avoided the most obvious hut. The thing is probably going to have pink and purple paint with a bunch of signs saying, "This is the Mountaineer's hut." Uh-oh. This is not good. I think it went to the right. Downhill is the lake's edge. We're going to end up with the landing gear here. Okay, here's a fin.
Something to eat.
We're trying, Will. We're trying our darndest, but it's too dark out. I think we should restart in Timberwolf Mountain. Oh, we're already considering this Will dead. No! You must live, Will! I think right and straight. Okay. My gosh. This is our last opportunity here. It's got to be dead ahead of us. Uh-oh. I think we're fading. I don't know what's going on. Uh-oh. Yep, I gotta use Frontier Shooting Guide by Tim Banks. Oh my gosh. Alright, this is the only chance. We have to pull these torches out of here, and somehow we're gonna die of other afflictions. Oh my gosh, everybody's already preparing services for this will. This horrifying event. Oh, he's stumbling around. Bill. Uh-oh. I don't think we're going very fast. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to remember a courageous man. He didn't really know his way around, but he was full of heart. He didn't take direction very well, but he tried his darndest. I just hope you all remember the second will. Good Lord. Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. Where are we off to? We're going to Sunders Pass. It is a long journey, basically west of the map. We're right here at Desolation Point right now, and we're going to go through a mine, and we're just going to travel across the whole map. We're going to get map knowledge for our next tournament, and also some feats so that we don't go in at a disadvantage anymore. Can't believe how far away from those accomplishments we are. I had this idea that I was gonna knock out multiple of these things in one day today, and speed run was my thought. Doesn't appear to be the reality of the situation. It appears that it's a little more difficult than I originally thought. Oh, almost ran off the side. That would have been crazy. I'm not sure if it's worth to actively go for that feat with the crazy distance ahead of you. You could be completely right. I didn't realize how insane this was. I thought I was going to get multiple done today, grown up, but it looks like I'm getting 0 done today. Because after this Sunders Pass trip, I'm spent. And we're a bit further away. I might be able to get the 20 days in a blizzard one the fastest, because I believe that we accrued about 6 of those thus far. So we could easily tack on to those and stay outside during a blizzard. You've had 6 blizzards, not 6 days in blizzards. Okay. So there's a difference. Is there a way that you can easily calculate how many days in a blizzard? Because I don't think it's on the stat sheet. You must just have to assume. Leave transfers pass. This might be it. Yes! Ends of the Earth. Travel from DP to Sundered Pass in a single game. We have done it. Pop the achievement. That's it. Okay, so we have finally made it to Sundered Pass. Let's take a look around, and then we'll try to find a place where we can rest our weary head. Wow, it is gorgeous here. Holy crap. Man, this is beautiful. It was worth it. Just for the scenery. Maybe I should go up that mountain. I feel like that's where a little cabin will be or something like that. You hear that silence? It's the silence of... What's up, Shabby? I think we better ratchet up the excitement in here. What do you say? What's up, Shabs? We're getting crazy. We're gonna get serious. We're gonna storm the steeds. What's up, Shabs? How's it been going? We should ask Scruffy. He's got a lot to say about it, Shabs. And Raph and his cronies. It's good to see you, Shabby. It's good to see Wobbs back in the mix. I hope you guys are doing very well. Are you doing some long dark action? Will's Cave Grave Funeral. Yeah, we're gonna have to pay rent in that cave. Scruffy's coming after us in a dusty fedora. All right, boys, now make the quote some super hippie nonsense from Emily. Yes, and Duncan brings up a great point. We come back with great gifts. We, of course, have double cups today. In this white one, white for anything can happen, is full of Big Moose kicks. We're going to need to get Big Moose kicked in the butt if we're going to plan to do anything better here. So this is going to be for energy, focus, and responsible storm steed rising. Then, the main event. In this Cougar / Simba from Disney World Cup is the quote of the day. This is, of course, throat quote tea that we drink to, help so when we're talking a lot, our esophagus gets some alleviation. And it also comes with hippie wisdom on it. Shabby, you ready to be blown away by hippiness and nonsensical elementary hippie pontification? You interested in hearing about nature by any chance? All of you, prepare for hippie wisdom. Go. Ready. The difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. Unknown. All right, one more time. The difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. Unknown. Okay, we're back to the basics of being ridiculous. So deep. What's up, Bacon? Thank you for sizzling on in here this Tuesday. And don't forget that the difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. That's back to being hippie. Yeah, that's very derp. Unbelievable. Unknown. With a quote like that, you would think you would want to put your name to it. But that's what we're going to need. Right now, we want our game to be a flower, but really we're a weed. So we just need to judge me not at all. So you guys need to not judge me because I'm basically a weed trying to be a flower. And when you don't judge me, it'll be unknown as to whether we're going to kick butts. Rose hips are weed. Oh! You have blossomed just fine. The difference between medicine and poison is the dose. Oh, wow. Nice, Bean. That's equally as important to think about and say. But no judgments here. Well, rosehip slander around these parts will end you into hot waters, Carrie. So be careful. And on that note, it would be nice. Let me get some rose hips. What do you say? Thank you, Wawa, for those rose hips. I appreciate them very much. The difference between a pro and a jabroni is a judgment. Well, that's true, too. Pretty much say two random things, and it always works. The difference between light and dark is a light switch. Beautiful. Weed tea. Oh! Rosehip slander turns you into rosehip tea. Anonymous. Thank you for those rose hips, Neo. I appreciate that. And you're also flaunting that exclusive Keanu emote. That is, that's a rare gem. Listen, I don't know if I'm making any sense, man, but this is what's going on, man. But I feel like I'm fitting in. You're doing wonderful. For a thick moose, you're fitting right in. Don't you worry. Let's get some throat coat action. I only judge you as my favorite TLD player. Thank you, Melito. Well, I think we're all equal on that plane. And I would say you, much like a lot of these folks, Melito, are the best. And you are my favorite. But it's a tie at the top, baby. Your camp office base is awesome too, Melito. Okay. So, I'm running amok, obviously, and I need to get my act together. So, just as another brief thing, we have a great plan that we've set out to do. This is the plan on paper. We pretty much got to 2 steps into our plan on this last run. Rosehip tea in real life. Well, it's actually euthanasia tea or something like that, Milo. It's made of licorice roots and all kinds of different things. It's called throat coat tea, made by traditional medicines, and you can get it on Amazon or something, and you'll see it in maybe recording studios or places for people that talk a lot or about to sing, and it gives you kind of like all the herbs and things just make your throat and esophagus feel nice. That's a scientific term, of course. Now that we have his plan, he's done for, boys. I love this little 1950s beatnik group you're making him into, Duncan. It's hilarious. That's Raph, of course, with his sidekick Boris, and Scruffy on his other side. Here's the plan, boys. So we have the plan laid out. That's the plan, and this is what the map connects like. So we start in DP, Coastal, back to DP, and then on to Pleasant Valley up there. The plan is set up a bear coat in the Red Barn, leave it there because it takes 10 days to cure those hides, and during that we go up to Timberwolf Mountain for bear, Ash Canyon. We're going to talk about Ash Canyon when it comes down to it because there's a lot of tomfoolery with the wildlife over there. Back to Timby, Black Rock, through Keeper's Pass, and by the time we get back to Pleasant, everything should be cured, ready to make into a bear coat, and then we're off for the rest of the tournament with a nice warm 6 Celsius warmth bonus to our outfit. That's a cool graph. Thank you, Silo. I thought so too. A couple minutes after looking at it, I realized I've gone too far into nerdiness when I looked at it, and I felt like when, the cork board with the red strings, but, if I just put all that aside and bury it deep down, it is cool. That's what I think. Nasi! Never mind, SP is missing. Oh. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that one, Silo. Let's get out there and be serious. What do you say? Let's do it. Oh, that's not it. That's what's it called? Yeah, and I'm going to throw that over there for the Bean Town. So you can check it out. So Bean and Rossetti, if you guys ever want to, there are spoilers in there, but put that Google spreadsheet if you ever want to see which loot pool it is, and you'll be able to figure it out in no time. As for us, we're going to go to the website and we're going to copy the code, baby. Now, if we can avoid seeing the dreaded lantern and bedroll in the whale factory, then we've got one of the two loot pools that has an early hacksaw. 50% shot. We already flipped a coin, and we obviously got nothing great happening. What if this time, this summer? There we go. Okay, so we're set to Insano mode. Dude, is that chart posted on Reddit or anywhere? I want it. Well, Bacon, if you just hit me up, I'll make sure to send it to you. Or you could Google TLD Maps Connected, and it'll probably be one on the top row of your Google search. New run? How many today? Well, Neo, that was a bit of an insensitive comment. We are heading into our second run of today, and I would like it to be the only other run we do today because I just got my butt kicked in the first half. So what do you say we be positive and Neo break into the Matrix? Because there's a posse forming and they're working in, like, against us. Wrath is now called on Scruffy in addition to Boris, and they're working against us like an old beatnik gang. Kind of like the bad guys in Batman. Yeah, we're going to get Batman today. They have that kind of vibe to it. And in that instance, I guess I'm Batman, which is very not accurate. I'm more like Robin. All right, ready? You guys ready for success and a run that totally goes the right direction? Give him the lantern, boys. If he gives us a lantern to the bedroll, I'm starting to really realize that us not re-rolling is really screwing me up. Those indoor wolves, man, so dangerous, I believe. Thank you, Syl. You're ready. Nice, Carrie. Here we go. Okay, what do we even say right now? Will. Optimistic will. We're doing it, Milo! Alright, we're optimistic. Both these cups over here that have tea and coffee in them are half full, baby. We got mystery airheads over here we can snack on. White suits are ready. Beautiful silo. It's springtime. We're busting out the linens. We're out in the sun. And our nice tan skin is looking great, accented by these all-white outfits we're wearing. Like kind of like see-through sheer shirts at a picnic or something. Maybe a logo or something. Beautiful hamburger in one hand, a dream in the other. I gotta cling on to something, guys. This is the one. Thank you, QC. All right. We're closer to the whale factory. Good start, part one. It's all about the loot pool. So we got the lighthouse start rather than the one that's a little further away, so it's going to be just a slight bit easier for us to get to the whale factory. So of course, once the temperature gets to the bottom, we're going to be taking 20 HP off of our health per hour. So it's a dead sprint to get inside. We do a little bit of a risk by foregoing the lighthouse and getting to the whale factory.
Goddamn freezing.
So it's time to move and run. hamburger is in my hand. My dreams already came true. Yeah, and I had a Raph lunch. I forgot to tell you guys about that. I had broccoli and a banana. And when I was eating it, I said, this has to appease Raph, right? I didn't even eat meat for lunch. Because I know he likes to go to a steakhouse and get a salad. So if we eat vegetarian, maybe we'll get his approval. And the wonton lunch we had will somehow give us some RNG, right? As you can tell, I'm grasping for straws at this point. And they're crazy straws. Alright, first test. No lantern, baby. No lantern. You ready to look right into this office? Oh, okay. Step 1 accomplished. No lantern. We go to bed for an hour in the warm bed, and we're gonna go down to check for the bedroll now. Sometimes the flare's over here on the floor. This has to be it. I'm so desperate. All right. One more obstacle to avoid. It's the bedroll behind the green boxes. If we don't see a bedroll back there, we're on one of the two. There's 2 out of 4 great loot pools, and we're on one of those 2 if we don't see a bedroll. So this is when I find out if I'm going to be running around again like a madman and losing all my resources, or if Raph enjoyed my vegetarian lunch. Let's see. Boom! No bedroll, gang. You jabronis, where is the lantern? Where is the bedroll? We got him! Raph likes us again, Carrie. Boy, this whippersnapper over here, I saw him eat broccoli and a banana for lunch with meat in the fridge. I think we should keep an eye on this young chap. He's looking good. That's all it takes, guys. Just eat vegetarian. We broke the code. Neo, we've done it. All right, we're going to go get water boiled, and we're celebrating. If we find a hacksaw in this place, then we got the best loot pool, and we're going to get an early fire striker. So, just briefly detailing the difference between the 2 loot pools again, you can see. Fire striker is like a giant matchbook. If we get that, last time's problem obviously doesn't occur where we're out of matches. Things like that really change with whatever run you're on. And RNG really helps. Big time. Nah, eat thick moose. The Freddy Krueger moose meat, huh? Broccoli and banana, my rabbits would love that meal. So would I. Yeah, we ate a Raph lunch today, Bean, and we're feeling nice and slim and trim, and also blessed by a dope loot pool.
All right.
All right, we're on the rebound here. We got some Dennis Rodman action happening. I'm gonna go grab a cedar firewood, throw it on that fire, and then we're gonna do our little starter kit. And boy, I got some Peppa in the Steppa getting one of these loot pools. So, obviously, if I was greedy, I would say I really want to find the hacksaw here, but I'm just happy we're getting it early. Let's go see if it's under this bench. Good luck on the stream. Okay, sounds good, QC.
Thank goodness.
We're getting a fire striker, baby. We got it all. Vegetarian lunch for the win. It is on. This is it. This is the run. Storming the steeds. Everything. So, basically, we can deduce, because we've received the pry bar and the hacksaw here at the Whale Factory, what loophole we're on in that Excel sheet. We've been given the best one. This is the one where you're going to go through the abandoned mine after leaving this place, and you can get a fire striker from the place. So you get a mega box of matches, your early tool, you get it all. The only great thing that could change this is if work boots or a Mackinaw show up. We lost our Mackinaw in vain due to Scruffy's nonsense last time. So why don't we change it up and make it happen? Fired up. Can't believe it. Loot pool number 1. All right, let's make our first note. Thank you, Dunk. Loot pool 1. Grateful. I'm very grateful to spend this day with you guys playing this game. I discovered it the end of last year, and it has changed what I know and believe about video games. I think what really stands out about Long Dark is when you focus on all the aspects some people think that you can slack off on. This is what happens. They spent 12 years and counting making this game great. The amazing pros have probably given tremendous feedback, improving it with updates. And what we get is a game that immerses you so well with the sound design and the unique environment and just basically everything. It is the culmination of all full effort being put into the aspects of the game. And this was a spin-off too. That's what's even crazier. This is Joni Loves Chachi over here. The survival mode, of course, because it was just a story mode, and then people, I think, wanted a survival mode, demanded it, and a person like me... Oh! Okay, I'm getting too excited about my stories. I'm blowing it. Did you start streaming because of this game, or did you stream before TLD? Well, TLD was pretty much the fire starter, I would say, back in play. That's for sure. This game is awesome. You can carry the firebound like a giant torch. Wow, that's cool. And it's also kind of impressive. Okay, just our last few things over here. All right, I think we should ride. We're going in the safe. Do you guys believe that we could actually get some things? The sound design is perfect. I'm strong. How about Will? You want to see some strong, Carrie? Look at Mackenzie. Woo! Over his head. Defying physics. Look at that can just staying on it even though it's 90 degrees turned. Will is strong. All right, let's go in the safe. We're getting a Mackinac or work boots or something? What do you say? All right, we got 10. All right, 1121. Magic fire barrel. Impressive. Thank you, Carrie. Getting distracted, and I'm off the rails already. I'm going to lock in. One of my big bugaboos is being so excited because this game rules, and then just getting coming in a little too high, you know what I mean? Just getting excited, keeping my eye off of the focus. Work boots? Mackinac?
Thank goodness.
Not Sprite, but the other item. Oh, get in there. There we go, baby. Vegetable dinners. You guys should try it. You boys at least stole the Mac. They tried to keep us down, dog. Couldn't. Okay, we're going from Sadie Hawkins to work boots. We might not see a big jump in the warmth bonus, but overall, Timberland's definitely superior to the Sadie Hawkins. My question now is, do I keep these? They take an hour and a half to break down for cured leather, but these things at 20%, definitely going to need to see an improvement before. So I think we have to tear apart the Sadie Hawkins to make the work boots better. And for right now, as crazy as it is, Sadie Hawkins are superior. Look at the stats. 6 on warmth, 3 on wet, 4 and 2. So until we have an hour and a half to dedicate to breaking down these Sadie Hawkins shoes and fix these ones, we're going to have to. Also, you're taking a risk. Cured leather disappears if you fail the mending process. A lot to think about. Banged up pork and beans. This must not die. That's totally it. We've been given it all. The keys. Will it be in vain? Okay.
This'll come in handy.
I'm freezing right now, but I'm too excited not to celebrate. Rigged! I'm cheating! Okay, so if you don't know, we're getting super rare finds. These shoes that we got, if they're improved, they're pretty much one of the best shoes you can have on this. And that is a set of the best pants you can have, the combat pants. They're super good at taking a beating if you get your butt kicked. Warm as all. Just the best. Better than the jeans. Boris took the day off. You idiots! You gave him combat pants! That's the voice I hear. We're doing it, Bean! And this is the tough part about the TLD experience if you don't reroll, I think. Because you can get this if you try it a couple times. But you also have to let wills go by the wayside without a proper ceremony or anything, you know? It's ruthless and cold, much like the heart of Boris and Scruffy. Okay, so it's always good to check if you get your early hacks all right here, because you'll see a bunch of saplings spring up. Not for us today. Search for saplings next. That's it, Bean. We're going to a sprint towards the maple. Gonna get all the lumps from this one since we're not coming back through it. Forego the lumps on the next one and sprint towards our maple, which could be right here in DP. We're gonna check the first spot real soon. But get ready for a Fire Striker height. I apologize that some of the surprise is gone, but it's happening right now.
I could use this.
79%. Boom. Just gotta keep rolling when you get these things, because most of the time you don't. It's exciting.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Summit soda. There's very few other places that I would rather be than right here. Getting lucky in TLD and eventually letting it go by the wayside without accomplishing what we set out to do. Or is this the time? Why not visit Scruffy since you're here anyways? That's it, Carrie. It looks like Raph is working with more than just 2 people these days. He's got Carrie on his side. Oh! Percentage is real good, don't? Brand new. Yeah, odds. I think we got some decent odds going into this one. I'll tell you what, Bobby.
Can't feel my hands.
All right, first maple check initiated. Trying not to get greedy here. Carrie's the best. Yeah, Carrie rules.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Yeah, it's cold, man. Okay, so we didn't get our early maple, but that's totally okay. We can't get everything, right? It's nice having a guaranteed good Tuesday and Friday when you know you have so many hours of TLD to look forward to. That's exactly it, Rossetti. It's the best.
Wait. I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
Church sap vibes. Do we have some maple opportunities next to the church, Wops?
It worked.
Because there is a little shelf kind of behind it up there. Might have to start checking there. Church birch. Yes, on that shelf there can be 1 maple sometimes. Okay. All right, we're about to go down for a cheeky little 1 hour here as we warm up. You know, I don't think we'll be doing this. Bad puppers not today, yeah. Go tell Scruffy we said hello, right? Duncan's right with that too. Also, Kate's can have a maple. Ooh, that's true. But we could start hitting like 3 spots in DP and really checking them off. You guys want to go to Kate's? Just a little pop over there. Yeah, Beachcombing will hit it too. I'm a big beachcomber with challenges. Yeah, pop over can be a can opener at her place. Wow, well, that's all you had to say, right? We're there. Let's do it. We're going to Kate's secluded corner. Saps down in the first hour of challenges is amazing. It sure is. So we're all nerding out over here. If you guys aren't as versed with nerd speak, oh, no weapons. This is all basically the big sprint to get the bow made. That's your big overall goal here at the beginning, since you're defenseless to wolves and things like that. And for us, since we're in a hunting tournament, you know, it's hard to believe you don't see a lot of hunting going on, but yeah, it's true. Okay, we almost lost everything. No problem. No problem. It's nice. Yeah, it's amazing, City. It's a real happening. Sure is a real happening. Wolves still get me with those jump scares. Coming barreling at me with those ferocious teeth.
Can't feel my feet. Cold to think.
It smoked a little bit. Tough thing about me improvising is that I'm only built to get good luck and do very simple tasks, and if I divert from those at all, I don't plan very well.
Well, thank goodness for that.
I'm not getting warmed by that fire. I think I need another lump.
So cold.
Alright, so there's a bit of a delay here. We didn't get lucky on our sapling, but we're going to take off and go the coastal way real soon. We'll start checking all these little spots here for maples here in Desolation.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Bonus peaches. No can opener. Not okay. Okay. So we're chilling for a second. We've lost about 10 HP, which is kind of par for the course when you start this one off here. It's okay to lose about 5 to 10. You can recover that with Birch. You don't want to make a habit of it. Cook this meat. Probably eat one of these hot mechanisms here. Take off for the hills and go get our maple from the coastal place. Dusty tomato soup. Making tinder, I must flee. Yeah. You realized how genius we were. Alright, back for where we came. You have to take a little bit of a fire detour if you go there and strike out on the maple. But it's likely anybody trying to do what we're doing, it's worth a look, you know? Part of me wants to go to the church, but I don't know if we should go all the way back for the chance of it. Next time we'll just check it on the way back over. It's back there. We continue playing the darkness of Longness. Some would say that the coffee's starting to kick in. I would say this is pretty normal right here. It's usually just a stream of jabroni consciousness, amplified by the mild amphetamines. This summer, the jabroniness reached new heights. All right. As much as we can, expediting the process. If we see glorious things like rose hips, we know we're coming back here. We can grab them on the comeback. Check for gloves.
That'll come in handy.
Ooh! Oh my gosh! What is this? This looks like maybe a Pittsburgh Pirates thermos or something. That was cool. It's the run. It's happening. All it took was every bit of luck. That's it. A rare thermos. So if you guys just keep on fading into long dark, don't worry. Eventually, complete and utter luck will carry you to living more than 3 days. I'm living proof. Owner of a Pittsburgh Pirates thermos. You too could have it. I've gotten that thermos before, and as a New Orleans Saints Pittsburgh Pirates fan, it's been my favorite I've found so far. Yeah, it is very cool, Versetti. And it looks like an Oregon Ducks thermos now that it's in my backpack. Holy crap. go Ducks, apparently. I say that around the wrong crowd. I know I have a lot of Northwest fans around here. If I say go Ducks around the wrong folks, I'm liable to get chopped. Seattle Supersonics almost in their heyday. The old Sean Kemp days. Sean Kemp is pretty awesome, by the way. The thermos glows. It does. Man, I know that we're looking at this thermos a lot, but it's cool, man. It's cool. We're gonna put so much stuff in there. Okay, so one thing that we don't have to worry about this time, it's great, is matches. Because we got the great loot pool, we have a gigantic box of matches, and we can be a little more frivolous with those matches and not have to worry about that little incident that happened last time, which we won't talk about too much. RIP Supersonics, never forget what OKC took from us. Man, I talked to everybody about that Versetti. For you non-basketball fans, they had a team of 3 absolute studs together. And
Anything for a drink right now.
they had a tough time of it in OKC. And they left. Oh, what up, Professor Niels? We got a pro in the mix. Yo, what up, Niels? How are you? It is great to see you. When I was starting out in TLD, there were a few names that came up. And Professor Niels is one of those guys, man. He's the real deal. It's good to see you, my friend. Everything's going good, and we've had only one run today. That's been super successful, and nothing bad has happened. I can't cancel it! Ooh!
It worked.
Everybody get on! You know, I saw him creeping, but I still did it anyways. That one I kind of deserved. Those are not for you guys. I'm just gonna go sleep in this car. Okay? Everybody chill out. I do, Carrie. And you obviously were way more aware of that than I was. Tension. He lies. Still growling, yeah. I drop meat that they can't have. It's a whole thing. It hits close home. OKC trying to jack our NBA team after Hurricane Katrina. I never trusted them. Still running around out here. Okay, there's meat here at the car. Get a torch, man. Listen, man. Torches are gonna help you, man. So we left the raw venison back there. No big deal. Seriousness. Early maple. Excitement. Man, I actually thought when we were lighting that fire next to the car that we were going to get jumped the same way Scruffy jumped us. It happens half the time, it seems like. It's not always that you get it to finish. I think we got lucky again. I was thinking, during those moments, I was thinking about the outfit, our pirate's thermos, everything. I was like, am I seriously getting jacked up by wolves next to this car right now? All right, ready for maple? I was pretty sure the wolves treat the fire as it... I was pretty sure that wolves treat the fire as lit while you're lighting it, but maybe that's changed. Okay, ready for maple? Well, I'm going to turn left. I'm going to see a maple. All right, consolation prize. We got some birch. We're traveling for the maple. Closest location to here might be the one above Quincy's. We have that one. We have the Jackrabbit Islands. We have Maple Dreams. I was starting an outdoor stove once and got mauled. Yeah, I've had it happen both ways, Bacon, where I'm starting it and in the process and they'll just bombard me. And in that instance, they were chill about it. Stoves don't count.
Can't feel my hands.
All right, let's eat our peaches. So happy I didn't eat meat for lunch today, man. Got that pirate's thermos. I've never even seen that thing before. I've played this game a million times. Does it crouch under the handle? Yeah, I've heard about that before on those outdoor barrels. Stoves and barrels are not the same as open fires. Stoves definitely don't count. Yeah. It's birch. It's pretty cool though. Let's talk about that. Don't want to be an ingrate? Never seen that thermos either. Oh my gosh, we broke into the code. It's happening. Free drip fire. In the far territories. It carries right with the barrel. There's a blind spot under the handle. All right, there goes the drip right there. And here's where we are in the fire process. So that was maybe one at most.
Yeah. Turned out pretty well.
I usually like to hold a torch until we get one arrow, then you can extinguish it. Make sure that warmth process is initiated. All right, we're heading into the warm part of the day. It's a perfect time to go and travel and find maple. Boy, that thermos even catches my eye. We should talk more about the thermos, right? Look at this thing. All right, are we on board with this 22% moldy chocolate bar? Oh, Duncan doesn't like it. Mwaba doesn't like it either. We got some kettle corn action. Chocolate bars can give food poisoning at that percentage. Wonder if I should even carry it on me. It's a walking time bomb, huh? Of accident. I always accidentally eat stuff out of the radial, rushing around too much. Maybe get some mushrooms and some stones. Some Stone Cold Steve Austin action. Could drop it at Quonset. Okay. Alright, so this overcast weather is kind of decent. We're not going to be able to see the maple from far. If you ever get to Cooking 5 or are desperate, you can decide later. Got stones. Awesome. Did it carry? Okay, what we did right there was pretty multifaceted. I feel like it was something smart, but it probably wasn't. I just basically broke down the torch to let the fire warm us up more to get to full temperature. The reason I didn't throw more lumps on there was for lump conservation. I don't know that I need to be that stringent with lumps. I will say that they replenish pretty quickly after you get them. So we'll go through Desolation here and hoover up all the lumps. But when we go back there to defeat the Hollywood Moose and the bear later in the tournament, it is likely to be replenished already probably within about 20 days or so.
What have we here?
RNG, baby! Look at that guy. He's killing it. Canadian Toque hype. Unreal. Alright, we're forging ahead. A rabbit. Okay, so we're basically in an all-out sprint to the maple. Normally I would stop at Misanthropes. If we come back through here, once the maple's already cut, we can do the looting at Misanthropes. And right now, we're just prioritizing getting that thing down so the 6-day timer begins. Because you can do all this stuff a little less under the time gun once that maple's chopped. And we know we're going to be treading around in these towns for a day or two. I bet you this little chest on the river here, it's gonna be bait. Alright, I'm getting a little too cute. I got great RNG right now. We're not doing it. It's not happening. There's gonna be old gym socks in there anyways, right guys? Ragged old gym socks. Still sending it? How's it going? It's going great, Lindo. I appreciate you checking in on us. We did not fade into the long dark earlier, and we're just persevering. Or it's the opposite of that, and we did fade, which is actually the truth. But what's great, Lindo, is that we're getting really good luck this time. So as you can tell, we got work boots over here, and we got a Canadian toque. So we're in pretty good business. We also got an early fire striker and another Canadian toque, baby. And it's decent. I'm the luckfish. I say, Lindo and gang, you just keep on supporting this jabroni, because we'll give him a bunch of luck, and maybe one time he'll defeat this thing. Thank you. I think Lindo's getting envious of our ridiculous string of luck. And he's right to be, because it is ridiculous.
That's done.
It's also awesome. So if you don't know, we just received the greatest loot ever. Basically doing nothing but going on the beach. Yinzers was hard at work on Sunday. We all decided to take a beach day over to Coastal Highway. Guess what we found? A cool lucky fish, a Canadian toque that's decent, and exactly what we were looking for. Maple sapling. Pipe. So, we're going to check for the hammer at Jackrabbit. We're going to check all the hammer spots, like the log sort and the place in between it. And then, yeah, we're going back and we're forging really quickly. And because we don't have to run around town as much, we might be able to maintain our calories. So we'll just go look for that hammer, Wobbs. No problem. We know all the usual suspects. One of them's right here at Jackrabbit. And the way things are going,
Can't feel my feet.
all right, we got our Frosty the Snowman shirt. He looks ridiculous. Up top, he's, a Canadian business worker who's just going in on a winter day to work in an office. But down on the bottom, he's like a Vietnam/World War II veteran. He's all over the map, but he's got 7 Celsius of warmth bonus, double Canadian toques, combat pants of all things. And we're going to switch over to these work boots once we can tear up our Sadie Hawkins and improve these 20% work boots. Also looking forward to throwing something in that sweet therm. Look at this thing. Check this out, Lindo. It's the rarest thermos we've ever seen, and it's really cool colored. Nobody knows where it originates from, but I hear that the drinks that you put in there become extra special. Fashionista run. Yep, just fashionista with a cool thermos and all the luck you could need. You know what this feels like? It feels like my dad owns a car dealership, and I have a nice job lined up right after I get out of high school. That's what it feels like. That was just a verbal, like, forget you. Do we stink? We sure do. Well, makes sense then. Oh, I blew the micro harvest. I apologize, guys. Oh, Professor Niels! He tried to post something. If it was a link or something, Bezos blocked it and he just made it stars. And if it's maybe a clip or something, then if you're interested, you could whisper it to me and I can paste it in there. But it doesn't even show me what the clip is or anything. Just stars. Bezos has strict rules about this place, and he needs to build hedges so we can count his ad money. Just a Twitch clippy. Yeah, you can definitely whisper that to me, Niels, and I'll put it in there ASAP. All right, let's get moving. We don't have any torches. Why don't you settle down? It's just Rancid Rabbit. You left it behind anyways. Had it with you. I'm gonna derail. No problem, pro. Go! I'm gonna check that hammer in just a sec. Let's get this maple down, because it's a great feeling. Oh, here we go. And we might be moving that with us. Just putting it down for a second while we loot our neighbor's house. Rancid Wabbit danger, in the words of Elmer Fudd. Alright, hammer check. Hammer time. Hammer pants. Yikes. Okay, we're still moving for the hammer. But at least we can take 1 millisecond to loot now that we have our maple down. It's a pretty freeing process.
This'll keep the lamp burning.
Ooh, we got it all this time. What is going on right now? We need to get a little white mystery in this thing, huh? What do you say?
I think I can use this.
I think we broke the game. They're slacking. Put the guts down inside. Guts down, huh? Don't have guts. Do you have it? Oh boy. Oatmeal flour, baby. A key ingredient. So you guessed it. Rosehip empanadas. You go over here and you check out this glorious thing. It's called rosehip pies. You throw in 8 rosehips, a little bit of water, some cooking oil, and oatmeal flour, and you have yourselves the greatest food in this game. Why, you say? Because it also keeps you up all night and lets you party and hunt and do some stuff. The rabbit. Do you get... Don't need sleep when you got pie. That's it, Niels. Do you get 2 guts from a rabbit or 1? Yeah, you get 1 gut, right? Because I was thinking about doing it from the ravaged deer next to the log sort. So we're breaking down small things like toasters and side lamps. A nice way to get some scrap metal in this place. Just one, but you, sir, are on Jackrabbit Island. I am. But I'm also banned, unfortunately, Wobbs, from squeeb squawing with rabbits. Though I would love to throw a stone at a poor innocent WABBIT, fortunately I am banned. This tournament requires you to get your hunting tool before you go and squeeb squaw with the rabbits. They make me wait.
Someone's stash.
Oh, more gross rabbit. We got it. Now, we're good on the guts because we're going to go and get a deer right next to the blue trailer, and we're headed there to check for the hammer. I'm just making sure I got all the scrap I can get out of here. Looks like we didn't get our can opener or a skillet or anything, but we're still making some serious moves. Got extra shoes. Radio, though, doesn't work. So 45 minutes for 2. We lose about 15 minutes doing it this way. Let's see what we're carrying with us. 22 of 23. It's risky going to sleep when you have such great weather. You just hope you don't hear a bunch of whistling witches outside. How many arrowheads are we doing? I'm thinking around 1 million, Wobbs. So the more scrap, the better for us. Let's do it. Yeah. Stink walking all over town. Sky has a little pink hue. And sometimes the weather prior to a aurora will indicate to you with little cues. We're looking for that fishing hut over there. We're seeking the hammer, baby. I think the record is 337 arrowheads in one continuous forge sitting, unless Maria upped the ante. Nice, Niels. I'd walk with the torch. Well, as you can tell, that torch would be extinguished, Wobbs, unfortunately. Nagoa, unforgiving. So it looks like the health we've lost about 15 to 20. I still feel like it's a nice manageable amount. We have a hammer opportunity right here in this hut. This is the run. Yeah, I'm playing fast and loose a little bit with all this luck.
I could use this.
Heavy hammer height, babe. We're doing it. We're doing it, Carrie. We're getting everything. I'm going to go Trusty Brand over Fire Striker because Fire Striker in a pinch has a higher percentage. It's our lucky day. We did see the lucky fish, Carrie. There was no way it wasn't going to be, right? I appreciate your concern, Wobbs. Be careful. This is the run.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Oh, we have our choice of green rabbit or this colored rabbit, which still has a little green in there. A lot of great choices.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
You know, we're joking about it, but we are getting pretty lucky right now. We're getting all the tools. We're not having to travel around for it. And it's absolutely the difference between the amount of resources you have at the beginning when those are limited. It's pretty insane. But I'll take it, man. I'm not going to complain. I recommend to you guys eating broccoli and bananas every day you play TLD. Alright, now we're gonna get this gut. We'll be one gut ahead on the deer. We're getting the Neo gut. Oh, Neo's back! You inspired me to get apples and peanut butter. Oh, nice, Bacon. Raph will like that. You would probably prefer that it was organic. Like that bad peanut butter that has all the liquid rise to the top, and then the bottom part is like a paste that is barely movable.
Find a place to rest.
I don't know if you guys have ever had organic peanut butter before, but it's kind of a scene. Broccoli and banana diet gives a buff to your TLD performance. Fun fact. Yeah. And it's weird because you do feel vital yourself. But what really happens is that Raph approves of you, and he is the end-all be-all of everything that happens and affects everything. I'm allergic to bananas. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Wobbs. Rabbit with pesto. I like the style. Hello, Larone in chat. What's up, Tex? It's nice of you to come on down, Tex, and I hope you're ready to have half-off appetizers, I say. You probably don't need the discount, because I reckon you have a lot of money from that oil industry, but I'd say, hey, that's more watered-down drinks. You could buy rounds for the whole crew. What do you say, Tex? It's good to see you, my friend. We've been getting it all, Tex. Nothing greater than, check this out, our prized possession. Probably one of the greatest motivators besides a Polaroid from Astrid with nice words on it. It's up there, you know, it's can openers are still our thing, but this is up there right underneath a can opener extravaganza, you know? Pretty exciting. There it is. Alright, we break this thing down, we get it for an hour, 3 scrap metal out of it. If we find red tools, that's really cool to know. Thank you for teaching me that, Duncan. I learn something every time from you amazing pros. So fancy, amazing. Where did we get that? When we were going through the mines, there was a little toolbox with a bunch of drawers in it right when we got in the mine that takes us basically over to Crumbling Highway from DP, Wops. So we got it there in the bottom drawer. I was looking for gloves, actually, because I'd found gloves in there in the past. Turns out, got this cool thermos. Okay, now it's about to get a little sketchy in here. I wonder if I should not stink walk and leave the single gut here knowing that we probably have a deer. Let's talk about that. I'm about to be full sleepy too. Unable to run. Leave the gut here and just get the gut from the deer that's next to the trailer. I found a unique lantern called the Spelunker's Lantern. Nice. GG Versetti. It's red and very cool. I didn't know about it beforehand, so I was very excited. Yeah, we're pretty exclusive these days, aren't we, Verset? You can get 2 off the deer, yeah. So that flask is essentially a glitch. It's supposed to spawn in a zone of contamination or bleak outlet. Holy crap, Neo's putting in work, baby. Yeah. All right, the gut remains. There's a blue trailer right up here. We just have to get there and we're homeward free. Yes, ma'am. Be responsible. That's it. Just like Dave taught us. So if you can't tell by the ridiculous smirk on my face, I'm having the greatest time ever. And we're about to be inside and safe during this aurora. We are very close. We have enough matches. We can go to sleep and light. And oh boy, we didn't get the deer, gang. That's a sad scene. So we'll have to get another ravaged deer. Maybe there's one between the transition into town and over here. That one that we usually see there on the snow. But for now, we have our resting place for our maple. It's going to get some good curing done in here. Just taking it easy. Can't have everything. The deer didn't show. Problem. We have a full day before we really need to have that done. This stuff's gonna still need to cure. Go. Each town's gonna need some notes. Do you guys have disbelief in your heart? You believe in magic? I see empty bunk beds here. I also see an empty shelf. There's no such thing. Now, you can see there's nothing on the shelf, but if I drop it, there's no way a plastic container with nothing in it shows up, right? Okay, now, just when you thought that was it, nope. Empty beds or beds with a guy on it. Now, another empty bed. Stays empty. Happened to be. Nope. Chonker. Nobody ever has anything, but it's a super impressive thing to do. The great Mackenzie makes magic happen yet again. Yeah. Comb over hair. Smelling of just Las Vegas and, you know, ridiculousness. Buffets. The Great Jabroni. He's touring all summer. Come see a show. If you want to be amazed. Good. Don't any of you also forget that the difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. Unknown. So that's something to think about too. All right, it's still in Aurora, so we're just going to sleep out the Aurora, doing it the old-fashioned way, getting sleep. Someone needs to get the Great Jabroni a residence at the Sphere in Las Vegas. Wow, that would be a big day for the Great Jabroni if you got a residence at the Sphere. I actually saw a UFC show at the Sphere, Versetti. It was so cool. There were screens all over the place. It was wild. The difference between an empty bed and a full one is magic. Okay, the Aurora is done, so we can probably start traveling if we'd like. Or we wait here and do responsible things. Let's check out our scrap numbers. We might have a thing to break down in here. 7 scrap, not a bad start. Okay. Let's talk about our plan. We have to go to get more scrap metal from Quincy area. Go into our forge anytime we'd like. We need to get guts down in 24 hours. If we can make nature call on a deer by Quincy's, that's best case scenario by getting those guts inside. Otherwise, we have to travel with them and put them maybe in either in a cave and crumbling or one of the mines after acquiring it in the transition area. What I'm thinking is that over here in the area right to the left of the mouse, there's like a little group of houses. And if you go down there, you see a pink little deer right to the left of where we are on this quadrant or whatever map language is. There's a pink deer on the shore there, and that's what I'm banking on for guts. If we get that deer, then we'll just throw the guts inside the mine or whatever while we're going and doing our thing, getting them on the way back. That's probably the best shot at us not having to backtrack. Because right now we're at the log sort, which is pretty much smack dab in the middle of that road. And I don't think we're going to see any deer between here and there other than that one. If sometimes you could see a deer just randomly in the middle of the water over there too, which to the left of the mouse now. So we have 2 deer kind of close to each other we can check for. It's pretty promising stuff, I'd say. You like that plan, Dunk? Excellent. You know you're on the right track when old Dunk's down for it. So I want to check for Bezos. Bezos wants us to, but I feel like I want to not listen to him right now. We're being rebels. Thank you, Bobs. I get too excited. Just wanted to show you guys the map. we seek the deer. Can't forget about our scrap metal either. We have to get a ton of it from Quincy, the neighbor, and we're going to be, tearing apart the Riken, probably the shelves at the lighthouse. We're going to be tearing up everything. Yeah, this game is so good. It's the right amount of difficult. I love having a plan every day you wake up. Having that plan go not in the direction you thought it was going to be. Having to adapt to the circumstances. Storm the steeds. Get lucky thermoses. Rose hip empanadas. Dream shattered. Arm sweaty. Papa Doc. I don't know what I'm doing over here, guys. I apologize. Thank you, Sil, for those rose hips. Did you know it's National Rotisserie Chicken Day? Oh my gosh. Well, we're gathered here to talk about one of America's and around the world's greatest delicacies. Are you on a budget and you aren't rich like Tex with oil tycoon money? Well, no problem.
Looks like I survived another night.
Buy a rotisserie chicken. It'll only cost you about $6. Most of the time they come in a bag or something like that. And they're really great. You can just tear it apart and you can feel like a savage. And it's got a lot of good meat on it that you'll eat for several meals. And it won't burn a hole in your wallet. We're here to commemorate rotisserie chickens. And they deserve a day. I love making pho out of it. Pho, huh? Sounds like maybe an Asian cuisine. Gotta step out, good luck, and be responsible. Got it done. Alright, we're crafting responsible tinder. We're on a good start. I was just talking to my boss and he told me I had the best rotisserie chicken on my lunch break, and he told me about this. I went to Walmart and got a chicken, and it was the best chicken I've ever had. Whoa! Walmart chicken. Score 1 for the man. Listen, man. I don't normally support Walmart, man. But, hippies don't have a lot of money, man. And I got a rotisserie chicken there, man. It's actually the best chicken I've ever had, man. Stale granola bar. Stale granola bar at 31%. It's a Vietnamese noodle soup. Oh, very exotic. Stale granola bar, 31%. Stale beef jerky, 41. I think I'm okay with both. It's just stale, right? Just gonna taste a little bad. Let's go to Quincy's. We're going to try to keep that HP as stable as we can until we get to the Birch Forest in Pleasant Valley. We're a long way from that time, and we're wanting to keep the HP pretty close. So it's going to take responsibility to maintain the 80% or whatever we have right now till we get all the way over there and have time to go get it. We have lots of ramen and Asian noodles here. Roasted ginger. Onion can be made with chicken, beef, or braised pork. You put cilantro, jalapeno, beans, and sprouts. Hoshin sauce. Now that's a deep cut. Nice work, Wobbs. I love Hoshin. And sriracha if you'd like. I love all of it. It is the finest cuisine, and it is the meal of the week down here at Alan's Cave. It's a very sophisticated cave. We stole the recipe from a thick moose when she was walking by. Obviously, she's a Dave's Cave member, so we had to steal the recipe. But it is our finest meal, and it is exclusive at Alan's Cave. Only the finest cave. Okay. I'm coming to Alan's if they got pho on the menu. Oh! They got Waba, guys. Trusty brand. They finally got her with the pho. Can't believe it. Ragged fleece mittens. Look at this guy. Those are strong words. He's a real super phony. Ooh, here we go. Dad City this summer. Just when you thought the jokes weren't dad enough, we're making puns. Dad, I have to roast my boss this weekend. You got any jokes? Well, is it National Chicken Day? Just so happens it is. All right, loot the kitchen, tear up a few more curtains. I don't know if we got our sewing kit this run or was it last time. I think it was last time. Breaking down all the little scrap metal things we see. We're gonna make arrowheads and an improvised knife out of that scrap. Oh man, dusty potato. What a treat. All right, we're going to Quincy's. Oh, more trusty brand. Holy crap. The rich get richer, man. We got 34 plus a fire striker at 77%. We really can't be getting much more luck. The other nice thing about the fire striker is that you can't false start your matches with the torch out. It gives you the option. Now, I'm just trying to go to Quincy's, man. I hear him creeping around. Alright. Quick loot of this place. Exclusive items. Break down some scrap and get ready for that giant forge we're planning for. We're gonna get those guts on the way.
I'll be hungry later.
If we found ourselves a skillet, I would definitely try to make nature call, because the skillet would mean that we could do cooking level 3 stuff before we get over to Pleasant or something like that. And then we can micro harvest a deer by making nature call. Without the skillet, it doesn't really matter as much to
There's gotta be
speed run.
something useful in here.
Cooking skill. Double the hacksaw, baby.
Too much stuff to carry.
Now, when I've looked at hacksaw in the past, most of the time I think it's pretty slow to break down. we are getting some really solid stuff. Like M. Hunter's Wilderness Kitchen. We're going to do a scrap inventory and make it all happen. All 3 places for more toolboxes. Yeah, that's it. It's looking pretty Craig T. Nelson in this place. Alright, let's think about what time it is. It's heading into the afternoon, so we have plenty of light to break down all the scrap in. It's just about doing it in the smartest way possible. We're probably going to get maybe tops 1 or 2 more scrap from our neighbor's house in that direction. Let's see how long this thing takes. You get 1 scrap and it takes 45. Personally, I don't think that's very fast. Or awesome. Now this one you get 3 for 1 hour. That's pretty good. This one is 2 hours and 15 minutes and you get 6. 1.5 for 4. That one's not too great. Let's start with tools. So we're just doing super nerd math over here about the fastest way to get this stuff right here, scrap metal. That's what we're going to make arrowheads and an improvised knife out of. Right now we have enough for 18 arrowheads and the knife. The knife taking 3 of those scrap metal, and then 1 scrap gets you 2 arrowheads. I think we're gonna need it all. We can't discriminate. It's just gotta happen.
I might have to drop some gear.
I was just doing that, buddy. All right. So I didn't hear any kettle corns about 31% granola bar, so I'm eating this thing. I'm immune to fault if it screws me up. It's not on me. See if the radio works. Nope. That could have screwed you up. You got lucky. Well, how about this one, Wobbs? We have 34% ketchup chips and 41% over here. I think I'm okay eating these things. %. Ketchup chips are fine above 20. There we go. All right, we're going crazy here. 40% stale jerky. What do you say? What do you say about all the rest of this stuff? Stale chocolate bar. Ketchup chips. So we're avoiding this 21% moldy chocolate bar. That one's a bit of a risk. For another day. You guys ready to get some more scrap metal out of this thing? Scrap metal inventory. 22. So that gives us a
I'm gonna have to leave
bunch.
something behind.
Almost amount that we need, actually. Doing big things.
Just need to close my eyes.
Okay. Go to our neighbor's house. Last things that we need to check. Maybe one toaster, one shirt or something, and then we leave. We go get those guts, put them down, and storm steeds. And I believe. Quickest Bezos, we're going to sit here and continue to formulate our really successful and lucky run with everything we got. Okay. So let's talk about this. While Bezos is showing people Morgan Freeman commercials, us behind the scenes, we're developing the plan to take over everything. Hey, how's it going, G? Here's some hips for you. Amazing entrance, G, our resident ghost hunter. Thank you very much for keeping all of the paranormal at bay, G, and it's great to see you. I hope that you're doing very well today. We have been actually getting super lucky in the video game we love to play, so we can't complain for sure. No complaints, good times. And how has the ghost hunting game been? All right, let's talk about this. This is where we are. We're here in Coastal. We're right now at Quincy's, the little group of cabins you see to the left of the mouse. We're going to continue to go southward down the highway and transition back into where we came from. That is this place, DP. We're going to go back here, get to that haunted pirate ship. We're not going to have to mess around with Scruffy or anything like that. We're going to get to the haunted pirate ship. We're definitely going to look for salmon on the beach. Look for as many fish as we can get along the beach there. And we've learned this run that the beach is fruitful. And we've also learned that this is what the maps look like connected. And our strategy is DP to Coastal. Then we're going to Pleasant Valley, baby. We seek the bear. We're going big bear hunting. We're using the John Candy strat. We're trying to pincushion these bad boys, putting as many arrows in as possible. Why we're planning for a 2-day forge rather than a 1, and making as many arrowheads as possible. Because I expect those groaning, ridiculous bears to run off the hills with all of our arrows. It's going to be tough to recover them. Game plan is simple. It's like this. Been killing spiders as a kid and Grounded too. Well, you're always keeping scary things away, G, and you do the dirty work for us so that we can all be less scared. And I think that's cool. Just like you, G. It's good to see you. We have a plan. Will we bring it to fruition? Most likely not. But either way, it's exciting to have a plan and to have an idea about what we're going to do, you know? We've already taken care of 1 and 2 on there, and we're aiming to go make 3 happen. I would also love you guys to remind me not to drop the hammer at the forge so that I can use the hammer to make the bear coat, which is a requirement. Copying this, I hope it's on the test. It is. You signed up for Jabroni 101, right, Lindo? It is, it's going to be at about midterms. And you could expect that all of it will be on the test. Yeah, Jabroni 101. It's a tough class, but the professor is undeservedly optimistic about being successful and usually gives out good grades. So that's something. You guys all got an A in my book. I heard Waba's there as well. Yeah, Waba's in the back. She's kind of been here for a little bit, so she's like blowing bubbles and stuff like that, but she's never been disrespectful, even though she's had to take the class a few times, you know? She just enjoys it, and she's just the cool kid in the class, kind of. Okay. New granola bar. I keep flunking. Why do you need the hammer for the bear coat? Well, I could be wrong. Do you need a hammer to craft the bear coat, grown up? That might be my error. I thought you did. A knife, but no hammer. Yeah, I don't know where I got this hammer idea.
Drop something.
That's 2 kilograms I can leave behind. You don't need the hammer. Thank you, Salt Smoker. Your first comment is wonderful advice. Thank you, my friend. It's good to see you, Salt Smoker. Most of the smoking that goes on around here is usually Marble Reds, unfiltered. All right, where's our neighbor's house? I'm having a tough time finding this guy's. All right, I'm kind of making a scene right now. I'm aborting this. I'm watching you for a while, man. Part of the TLD community for 8 years. Not very talkative. Nice, Salt Smoker. We have a Salt Smoker who's soft spoken. He comes in and he compliments folks, and he's part of the community for 8 years. That's what I'm talking about. Well, then I salute you, my friend. I'm kind of a newbie, and what I need to do is make sure you guys know that I think you're awesome. So I salute you, Salt Smoker. Thank you, my friend. No hammer to make a bear coat. We're leaving it at the forge. 2 kilograms off of our backpack. Thank you, grown up, as well. You're playing TLD. You are awesome by default. Thank you, Salt Smoker. That's what I'm talking about. We got some great things to tell you about here. We have half-off appetizers pretty much all times here at Dave's Cave. Greasy onion ring towers. We have a special salt smoking lounge at Dave's Cave. No talking allowed. Yeah, there's just coughs and grunts. And, yeah, my boss sucks. And, I'm underpaid. And the usual moans and groans of the Dave's Cave happy hour crew. As they smoke their unfiltereds. Commiserate together. Okay, so I gotta make sure that I did the math right. I'm gonna check our scrap again to make sure I understand how many arrowheads we're gonna make. So it's 22. You take away 3, you got 19. You double that 2 times, you basically have 4 short of 40, right around 36. That would mean we would need to get back 14 of our shots. We have a minimum 50 we have to take. So that means, let's say we make 36 arrowheads. We have to get back 14 of those from Bear and actually take them out and reacquire them. Do you think we could handle getting back 12 of our shots, grown up, if it's 38? I think we can, and I think we can get away with this amount of scrap. So yeah, I'm talkative tonight. I got into an argument with a wolf on a 20 loper, and he was more than I was just tusting stuff, though. Well, we have something to tell you, Salt. We thought we were going to go get into an argument with Scruffy when we were on death's doorstep over there in Desolation Point. You can imagine how it ended up, right? That was right around the time when you started hearing really commonly do run hype around here, because I was eaten by Scruffy. Scruffy's always right, especially when he respawns. He was hot on my trail today. He would not leave me alone. I would scare him off and he was right back in my face, man. He was zeroed in on me and he smelled weakness. He was right. He took me out. Tough scenes. have 2 jobs. We have to get guts down. And we have to forge. This thing's obviously going to keep us here for a little bit. No cooking pot. We can make 5 cups of Big Moose Kicks for our travels. I say we sleep for a little bit. Did you know that wolves will get more bold if your vitals are low? I did not know that, grown up. Is that really true? That's an awesome mechanic if Raph put that in. Not awesome for our last will, but in general awesome. I think we just sleep. Old-fashioned sleep right now. Sleep to full strength. Tomorrow we get our guts and our forge on. Built forge tough. Canyonero. Yeah. That was dumb. All right, maple syrup. $38. Are we going to get back 12 of these shots? I think we can. And then the rest of them we could just be cool with going by the wayside. I say we do it that way. Coffee in the morning before we travel. One by one, we sleep away. If we had a skillet, I would prioritize reading M. Hunter's Wilderness Kitchen, or that nature call thing I was talking about with the deer. But right now, we can just focus on the tasks at hand. Aurora, I think, will conclude pretty shortly. Any objections to traveling during the really cold morning? I think we can handle it. I'm gonna heat up some coffees for us. There's not much else to do. Alright, we'll hang on to that just in case. Alright, let's get some Big Moose Kicks, baby. We got a 10 of this stuff. I got some IRL Big Moose Kicks over here. This white cup is pretty rad.
Come on.
I mentioned it to you guys before. I take my coffee like I am.
That didn't work.
Nice and weak. I like to put some fancy dandy creamers in there. Very soft stuff, but it's pretty good. And tastes delicious. And allows you to be partying, having a good time.
Come on.
Hope you guys are having an amazing day. I'm feeling obviously like maybe this fire should start one of these times. 60% said nobody. Seems like that radio glitches pretty often too when you set it on different things. There it is.
That did it.
Big Moose. Are you boycotting Throat Coat because of the poor quality of quotes? Well, grown up, rest assured. We got it right here, baby. We're doing both. Can you believe it? We're that wild. We have it in our Simba/Cougar cup. And check this out, grown-up. I just want you to know that the difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment unknown. No, double the warmth. That's it. I always appreciate your commentary, grown-up. It is true. All right. Gonna get a couple more rounds of this stuff and we're leaving. We're just taking care of little incidental responsibilities and things. We're gonna make an improvised knife and 1,000,000 arrowheads. This will be our first usage of our super exclusive thermos. It started as a Pittsburgh Pirate thermos, and it looked like it morphed into a Seattle Supersonics thermos over time, in the right light. Big stuff. All right, we're poised. Only thing I can't do is forget to cut the cured guts out of the deer. That would be a bit of a scene if I forgot that aspect of it because I'm too excited about the forge. I do feel like we're prepared. We don't have a lot of calories, so if we go to that ravaged deer, we're going to get the deer steak out of that, and then we're going to beachcomb for the rest of it, in addition to what we're going to grab from the lighthouse. We're going to get a stem there, maybe a tin of sardines or a can of soup or something too. So that's where all the food is from. Yo, what up, Graven? How are you, buddy? I hope you're doing well this Tuesday. The multiplayer mod champion has arrived. What is shaking, Graven? Giving me my first glimpse of what it looks like from a third perspective, seeing Will Mackenzie running around, not jumping all over the island. All right, here we go. First usage of the rarest thermos in the world. Torch might blow out. How goes the adventure today? Well, it's been a tale of two stories, I'd say, Graven. We had one run at the beginning where I was just stepping on rakes left and right. I couldn't get out of my own way. I was running out of matches, food, and then I was taken out by the dreaded Scruffy, the biggest jerk in town. After that, we have encountered nothing but the greatest luck ever. We got the best outfits, really cool gear, and everything seems to just be showing up in the first couple spots we look for it. In addition to that, we got a fire striker and this cool thing. The rarest thermos on the island, baby. And it's super cool and it impresses your friends. Alright, let's get on the road for the speed buff. And we should look over here on the water to see if we see any crows or ravaged deers that we can get food and guts out of. Troving wolves. Heck yeah, styling with that fancy thermos. That's it. Glad this run's going better. Yeah. And we're totally okay even when we get our butt kicked pretty much, Graven, because we learned something for the next run. We always have a pretty darn good time. I hope your endeavors on the island have been kicking butt too. We're just putting it up to max level difficulty over here and nerding out like crazy. Calculators in hand, pocket protectors on deck,
Can't feel my
no
hands.
ink staining the inside of our shirt pocket. Okay, no ravaged yet. Is that a ravaged? I think I've spotted a ravaged. Sadly, haven't played TLD in a while, or much gaming in general. Had a busy last few weeks, but finally slowing down. That's what I'm talking about, Graven. And there's no better way to slow down than by playing a little TLD.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Alright, we're getting off the drip with accelerant.
All right.
We go 2 lumps, because it's cold. Start with business, just in case a blizzard shows. That's it, Graven.
Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
Alright, once we get the guts out, we know business is taken care of. We get some of this micro harvest deer meat. Got a little 0.1 remainder, so we're gonna get 6 steaks out of this. We need all the feathers and rose hips we can get for the upcoming hunt. That's micro, baby. Machine. What it takes to be a survivor. Great Bear Island. You have to cut a deer into small pieces. Everybody knows that's how you get good at cooking. Alright, now I think 1 beef tip at a time. Man, I can't believe you had Hoshin sauce. That's amazing, Wops. That's one of my secret ingredients to teriyaki air fryer wings. Throw a little Hoshin in there. It adds a nice, like an unexpected kind of thickness to the sauce if you mix it with maybe like a Japanese barbecue and a little sesame oil. Okay, but all business here. Guts. If I put them at misanthropes, it's a little off the beaten path when we get back into town. We could do that. And it's just a tiny detour. We go there. Or we put it in a mine or the cave going that way. And then getting it without having to go off of where we're going right to. Larone Games cooking stream win. Well, we do have stuff on the menu today, Graven. I mentioned to you we have throat coat tea in here, which is actually bestowing upon us hippie wisdom. This hippie wisdom is the difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. So that's part of the menu there. And then in addition to that, we got Big Moose Kicks in this white cup. That's pretty rad. One more item, Graven. The fun doesn't stop there. The fun ends in the air, baby. Airheads. Probably one of the coolest snacks that you would get if you were broke and you went to the ice cream man and you couldn't afford an ice cream. You would get an airhead. And I am uncovering the mystery, baby. We're doing it big. Hey, what's up, Freeside? How are you? You're just in time for the Airhead extravaganza. Yeah, I'm thinking about Misanthrope Wobbs. I just don't want to go off the path a little bit. I'm hoping it's going to cure properly in the cave we put it in or the tunnel up here. So we don't have to kind of go and detour and mess around over there. That'll take off valuable time on our trip right now. Are there Timbies over by Misanthrope? Sometimes there are. There might be some there now. And sometimes the bear will actually show up here next to these burnt houses and the reishi stumps. So you gotta mind the bear at the waterfront cottages. Hey, how's it going? I was just in Pleasant Valley on Stalker. Nice! I bet there was great weather over there, and it absolutely never was a blizzard, right, Freeside?
Cold is making my head feel thick.
There it is. I almost died as soon as I got there. Yeah, it's a daunting place. It's very cold, the weather's volatile, and it's super big. So if you're out and you get caught in a blizzard,
Come on.
God help you. I've frozen on that lake river because it looks so similar to
Fire's
everything.
life out here.
All right, we're going through these lumps, but we're going to Lump City. We got a whole mine's worth. Right, immediate blizzard. Cooking, so not watching close, listening though. Beautiful. Maple sap is in the blue trailer, Neo. Our responsible notes detail where everything is. It's there in the magic blue trailer with 4 birch. We have the guts on us here though, so we're gonna put these down on the way and get them on the way back. I also blew another micro harvest, but hopefully you guys didn't see that. Oh. One more. Then we have to go. Just before it stopped being hot. That was awesome. Feathers. Little Pleasant Valley, will you, Freeside? When we talk about that place and it starts blizzarding. He sends their regards. Yeah. That place is unforgiving. And it's always like minus 30 degrees. to the car? Car or the basement?
Can't feel my feet.
Taking too much drip. I know it's cold, but with no wolves out, hopefully for transport. Beachcombing for fish. Yeah, we're gonna beachcomb probably once we get into DP.
It worked.
We have to go double lump again. Stand the test of wind. Ah! You got smoked. Okay, miscalculation. I think I should have done the fire before the car at that big log wall we were next to that was going to block everything. We took a little bit of a drip, to say the least. Birch Forest in Pleasant Valley has never been more important. So there's one good thing about Pleasant. M. Hunter.
Better take this food.
Heal, right? Or is this Nagoa? Yeah, it's unfortunately a situation where we can never heal Wobbs. And my negligence puts me in some situations, to say the least. I'm trying to think of what to do right now. We have a shelf we could break down if we want more arrowheads. Right now, we're looking at an insane number of arrowheads. 22. We could get 44 arrowheads. That means we only have to retrieve a total of 6 of the arrows we eventually make if we want to get the 50 shots on bears. Hour and a half, huh? Responsible bandages. So many people are doing challenges, I can't keep them straight. Well, I think I'm the only one doing this one, Wob. So you can just know when you're over here, I'm doing a tournament that's insane and crazy. We can't get back our health. We have 50 shots we have to take. We have an accuracy score, and there's a huge difference between 100% and even one shot missed. And the big thing for today is trying to get 100% on it. That means 50 bow shots, 50 bow hits, and low risk. Everybody cheers, celebration, Super Bowl Sunday. And great times. So there's Wilderness Kitchen we could read. Break down a shelf. We can play solitaire if we want to just chill out. Is it solitaire time right now? The unheard of? Happened.
Anything right about now.
A min-maxer's nightmare. Doing nothing. Stale beef jerky. In the basement.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please, all of you guys, do not slow down the bus. If you do, it'll blow. Please, don't let Sandra slow down that bus. What's going on, Waba? Question mark. Is Bezos ruining things? Over here, everything seems good. Take meat to cave and cook there with coal. Yeah, I think we're going to. We're nice and warm now, so we're going to do some transporting. But make sure, yeah, exactly, Graven. And Tex, you're right to be scared. Because if this bus slows down, it'll blow. Stink walking. Click that text and I thought it said meat sweats. I don't trust Sandra. Oh my gosh, why not, Tex? Think she's gonna slow the bus down? Yeah, I love that one. It's like older Keanu in that one, Neo. Here's what just happened. I just had everything. I had it all. Took it from me. I was playing fast and loose, and I was way not focused. Fortunately, that's commonplace for around here. You all look beautiful. Carrie, you look awesome. Your black dress is nice. Dearly beloved, gathered here today to memorialize a man who didn't live long, carried around way too much meat. He was more focused on his thermos than he was the prize. He loved his friends, much like all the Wills before him. They don't have a lot in common. That's one thing they can always say. They love their Wills love their friends, man. This Will wanted you to know that if you let Sandra go below 65 degrees, let's get the heck out of here soon by saying end game. Survived 2 days. Just mentioned Sandra and this happens. Did she slow down? Sandra might be to blame, Tex. We go down here. We see that yet again in the hunting tournament we shot no bow. We can't even make the bow. We did not, however, find any can openers. We opened 3 cans, but we did it like savages. No can openers found. Tough scenes. Our skills all remained at 1. We did take notes. I don't know what any of this means, but you guys look good. Okay. Let's have one last moment of silence for his fallen will. Thank you. That was horrible. I wasn't focused, man. I was carrying around that meat. I was thinking about thermoses and things and bad jokes. And I wasn't focused on having a torch lit in anything. I just need to stay focused on what the plan is, you know? It was the meat sweats. Yeah, I know. You eat meat and right away you feel the wrath of Raph. That's what happened, Neo. Even after our vegetable lunch, we still paid the price. Oh, gosh, that one. We had it, man. Not the meat sweats. It's coming out of our pores. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I just need to stay focused. We know what's up. I can't be deterred. I must focus. Golly. I'm sorry, guys. Old friend. The new run. Sad music is very appropriate. Will died. Come back. She's just gonna keep doing this. What's going on? This insane, crazy guy thing he made. That crazy. He didn't actually make it. I found it on the internet, but in this character, he would make something like that, you know, the crazy guy. And then we made these notes. We carried out none of them. Nowhere listed on this list does it say, let wolves attack you and destroy you all over the place. Real. Now this time, put the dang lantern... Oh my gosh. They can't do that to me, Duncan. Not right now. I can't take it. Hopeless will. What if we have no hope? Nice requiem for our will. The difference between live will and dead will? Judgment. That's it, Neo. Who shall be this next? Try this impossible run? Willful Willie or do or die Willie? Hopeless Willie. Emo Willie, who says he's just gonna keep getting eaten in front of his friends. It's not us, but it is named that. Alright, Stephen King's Stand is gonna send us to seriousness. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. always get sticks from right here. Expectation fails most often where it makes promise. Oh boy. And oft it hits where hope is coldest and despair most fits. Wow, Duncan's getting deep over here. He's got a turtleneck on today. Very dignified in that turtleneck, Duncan. Duncan's dropping poetry, baby. Let's get a bang. I'm trying to remember My Girlfriend's an Axe Murder with Michael Murray. Or Mike Myers. He has the best snap poetry in history. Okay, I think I blew it. I don't know where I am. Yep. We're off the rails. Man, every time I take my eye off, think about Mike Myers. This is what got me eating. It's gotta focus, man. All's well that ends well. Oh, dog food. First obstacle. I hate to even ask for it because last time we got it and faded. No lantern. Step one. Good work distracting him with the Mike Myers. He's like, Mom. Oh, Mom. He does this great slam poetry. I just can't remember what he says. Not nearly as cool when I paraphrase it badly. Oh no, he goes, whoa, woman, woman. And I think it's a poetry about woman. Larone, I'm sorry I even mentioned the cave. Thought it was a blizzard out when you'd be safer to... Oh, no problem, Waba. Don't you worry. Every bit of the mistakes happening over here is 'cause of your boy. I am to blame. I have issues. I like making ridiculous references and things. Sometimes I take my eye off the prize. Now it's time to take a look at no bedroll here next to these green boxes. Get ready to not see a bedroll back here. Get ready. This is cool. A bedroll.
This will come in handy.
For any of you folks who aren't well versed in the nonsense that goes on around here, we're looking for an early hacksaw. And the bedroll means we do not get that early hacksaw. That means we have to go to Coastal, go to God knows where to get the hacksaw, and then and only then can we cut down the maple. We obviously could restart, but that's not how we roll. We roll with incompetence, jabroniness, and all-around mediocre skills. Thing is, you've never seen a maple before the other hacksaw locations. Yep. Wait till you see one to this time, though, Dunk. It's coming. It's coming. This is sad sack Willie.
Nothing's good, man. Everything's lame. Wolves are lame, man. I was just trying to transport a bunch of meat with stink lines, man. With no torch lit. Overconfident. They just attacked me, man.
Emo Willie stinks. Get out of here, Emo Willie. Your stinky streamer girl in it. Yeah, I was being a jabroni, Dunk. I was walking around with 3 stink lines worth of meat for our big forge. We had it all, too. We were set up. But I was just a little not focused, and those margins are razor thin in TLD when you're playing on Insano mode. So you have to be serious. Ten. About 3. I got back to my computer and you're already on the death screen. Yeah, you've been seeing that screen a lot. You go to sleep, come back from the store, and guess what? It'll be on the death screen. That we're sure of. I'm on tilt, baby. I don't remember. 34 was the last one. Tilt. What you can't do is look back at your old runs and think that that matters anymore, because it doesn't. Just like a quarterback who threw a terrible interception, we have to go on to the next play, forget about it.
That'll come in handy.
Real problem with this loophole is the hammer. Got to go to the ravine for it, which is fine for a forlorn muskie. So there's not even a hammer in Coastal. Acting all hype, baby.
What have we here?
I still haven't found the pry bar. I'm wondering if we get a pry bar on this godforsaken bedroll loophole. I'm so salty, man. Bag of salt. Summit soda. Trusty brand. Thank you, Dunk. There we are, right there. This is us. Alright, looking for a pry bar. Oh, M. Hunter. Oh no, LL Kingley, sorry. That's me, Carrie. Double trusty brand matches is good. Well, Duncan, I'm going to need all of your sage advice on this one, I believe, because this is your loophole here with this son of a gun bedroll. Did you by any chance happen to see if the hammer does exist anywhere in Coastal, or if it's just scarce? Oof. What about Pleasant Valley? Not much of a forge over there. Be doing pretty well. Thank you, Foil. It couldn't be more the opposite, but I appreciate you coming in and not having seen me getting eaten by wolves. It's very cool. Oh, candy
Might
bar.
still eat this.
Yeah, and obviously if you go to Pleasant Valley for a hammer, where are you forging at? It forces you to forge at Forlorn. Signal Hill and PV, so you know exactly where it is. I would just be so far off the beaten path, right? Yeah, I've been streaming my run as well. Nice, Foil. Hammer could be in coastal and fishing huts. Yeah, so I'm thinking Salt Smoker, since we know after finding the bedroll, we kind of know what loot pool we're on just by process of elimination. There's a little Excel sheet we have, us mega nerds, and it's like an interloper loot pool, and it applies to these custom crazy tournaments too. So we're kind of able to use that and figure out what's going on. If you want to run the 4 loot tables, then you will know for sure. Yeah, that's basically what we're up to right now. It's doing some stuff. Okay, sounds good, Foil. So we might have to switch up the whole game plan now if we're going ahead with this loot pool here. Let's think about it for a second. So here's the situation. This is what all the maps look like together. If there's no hammer in Coastal Highway on this loot pool, that means we have to go to the ravine, which is a branch separate from where Pleasant Valley is. You don't have to commit to the whole ravine thing if you don't want to. You could circle back with the hammer and go all the way to DP, but that's insane too. Kind of hard to circle back all the way to Desolation after acquiring the hammer in the ravine. You do a lot of backtracking, and it probably pushes the limits of what's acceptable in backtracking. The other option is you get the hammer in the ravine, and then you end up in Forlorn Muskeek, above where the mouse is right now. That place is awful. It's just one big lake, and you fall in most of the time. There's wolves, nonsense. It's terrible. It's an outside forge. It's not my favorite place, and it's big, and it's always foggy there and disorienting. So I'm not too thrilled about that, but I believe this is what it takes. I think you have to adapt to what's in front of you, and that's what I believe we're situated with here. So we get our hammer in the ravine, and we have to go back to a traditional plan of going to Forlorn for the forge, and then we go from there. I'm guessing that most people who like the Forlorn Forge go to Mystery Lake and make their bow, and it's probably chilling in like the camp office or trappers or something. It's either that or bring all the stuff with us and do it at the workbench at the forge. But it's definitely different than what we had planned with Pleasant Valley. Maybe we just start at Forlorn hunting and then make our way to Pleasant. I usually leave this stuff to cure at the dam. That's a lot of backtracking, Dunk. You go all the way back to the dam after a forge? That's interesting. Hacksaw is in the car in CH. Hammer is in Pleasant Valley in Signal Hill. Yeah. I'm just wondering if going to Pleasant Valley is going to be where are we going to forge with our hammer, acquiring it at the ravine or Pleasant Valley. Because there is no forge in PV, unfortunately. So this is very inside baseball, though. We should probably get back in there and start running them up. but it's going to push us, and it'll be fun. We'll learn new things. We'll expand our horizons. You guys ready to expand your horizons, man? We're doing the rotisserie chicken way. We're gonna go out in a field. Let's get out there.
Where's the good stuff?
Okay, here we go. Let's continue. Plan no stinky walks. You know, it's probably just far enough away from the pain, Carrie, that I can take such a comment. But it was really close to being too soon. Wound is fresh. Feeling bad about myself.
Yeah, man. Sad, man. Getting my butt kicked. I'm not focusing with good luck on my side, man.
Imagine living with that.
Hey, Astrid. Yeah, I'm going out for a walk. See ya.
Would you stay out there a little longer, Will? Alright, we're gonna continue. Everything's going great. We got big moose kicks. We got some saplings over here. We're gonna leave this guy behind with no hacksaw. Would you like a fresh bandage for that fresh wound? I'm very sorry. No problem, Carrie. I'm just being a sad sack.
Okay, Astrid. I'll be back later. I'm going for my walk.
Astrid's mom is over and they're talking while they're drinking herbal tea together. What's he do on those walks? I don't even know. He just goes out there and mopes around. He always forgets to bring bread for the ducks. I don't know what he does on those walks. Tin of sardines! We're getting lumps. One thing we're good at, not being attacked by wolves and getting lumps. Expert, lump, gatherer, summer. Who's gonna gather all the lumps? I know just the guy. What about hunting? Can he do that? No. Look at this guy. Undercover cop Will. He's here to bust you guys. Listen, man. Cup of coffee. You're the lump champ? Thank you, Carrie. So normally I would check for a sapling up there. And who knows? It probably is up there. But we're not going to look because, you guessed it, no hacksaw. So we continue forward. Lump chump? No, lump champ. That's it. Calm trip over the coastal highway. I'm gonna look at the loophole figure out some stuff. Duncan, have we decided where the things are in Coastal? I know that the hammer, we don't get to Ravine. With the hacksaw, is that at any specific spots? Like the car? It's great that you can take cheeky naps along the way. It's super great, Dunk. We're having a good time. Best of times. Quonset, car between Quonset and Logsort, and if not those two, it's at a lookout. Yeah, and we've been to the lookout before. It's kind of a scene getting up there. You have to go up the hill. Boy, I gotta say, the whole forging at Forlorn Muskeg thing is going to take quite a lot of adapting. I did not aim for that one. Alright, let's see if we get our super cool thermos again. 1 in a million shot. Lightning only strikes once. It's the coolest thermos. You guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. It's getting into the evening time. It is getting a little warmer. I think I should pop on the old circulating windmill that I have in my house. Use some of my rotisserie chicken to make some asparagus soup. Wow. Listen, everybody. Not only does she get her hands dirty, but she's amazing in the kitchen, too. I don't know what this thick mousse can't do. Turned out great. Nice, Waba. She might not be able to fit in to an economy seat on an airplane because there's a lot of C's on that name. But let me tell you, she'll be in first class because the pilot is going to see her walking in and say, yo, first class. Why don't you just drive the plane? What are you saying? Most of the time, I couldn't tell you, Wobbs. It's just nonsense. Alright, let's think about this. You're my favorite, Wobbs. You turn on the windmill. Then I'm going to think about this jabroni loophole we're on and how I'm going to get a hacksaw and put all this stuff together. Might have to warm up on a fire out there. It's not going to be a lot we can do. Maybe we find some activities. Well, I've been joking about it, but look at this. It's the moment, Duncan. Cheeky! That's it! Not bad, I have to say. Bedroll is just got a couple points. Alright, we're recovering our stamina by sleeping in a place we usually never are able to. We didn't brute force forward and take any HP drip. Now we're drinking Summit Soda to celebrate. There's nothing like not brushing your teeth, waking up, drinking a Sprite. Alright. Most stuff we have to forego right now. We're in a dead sprint. Ah, Gosh, I gotta think about this. I'm not coming back here. So I just left behind lumps for no reason pretty much, and I'm not coming back for any of this stuff either. This is a nightmare, actually. I'm not prepared for this. Not you again, man. You took me out last time. Not again. Never mind, we'll have more coal. Yeah, we're probably doing the... I don't know what we're doing. Probably doing the Forlorn Forge, because I can't think of a better idea other than backtracking the whole way, all the way to DP from the ravine. It's really not too much further than coastal, I guess. It just feels kind of inefficient. I can't seem to want to bring myself to do it.
Fingers feel numb.
Oh. I'm cheeky all over this town now. Might as well. Bash leaves his saps in Timberwolf Mountain and then comes back for them. Yeah, what about Forge? What are you thinking for our Forge with this loophole? Alright, cheeky 1 hour. DP. Probably doesn't start in DP in that instance. Okay. Well, if we want to stay comfortable, we come back. We go to the ravine and we come back to DP for the forge and we don't worry about it. And I'm encouraged that you guys are telling me it's not that big of a deal because that's really what I want to do. And that's where I'll be most comfortable with the whole thing. And then we can keep this crazy plan going. Yeah, I'm totally more comfortable with that. And it doesn't take much to throw me off my game, as we've seen. God, I'm laughing, but golly, that's all you can do at this point. Stale crackers. New chocolate bar. Yeah, if you guys missed it, one of our greatest hits was getting food poisoning from was it 57% or something high up chocolate bar, and then it just completely ran amok in our run. Especially if we have to get the hacksaw on the lookout tower, might as well go to Signal Hill. Signal Hill isn't far, that's where the hammer is. A day's walk, maybe 2. Okay. trying to think of the first spot I'm going to for this hacksaw. Probably Quincy. Straight to Quincy. I don't have to check the hammer spots, so I go as a crow flies to Quincy. Coming back for those roast hips, baby. Here's where you see Maple if Raph is trying to really just say, nice work fighting wolves. Oh, he's just saying, I'm not saying anything to you. Dang. Stoic Raph.
Can't feel my hands.
Looks like you took a ravage from us. So, here's what's going on. We got a bedroll early. So, when we do these little spot fires now, if we're protected from the wind enough, we can take cheeky little 1 hours next to them and stay on top of our fatigue vital.
That did it.
So we're going to use that to our advantage and as part of our survival strategies. Beautiful. The cheekiest. I'm liking these cheeks. Another out of context nightmare right there. Once you say it, it's too late. Going to Quincy's, baby. Cheekmeister. Yeah, we got nice and warm and we got a full fatigue. Tell you, today's one of those days for me where I know that in the fridge, what's going on right now? It's like Bruce Lee running amok in the background. The dinner is cooked, so I just get to go in there, prep it up. It's ready, baby. I don't have to cook it, go through any craziness. That's a nice prospect. I myself took a pork loin. I slow cooked it in the crock pot and made pulled pork out of it. Put a little potato roll with that. Maybe make some French fries. Get some broccoli. Got yourself a little good old time there. Something to think about. I don't know if I need this fire. I think this was a mistake. I started thinking about barbecue sandwiches.
Turned out pretty well.
You know what, man? I'm at that point. Sick of their games. Been eating my 2 wolves today.
I just want to punch something. Yo, what the?
Salty Duncan. It's the type of salt that tastes the saltiest. The one where you only have yourself to blame, you know? You just gotta never take your eye off the prize and think you have it all figured out. Because a good amount of work goes into getting to that point. You have to take each day as it could be your last. Or it will be. This summer. Let's go to Quincy's. What do you say we get a hacksaw, huh?
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Some fries sound so good right about now. Yeah, Brissette, that's what I'm thinking about. Pulled pork sandwich, brock, and some French. Got me daydreaming about potato wedge fries. Yeah, I haven't fasted a lot in my life, but I did fast a couple times. One of the times, I started having crazy delusions. So like the second or third day, I was getting pretty hungry, right? It wasn't so bad I couldn't take it. But you start having dreams about Wendy's and things. It's crazy. Inexplicable dreams about fast food fries and things, and you start to get really hungry and have food dreams. It's ridiculous. I'm going to have pasta with spicy marinara. Ooh, nice, Duncan. A little kick to mom's gravy, just like she used to make. All right, I'm trying to think of what. Oh. All right, we're getting all the nonsense stuff. Hip hooray. People who don't drink water, like bodybuilders and actors, for days, they can smell water. They get so dehydrated. Oh my gosh. I have to imagine if you're a bodybuilder and you don't drink water, your kidneys are shot. That sounds like a nightmare. Brad, if you don't get in
Who
here,
owns this stuff?
drink this water. Okay. Okay, we're still in a sprint to go cut that maple. So I'm trying not to do too much in the way of other activities except for just be strong for going and finding these things. Got about another 2 hours of a nice warm time to travel if the weather subsides. New granola bar. Running out of activities. Throwing stuff in this locker. Can we remember? So are we committing to coming back to DP for comfortability? Because again, I'm pretty great with that idea. It's a lot of traveling, but it's not too bad. And I think it's better. If so, I'm going to put a bunch of random nonsense in this locker that we can come back and get. Let's do that. Okay, random nonsense 1 will be simple tools. Not as much nonsense as I thought. Let's see what the weather's like. Got some things to break down here. I think I should be the first to say, oh, man, sometimes you can find some really cool stuff, and it seems to always happen in a windfall here in this place. Thermal underwear. Accelerant and trusty bread. Yeah, I think what I need to do is formally say, Bathtub Hype, thank you for sticking by me through this salty endeavor. I, of course, thought I was going to come in here and it was all going to be like the last loot pool, except for I stay alive and thrive. I go to Pleasant Valley. You guys are like, wow, look at all this great stuff happening. This is so responsible. Sometimes the reality doesn't meet your expectations. I would say almost every time that's how it goes with myself.
Yeah, it's no good to have high expectations, man. You're just gonna get a letdown later.
Get out of here, depressed Will. We don't like you. Go hang out at Alan's cave. You know what would turn all this around? Can opener.
Hope I can still eat this.
Banged up tomato soup. Acceptable broth. Peaches. Broth, let's go. Just need to max that can opener stat. And we'll be in the butter zone. Nice. I want to get into that zone. think it's calmed down. It might be our moment. It's gonna be chilly. We have to leave this stuff here since we don't have a hacksaw, and we'll break down some more scrap on the way back. We'll have a lot of time to think, because we know we'll be traveling a lot. It's like a small chance of an aurora out here. You can say a lot of things about this guy. But... Oh! Maybe I just need to stay focused right now. We're going to a car. We're looking for a hacksaw in this car. Yeah, pull your matches out. Walking into the wind is one of those times you might end up getting caught by the wolf trying to walk him. Let's get our speed buff on. Car's right ahead. Everybody knows there's a hacksaw in there. So slow. Looks like we're climbing the mountain. I don't know what you see in this loophole, Dunk, but it stinks. It stinks! Quickest Bezos. I believe it'll be a Morgan Freeman commercials. That's what I hear is hot these days. He needs Brad to help him with the case. We're gonna definitely have to come up with some solid plans while we're doing it. So we're just gonna hang tight for a second while we do some bays. I don't worry about getting saps down early. Yeah. That's probably why you like it. On the one where I fought the cougar in PV, I didn't even find a hacksaw at all. Yeah, and you probably fought her defenseless then, right? If you didn't have a weapon. Want to go into a cougar fight without a weapon. I forged a hatchet and then got my saps. That plan's kind of cool. It does take time, though. More time than I think I'm willing to give. Here's what we got. So, unfortunately for us, we have a few detours that aren't listed there. We're going to have to, instead of going coastal to PV after the forge and bringing all the lumps and doing all that stuff that we're talking about, we have to go between to get to number 2 on that bullet point, we have to go to the ravine. So that requires us to go to the northwest corner of Coastal Highway. Up here, right next to the mouse cursor, there's a little exit and it's red. It says to the ravine. That'll be where we go. We're going to get some birch probably while we're over there, and we're going to find the heavy hammer. If they put the heavy hammer down in the bottom of the basin where that stem is, we riot. Since we have to go to the lookout tower for the hacksaw, could go to PV for the hammer since we're already up there. And in Pleasant Valley, we would enter... Oh. Mapception. Pleasant Valley's right here. So, which one of these entrances... This one right here is the abandoned mine entrance to the left of our mouse cursor. I hate to tell you, but it's very much so at the bottom in a cart. Oh, dear God. Alright, well, we have to talk about that. And that's where Duncan's plan helps, going to PV for the hammer. On Nagoa, you should be looking at Bashrobe's updated loop tables. What's up, Christy? We actually have the Excel sheet. I don't know if you have it. It sounds like you do, but if you don't or anybody doesn't, I'd be happy to share it with you, and it's super helpful. Since we found an early bedroll, much to my chagrin, we're having to travel all over creation to get our hacksaw and to do all this stuff and come up with all these schemes and plots and everything. But it's good to see you, Chrisney. I hope that you're doing very well on this Tuesday evening. I, however, have been getting my butt kicked all over town, and I'm a salty salt right now. I'm a salt shaker. Some would say I'm a salt smoker, but I wouldn't want to be a poser. I can't believe that. Yeah, I've gone down there, Smoker, to get that hammer and the stem, and you barely get out of that place alive. It's just a complete nightmare. I never want to go down to the ravine. Yeah, we gotta run, Yensis. It's like when you go into the ravine, there's a lower part where you climb down a rope, and it's really hard, and you basically expend a ton of resources and stuff down there. Okay, so once I get in here, Signal Hill is what we're talking about the hammer. Signal Hill. Now, where is that on this map? That's it, Chrisney. We're going to the abandoned lookout here in Coastal Highway, which is up here on the hill to the left of where the mouse is. It's that abandoned lookout. That's where we're going to check. And then we're going to the mine right below the mouse cursor there. And that's going to take us to Pleasant. Apparently, we're going to find a hammer at Signal Hill. It's by the Rabbit Hat Barn. Oh my gosh, that's far. It's basically north of where the mouse cursor is here. And it's insanely far, in my opinion. This is crazy. So go to Thompson's, get some trusty brand, then follow the road to Rabbit Hat Barn. Yeah. God, we're so far from the ravine, or I'm sorry, DP at this point. And then what we learned, Dunk, is that what Salt Smoker said. The hammer is at the bottom in the train car. So the ravine hammer is a nightmare too. And you are sure there's no hammer in CH? There are potential spawns here, but I guess you already know your loot table already. Yeah, that's what we have done. We've checked it out and there's no hammer here. We got the bedroll in Hibernia, Chrisney. So that's the loot pool we're on right on that one. That's what we need. We need to jam out a little bit. Many thoughts for the hammer in the ravine. It could be at the bottom or one of the top spots. Excellent. On this loot pool, that is. I gotta say, I think the Pleasant Valley search for the hammer is too far off the beaten path. I can't decide if going all the way to the ravine is equally as far off the radar as that is. My inner nerd wishes there was like a distance calculator. You could put in abandoned lookout, this location, abandoned lookout that location, and then calculate it. That would be something. We got to get odds to make that. Okay. There's no closer hammer spawns in Pleasant Valley, I'm guessing, than Signal Hill. There it is, odds. I'm over here thinking of calculations and things, man. Crazy stuff. Way beyond my capabilities. And that's what I look like right now. Just throw a little bit of salt in there. Alright. Alright, we have a plan. So, this is what we got. In Coastal Highway, we have to go all the way up to this abandoned lookout. It's basically right south of where the mouse cursor is there. It's insane to get to, but it's our lot in life. So right now, we're kind of on the road down there. We're going to find a way up the hill and start doing some stuff. All right, I'm going to need a little bit of help navigating, I imagine. Because I think we're kind of on that line right there, and we need to get up the hill and go through this zigzaggy maze to get to the lookout. After that, it's over to Pleasant, where we're going to stay on the south part of the map to go over to Signal Hill. There's a guaranteed hammer. Then, God help us, all the way back to DP. So if you look at the maps connected, we're getting up to Pleasant Valley there, but we got to go back to Coastal, Old Island Connector, and then to DP for our forge. I'm going to need some serious thoughts and wishes. Ready for this? Let's do it. Thank you, Duncan, for those rose hips. We're not going to be eating rose hip empanadas for a while, are we? I'll just dream. Lord have mercy on the working man. Thank you, Melito. Working hard out here. Go up by the blue trailer here near the bear cave. I guess Forlorn Muskie is too far relative to going back to DP. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Versetti. And so if something's equal and both of them are kind of a scene, then we might as well go with the one we're comfortable with. That's kind of my thought on that. This is definitely the furthest as to why we don't benefit from the no reroll situation. All this traveling you have to do and stuff to get your bow made.
So cold.
Them vitals. Yeah. If only we won the tournament because of great vitals for one day, Sil, we would be on the rise, baby. We have been able to sleep because of this bedroll. Aside from that, Raph sent all of our important stuff halfway across the universe. We have a storm lantern. So let's derp around with this thing. old switchback system. Alright, so we're in our neighbor's house. We're rummaging around through his cabinets. Definitely one of our highest skill sets. Pro rummagers. We're gonna set up some of these scrap metal things in the front room for us. I think we got a couple at
always use
both
more
neighbors' house now for our forge. And we'll do a cheeky 1 hour. And we'll go back to traveling up to the hacksaw. Duncan mentioned that he's having really cool pasta with spicy sauce. And I do hope that you guys have some really cool dinners planned as well. I've already outlined my kind of southern barbecue dinner that I'm going to have. I'm a big proponent of barbecue sauce being right. I like the kind that has more flavor than sweetness to it, I think. My barbecue sauce. I also like to throw out uninteresting tidbits about my life that no one asked. Think about that. Alright, let's eat some of these foods. New dog food. I'm making rosoni for dinner. Rizzoni. Rizzoni. That sounds like maybe some Italian cuisine, Rossetti. Yo, Carmela just made the best rizzoni last night. I brought some leftovers for you, Polly. Ketchup chips. Aurora Borealis. Holy crap. New chocolate bar. Oh, now I gotta carry. Holy crap. Do you know about Boris, Carrie? We've had some run-ins with Boris when you haven't been around, and he's got quite a reputation around here. He showed us up at a charity skiing event at the hospital. They were trying to raise money, and they asked us to do it. We did okay. But then Boris came on and raised so much money. He was carried out on the shoulders of the hospital owners and everything, and just everybody was happy for him. We couldn't be upset because he raised money for the hospital and it was great. We definitely knew it was a spite raising, though. He did it, and he probably might not have showed up if it weren't for us. Either way, those kids are healthy, and that's great. But Boris is a son of a gun, and he finds ways to just usurp us at every turn. Today, he just simply let me stumble over my own nonsense with Mike Myers references and things. Yo, what's up, Richard? He's still alive. That's it. It's 1 a.m. right now, but Richard is still alive, and the Latvian Mafia has not got him. Nice, Richard. If you guys don't know this, Richard deals cards for the Latvian Mafia over there across the pond. It's daunting, but he is still alive, and he is thriving, baby. No way, Boris, old friend. Carrie, you're friends with Boris? I don't know if we're happy that you're mixing it up with customers like Boris. If you showed up on Sunday, you'd be 1 day ahead. Wow. Spoken like a true Sunday worker right there. I finally have time for myself. I can watch you and do stuff, not only dealing cards and talking with the crazy mafia. Excellent, Richard. Alright, all navigating initiated. I'll pull up the map if I get turned around. If you guys know the directions to go to get up to the abandoned lookout, I'm definitely listening. We're in it for the long haul with this extravagant plan, huh? Switch back, then switch back, then switch back. Holy crap. Little big moose kicks for this walk. All this switching back I'll be doing. Congrats, man. Road to 100, then 500, then 1,000. Or in our case, oh, you're talking about that. I think you're talking about the days. I was going to say about 3 days. You have 63 subs. When I subbed, it was 25. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I'm really hoping that folks go to the YouTube. There's so much good exclusive stuff that's going to happen over there, man. I'm telling you guys. It's exciting over there. I would like that. YouTube chat popping off. Man. Yeah, YouTube is a whole different world. It's a thrill ride. Alright, here's our second switchback. Only one more to go.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Respect, you really gotta go past it.
Dead time. Die if I don't warm up soon. Come on.
I'm not upset. It's really fun going all over these places looking for this hacksaw right now. At least we'll learn how to get up to the abandoned lookout. Maybe one day also learn how to start a fire. I've never seen you so focused on a game, Larone. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, we're focused, baby. Hasn't translated to being competent, but we're into it. I took my eye off the focus prize a little bit last run. And I paid the price a little bit for it. We stink walked next to some wolves. But we have our big time optimistic eyes open about what we can do by learning on this time and maybe just maybe making it happen. Showing perseverance. Mills. Decent amount of food. can't believe Carrie's friends with Boris, though. That's still taking me for a loop here. Alright, cheekiest of cheeky. Aw, I missed the lighthouse run where you slept so much that you were dehydrated. I love that run. Yeah. I have a lot of jabroni memories, don't I? Cutting a chair death, chocolate bar death. Chocolate bar death. Do tell. Okay. So gather round, everybody. Here's the story. I was in Quincy, having a very successful and expeditious run. Things were going so well. Then I decided to eat like a 57% stale chocolate bar. I did this without any antibiotics or reishi tea on me. That chocolate bar led to disaster. We got the tummy ache of food poisoning nonsense. Then we had to go all over to get reishi. It took us on a 3-hour tailspin that ended up creating cool moments, but not moments that led to us defeating the tournament. We faded into the long dark, hours after never fully recovering from a chocolate. And Sketchy and Raph, the whole gang. Oh my gosh, we got a mole! Carrie's working with the enemy. Oh my gosh, Carrie. We just walked past. Boys, give him a warm welcome to the newest member of the crew, Carrie. Woo! She's gonna be hanging out in Dave's cave and getting reconnaissance missions for us. Don't worry, all those silly lumps down there won't be able to tell the difference. No one will suspect a thing. Woohoo! You're celebrating it. This is crazy. In my unprofessional opinion, your Sergeant William Mackenzie run has been your best in this tournament. Multiple wolves, 3 bears. Thank you, Versetti. This plan that we have here is a kick-butt plan if I can ever get to the point of making it happen. That's what I think. So what I have to do is focus and not be distracted and be a jabroni. And think of 1990s movies, Mike Myers references in the heat of the moment. All right, I'm going to check this clearing just for the sake of it. Sergeant Willie was great.
Hey guys, you haven't said I'm great yet. What about Emo Will, who's salty about losing good luck runs? Isn't he great?
No, you stink, man. All right, no maple over here. Let's do our switchback. Now, I think this is our final switchback before we hit the tower here up on the left. Never wanted to save that match. Thank you, Duncan. Love Emo Will, except when he stinks. Oh!
Wait, you don't like when I don't stink, huh? You think my house is a mess right now? Huh?
Never seen Willie throw a torch that far. Yeah.
Yeah, I could throw torches far. He was like Rambo in the woods, a real soldier boy. Thank you, Versetti. Most of the time there's wolves here by this lookout. One of the things about the lookout that's cool is to me, I think it's kind of a cool base location. I don't think I've ever had a long run before. We had a long bear hunting run, but we've never done any long runs where we set up bases or anything. Lookout tower is up there on the list of ones that I might do. It's got a stove, and the views are unparalleled, which will help you stave off the isolated feeling of being alone on Great Bear Island. His name ain't Wussy Arm Willie. Thank you, Molito. We're throwing people out. No doubles on our watch.
My fingers feel numb.
His fingers feel numb. Milton Hyde legend. That's it. Yeah, speaking of which, I need to get my Letterman jacket back from Astrid. Would be nice right now. A few patches on that thing. That was actually something I never got in real life school. It's a Letterman's jacket. I always thought they were a little too contrived and never got it. Okay.
Just what I need.
He would have won state as the starting quarterback if it wasn't for tearing his ACL running from a rabid wolf. Yeah, it's daunting. Every time you go to school, you have to run away from wolves.
That'll come in handy.
Love this community. I do too, Sil. And it's better because you're a part of it, my friend. Let that be known. About one more hour. Shh. Well, there's a downside to this being your base. You have to listen to those sons of guns out there. Maybe if you just take a bow to them, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so I came up with Signal Hill as the conclusion to what we're gonna do with this. You guys mentioned two options, the ravine and Signal Hill is the closest hammer from where we are right now. So I might have to quickly do the research map to see where exactly it is that we go to get to the next spot. Right below the cursor is where we are, and I think if we just go straight, we're gonna hit that abandoned mine real easy. We pop over to Signal Hill. It shouldn't be too bad for us. So basically, right below the mouse is where we are, and we're just gonna head west to that abandoned mine, which is right where it's below right now. So it's not too far. There's gonna be a ton of coal over there.
I
I know if the hacksaw is in the car, the hammer is in Signal Hill. I have no idea if that's the case if the hacksaw's up here. Well, Duncan did mention, Waba, that the hammer is to be guaranteed at Signal Hill, so that's pretty exciting. Maybe he was thinking the same thing, that it's guaranteed if you find it in the car. Not sure. Yeah, we're probably about to find out. The hammer is guaranteed. Very cool. All right, let's do this adventure and journey then. 1 more hour. It is. You're on loophole 4. Thank you, Chrisney. You might be a pro as we're learning, and that's pretty cool. And your expert knowledge is very welcome. All right, let's continue on this off-the-rails journey across the world. Wise man might have started a fire and chained together some warm soups and things. And called a lot of things. Wise man isn't usually one of them. Pull up my storm lantern on these fools. Illuminate those who will attack. I'm just looking at the spreadsheet. Well, even getting to that point, I'd say, is pretty good. My football letterman, David Letterman, was pretty much a trench coat. Oh! He must have gone to like a Seattle school or something, Versetti. Believe me when I say I wrote that thing, I wore that thing 24/7. Oh, there goes Rossetti. There's the quarterback. He plays real good in the rain. The guy has a grip around that pigskin like you've never seen. And he'll toss it through thousands of raindrops straight into the receiver's breadbasket like nobody's business. Sil and Waba are the real pros. Yeah, you're exactly right, Christy. They are. They're the best. All right, right here on the right is where we go to that Pleasant Valley entrance. There's usually a wolf out front.
Can't feel my hands.
Look at you. You're running amok. Timbies made me feel not pro today. Yeah, Timbies are sons of guns, aren't they? All right, we have some prospects in here, and I think we got work boot prospects next to the porta potty. I'm gonna turn left. Okay. All our luck was on number 2 today. Can't expect much more than that. Acquiring lumps on the way to our heavy hammer. Timbies make me feel bad things. Oh, you want to talk about this mine too? You can get a stem in this mine right here in this area, I think. So there's another cool thing about it. And we just got a sewing kit. Doesn't look like we got the stem today, but it can show up here sometimes, and it's super awesome when it does. Something to think about. 3 places guaranteed stem, 1 of 3. It is guaranteed here? Maybe it's further down the mine? Thank you, Christine. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Oh, well, that's a pretty exciting thing right there. Are you the stem holder? Nope. Alright, we're getting tons of lovely lady lumps, baby.
Heavy.
Next one is the room with the stairs up by the med kit. Okay, the swirl room. Can't start a fire in this bad boy and we're out of torches. We're about to run into a ridiculous situation. Can't craft a torch. Yeah, I'm excited to learn about these stem locations because stems are super important on this difficulty. There's a guaranteed stem at the lighthouse, and I think there's one more that I was sort of aware of. Oh, it's up there, I bet. Gotta hurry! Come so close, illusion runs by out of lights and tunnels. Yeah, I'm having to sprint to the exit because of ridiculous plans. Okay. Worst was in Sunders Pass. Oh my. Okay. We'll just get that stem. We won't forget about it, right, Don't? Woo! 61 lumps! Guaranteed stem locations, not including far territories. Broken Railroad has 2. One of them is at the camp office at the end, and the other one is the maintenance shed. 1 RNG bonus. Mountain Town 1, Pleasant Valley 1, Timberwolf Mountain 1, Scrap Metal. Loves for weeks! You can craft a torch. That's it, Versetti. If you have the right stuff, like gas and things, you go into your craft situation, go up here, and then go down to torch, and you can actually make one. You just have to have these ingredients, including lamp, oil, cloth, stick, and you could do it. And it'll come in handy during your travels. Ketchup chips. Isn't Maglen's guaranteed a camp office in ML2? It depends on which loophole you're on. We keep talking about these 4 different loopholes. One of them does have a guaranteed mag lens. Certain things are on all the loopholes, and some of them are just on a specific one. And mag lens at the camp office is on one of the 4. Alright, now this is when things get crazy. I have to go that way to get to Signal Hill. I've definitely never goated and gone straight there, but that's the plan right now. Here's Pleasant Valley. We just got in right to the left of our mouse cursor. We're going to go down the mountain and just try to go around that bottom part of that map, ending up at Signal Hill, which is like a radio tower. Okay, here we go. Or you could go the normal way and stop by Thompson's in the Rabbit Hat Barn.
That's smart.
BR is at the prison. CH is in this cave. Alright, I think I can just do left wall strats. Anybody messes with us, I got our matches ready for them. Intimidation factor. You know, I was gonna rush that guy, but that was until I saw he had trusty brand matches in his hand. Now I'm thinking twice about it. Keeping him at bay. Alright, kind of off the rails. I just passed a cave. Couple lumps. And what's cool about those little maps we keep pulling up is that on the map, it'll even tell you the stuff that you can find in these caves, like the lumps we just did. Cheeky. Double cheeks. Alright, left wall strats is my plan to get to this place. One more to the right is, this one is always clear. Alright, speaking of clear, we just lost visibility. So even the radio tower might be a little tough for us to spot. He's lucky he didn't goat right into the bear's mouth. Well, I don't think if you told that story to anybody, they would have been like, no way. They would have been like, yeah, that sounds just about right. And then Carrie and the whole crew would be laughing. All right, we've reached the upper falls water. So I'm going to keep left wall stratting. You're the luckiest jabroni I've ever seen. Now I'm starting to think that I need to go up a hill somewhere to get up to this area where the signal hill is. Uh-oh. Oh no. I got bad news. I think I soft locked us. Yeah. This is nightmare. I can't believe. Yes. So, for any of you non-nerds, we're basically running into an invisible wall here. I did this cheeky little goat move up there that I thought was great because I was staying close to the wall. Nope. Ended up in this world where I can't move forward. Let's see if I can crouch anywhere. That's what I was thinking, Chrisney. I just shouldn't have done that stupid move I did. I should have just gone wide. If we're near upper waterfalls we can't get through, have to cross at Thompson's. Reload or just walk down the road. It's okay. Go purgatory. You guys just seem so okay with reloading. So I'm guessing it's okay. I just feel like it's, you know, when you're playing in these tournaments, you'd like to have not these things go on. I can see so much space. Just walk, Will. Don't listen to Rav. Walk, please. If a sprain happens, you'll be stuck for good. Let's pull up the rules. This is the tournament we're in here. It's super great, and everything goes well when you play it. You always succeed in it. It's the Nagoa. I'm assuming that below where we have, all the rules are going to be saying what Duncan just let us know. As you see, there's points for everything and an accuracy score. And then below here on the website, there's a bunch of things you're not supposed to do. I'm guessing one of those is this. I mean, it ain't great, but it ain't cheating. Yeah, I always run into these crazy things. It's like I'm in the King of Kong or something, and I got Billy Mitchell coming after me, you know? I think hitting trade traps is okay. Not the official, just I'd say it's okay though. Don't let that frostbite hit her, it's permanent. It happens. Rules of the tourney say no reloads, kid. I think you got sprains goading down. I did do that. If we don't want reloads due to cheesing and preventing deaths that are players' fault. Where'd you get stuck exactly? Well, Versetti, we're kind of here in this area. So we're in the bottom. We passed the water right there that's above the thing, and then we went this way. Somewhere there, I tried to goat to get over some sort of terrain, and it actually worked. The worst thing is that I ended up in some land that I wasn't supposed to be. It's like I went behind the curtain, and Raph got upset, and he soft-locked the crap out of me. No save scumming, no save scumming. Reloading after or during something bad happens is not allowed. Deal with the consequences. Oh, what's that last line about? Jeez, deal with the consequences. That makes it worse right now. I don't want to deal with the consequences. This summer. Ah! Carrie, if I find out that you and your new buddies had something to do with this, well, everybody's still going to be nice to you at Dave's Cave. There's no question about that. But I'm just going to say that we might not give you a completely drenched in grease, greasy onion ring tower. It might be a little not too greasy. It's the difference between a flower and a weed. Oh, that was perfect, Carrie. Great work, Carrie. Great work, Carrie. It is a fixed spawn or random Nagoa. It's random. Well, you pick it yourself, I guess. Situation where you're stuck on terrain. Yeah, I think all of us in this room know I didn't do anything intentional, but it's pretty explicit. Duncan probably copied that directly from the page. And if we look at that, to me, that says clearly, if you hit one of these things, that's it. I can ask Slid if you give me a second. You can. I don't want to mess with anybody too much and bother them with our questions. I think we're pretty much on the side of knowing that we're SOL in this case. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. I'm not sure who the rule keepers are on this serious stuff, but Fish and Maria, I imagine. To be fair, I'd move on. And judges will judge. I decree that the lady who got burned by McDonald's coffee was at fault. Us at McDonald's Co. believe she was a jabroni. Or actually, it's the other way around. I don't want to upset anybody. We learned last time that our boy Duncan was actually on the case. He was defending one of the sides. I say it's fine. There it is. Might as well try and fight to get out of it, if that's the case. Did you try spam crouching? Well, let's try it. Let's just try anything. Bedroll trick. Bedroll trick. That's a little time down an hour. What the heck does that do? I was thinking you might be able to get out if you can sleep outside the perimeter. Oh. This is crazy. This is a new ridiculous level of jabroni that I've put us in. I am sorry. This is insane. Look at us. Sleep outside the perimeter. I don't know if this is outside the perimeter. What the F happened here? I just got here. Yo, what's up, Rocky? How's it going?
Hey, yo, Rocky, man, I just glitched us out, man. I got us stuck behind a wall. I don't know what's going on.
Man, every time I get this far, I think we got out. But the sad reality is we're stuck here forever.
Hey, it's good to see you, Rock. Hey, yo, they got me behind a wall over here. They won't let me go.
Don't need a ruling now. We blew it. Oh! Slid says he thinks I would be allowed to reload. Too late now. Thank you for those hips, Rocky. I appreciate you being so considerate about the circumstance. You know this would be a tough time for me to not get hips. And if you guys don't know, Rocky usually comes in saying no hips from me.
And I go, yo, what do you mean no hips?
And so to give those hips, that means Rocky's really in tune with our emotional state right now, and it means a lot. It looks like I've blown it. Big time. We've reached the bargaining state of grief. I'm going through the stages. All right, that's it. I think we're calling it. Dearly beloved, this guy was, let's not sugarcoat it, he wasn't the smartest Will. This Will just was never gonna make it, and we all knew it. The second he found that bedroll, he was discouraged. He allowed salty Will to come out, and he just wasn't it. I do appreciate you guys. Yeah, not a chance, Salt Smoker. I do appreciate you guys wearing your nice black outfits. You all look lovely. This guy was a bit of a mope. I don't think anybody's going to really look back and say, this was the cool one. This guy was kind of lame, and he needs to get over himself if he's going to bounce back. What he did say is that he still loves everybody. And he also said this next one, we're going to get a hacksaw really early and not have to deal with any of this nonsense. That's what I think. I can't believe that. That was insane. We got a soft lock and it ended our tournament. Never in a million years. It's part of the rules. They say if you get into one of those situations, you're done. And it says deal with it even. It's coming down from high authority. If you want to go buy loot tables, the best bet is DP for Hacksaw and DP and Hammer and CH. Salt Smoker, you don't realize how funny that is. The folks who are here a while know that that's exactly what I look for every time. And I just don't re-roll my guys, so I end up soft locking and running amok. This summer, the consequences will never be the same. Okay. Quick Bezos, and we're going to start off a run here where we're going to have success. And that success starts with an early hacksaw. It's just like Salt Smoker says. Going to DP is the best start, and then we're going to get a hacksaw right away. No Storm Lantern or bedroll in that place. Storm the steeds. Everything's going to go right. Now, you know what stage I'm in Vercetti now? Denial. By Egypt. Okay. Quick Bezos. We're making it happen, and we're coming back ready and rearing to start off things on the right foot. I see some scheming. All right, I'll be right back. You guys ready to turn this ship around? Did that will ever really even exist? Who knows, Vercetti? Really knows. Maybe Will had a heart attack in his last slumber, and the walk to his purgatory was the hallucinations of a dying brain. Whoa. Holy crap. I'm going to talk about this summer. My vote is for HRV, which counts for squat, but HRV is goated for spawns on Loper Loop. Well, I'll tell you what it is, Chrisney. Just like Salt Smoker detailed, we have great familiarity with DP, and we have a lovely time doing the whole beginning process if we find an early hacksaw and if I stay focused. So I think we have a great plan detailed in this inane text document here. That's the plan I would love to adhere to. It is concise, and it looks great on paper. I vote do or die Willie going rando. Okay, well, there's another side of things. If you guys really want, just for the love of the game, we could go random and just run amok. Because, you know, what else are we going to do? So there's that, too. We can do that if we'd like, just for everything. But we can be pretty sure that he's not going to succeed anywhere close to as good as the one who's responsible and goes to DP. And then, one last thing, don't forget this. The difference between a flower and a weed is a judgment. Unknown. DP does have the advantage of opening up the early backpack, but Timberwolf is even better for that. Yeah, I think what it has the best for me is that everything is close. If you're committed to DP, if you don't get a hacksaw on Hibernia or the mine, then just eat the run. Yeah, Shabby, that's another plan. It's a self-imposed weakness of mine. I usually, if logic and doing good at the game were my biggest priority, I would definitely do that, Shabs. Unfortunately, around here, we're committed to the lumps at Dave's Cave. And for that, sometimes you do things for the love of the game. And part of that, in my own self-imposed nonsense brain, is giving every will a shot to live. They all have their own story. Some of them unceremonious, like the last one. But that's kind of what my thought is on that one, Shabs. But you are absolutely correct that if we don't get a hacksaw at Hibernia or the mine, then we should re-roll it. But here we are. Nagoa is so fun to do random spawn. Traditional Nagoa is random. You guys want to see me fail again? We can do it. It's possible. All we have to do is click random down there. Might even send us to Sunder's Pass again. Who knows? You want to do it? All the planned ones seem to fail. Thank you, Melito. Very nice of you to point out. You guys want to go random? Sil wants to. Melito does. We do it for the love of the game. Feeling crazy. You guys know it's going to go off the rails, right? And it's going to be even worse than what we've seen. And you imagine, how could it get worse? I'm going to show you how if we put random. Ready? Ready to roll the dice? We'll start in a random region! Exclamation point from Raph. That's pretty exciting. We got him fired up. Random, Willie. Holy crap. Oh, you can't fit holy crap. Alright, just random Willie. Can we guess? Yes, please guess, Christy. Where are we gonna go? We've gotten Sundered Pass before. We end up in Blackrock or pretty much anywhere. It's gonna be crazy. Does the tournament challenge have any rules about where you start? It doesn't, Versetti. So go to the website, grab the custom code, and you can start anywhere you'd like. Or you could do random like we're about to and fade into the long dark in 24 hours. I feel like Blackrock 2, Timberwolf Mountain, ML, Mystery Lake, looks like. Okay, we have a... Oh, what's up, Street? How's it going, Street? How are you today on this beautiful Tuesday, Street? As I see that you've learned, we're doing a random start here on this tournament. This is what we got. You know, sup, brother? Work is done. Nice, Street. It is amazing that you're hanging with us. And I'm glad you're enjoying these half-off appetizers. It's a deal you can't beat. Putting a grand down on Blackrock is my bet. Oh my gosh. All right, ready? It's as far off the rails as it can get right now. It's a midnight blizzard start. That's it. So the reason we go to DP is because it's small and we know our way around. And since they throw us into the woods with no shoes and everything, usually you have to handle things. Must have been a raid from Kimmy from this morning. I don't think so, Street. But here's what's going to happen. We're going to storm the steeds on random, and we're going to make some serious things happen. Prepare for this. Get ready. Stay away from a random Willie. Oh! We go. God help us. Robertson Davies. Extraordinary people survive under the most terrible circumstances. Okay. PV. So this place is giant. Really hard to find where you are to get inside without getting the Mark of Shame frostbite. So my strat is usually just go straight downhill and try to navigate once you find water. If you guys know anywhere I am, I'm all ears. Best map ever made by the team. Yeah, this map rules. It's cold and it's big though, Street. We have to get inside, no frostbite. Does anybody know anything about where we are? I'm listening. We got a guy.
Freezing.
This is somewhere in the middle. Are you cold, Will? Lower Falls. Okay, we're at Lower Falls. Iconic location. Looks like Dead Man's Rock and PV based on that dead man and that rock. And we got some observational folks in the cave tonight, I'd say. Okay, we just reached the Lower Falls, right? Lower Falls. So now we go over to the map and we bust out Pleasant Valley. Where the heck is Lower Falls? Is it down there? Right above the mouse cursor now? I really don't know PV spawns very well, so I'm no help. No problem, Christy. We're gonna figure this out. And the line to CH. I think if I follow this river all the way down, I'll eventually get to the Red Barn. It's a far way away, and I'm not thinking that we're gonna get to that Red Barn before frostbite. Yeah, it is. I don't think there's any closer spots inside those streets. There's like an outdoor barn over there, maybe. Might be getting the Mark of Shame on this random roll. Forest cave, but hard to find in the Bliss. Molly's Barn. All right, we're under the big bridge. Heartbreak Bridge. So I think if we keep going this way, we go left and we're going to hit the Red Barn and we can go into the pickup truck, right? It'll just be about making sure we take that angle right, I'm guessing. So Heartbreak Bridge is there to the right of where the cursor is. No, this is the bridge by the farmhouse. Okay, so we, at this left here, where there's like a Y in the rivers, we took the left way, and we're under the bridge that's pretty much straight to the right of where my cursor is. And if I got up on that road, I could just follow that road 2 feet and get to the red barn. The rabbit skin barn. Okay. What is the best way to get onto the road from here? Seems pretty high up. Do I go back and like nudge up the hill? Or do I just keep going and go to the farmhouse? Because it's not going to be warm enough. You guys want to push to farmhouse for warmth? Okay, I'm not going to know when to turn and how to turn, so I'm going to try my best. Come on, no frostbite. Took us to the barn. Is it in front or behind us, you guys think, the little barn? We're going to have to go in there. It might not be warm enough. We're going to see if the manger is warm enough, sleeping in the barrel of hay and just trying to get back. It's either that or cut our losses and just try on the fence with it on your right. Okay, trust in you, Christine. We're going to turn around and we're going to keep the fence on our right looking for this barn. We just left the power lines behind us. Let's see. Great work, Christy. Say manger. Okay. We're 5 Celsius too cold. Sleeping in a manger, little Saint Mackenzie. There's probably not matches in here, and I don't have a ton of time to putter around looking for stuff. What are we doing in PV? It's off the rails, Dunk. I'm just so off the rails right now. I got my pasta. Nice. He's got the spicy sauce. Beautiful, Duncan. odds of there being matches and stuff in here are pretty slim. I think I gotta get back on the path back to the house. That's it, tribe. We gotta dash. We gotta Mrs. Dash. So I have to follow those power lines the opposite way to get to the farmhouse, and I think I'll get there. This is our moment. Frostbite is right around the corner. Avoiding it at this point would be a miracle. It's the mark of shame. You never want that frostbite on your run. It stays with you the whole time. You lose a toe, you lose respect. Look at this ragged Willie over here. Excellent work. Just all around amazing work from the crew. Unbelievable stuff, guys. You navigated the most jabroni of all jabronis in the hardest town to avoid the frostbite. As you can tell, our outfit's ridiculous. We got an old hoodie here, a worn hoodie, some old jeans, maybe Levi's or Wranglers. We have some underpants, sports socks, Sadie Hawkins shoes that are completely frozen, and a sad face that displays being separated from our gal, being a pilot who crashed onto an island where there's haunted animals, and he doesn't even have gloves. So the great thing is, what we got here is, we got some good stuff. Yo, what's up, Kia? Lasagna in the mix. How's it going, Garfield? How are you, Kia? I hope you're doing very well. And we've been talking a lot about food. Our boy is eating spicy pasta right now. So I don't know if Garfield likes a little zip in his pasta, but I know he likes his lasagna. It's basically Nagoya Interloper hunting tournament. That's it. All right. So let's start. We're going to start with driving gloves. We're going to look for a fire starter, which I think at this place, there's only one shot at getting a fire starter, and it's trusty brand matches in the basement. So we're going to have to go down there in Blue Outline World. Unless we find a storm lantern or something, it's going to be a little tougher to loot at nighttime. So let's go down there and see if we can find matches. Yeah, this is crazy, tribe. Because the one thing that happened on our last tournament that was on regular interlopers, that we got real comfortable with the fact that you could rebuild HP every night when you slept. So this really pushed us to the next level. Well, you know, more levels up than I was probably ready for, right? Getting stomped over here. The Frozen Angler. Right, so I'm not sure what we're going to do about fire starters unless we see a flare or matches around this place. Oh, pry bar.
Wait. I'm so cold.
Ah, it's cold!
Warming up again.
Yo, what's up, Thor? Maglins can also be in the basement. Yo, Larone, how's it going, Thor? It's good to see you, my friend. Things are going pretty crazy over here. So I'm glad you're getting here now when we're safe inside and you can just assume, man, I didn't realize how much our HP got dripped during that scene. We lost a little bit, huh? But no frostbite. Look how close we were. Holy crap.
Could end up being.
Yeah, how's it going, Thor? How are you, my friend? We just started this one and we picked random. We're doing the Nagoa over here, and it just sent us to PV. We were inches from getting frostbite, but here we are. Alright, I say we just sleep till the sun rises and we can actually see what's going on in this place. You liking Nagoa? It's the best, Thor. It's really pushing us. And we're having to learn a lot of things about responsibly surviving without being able to rely on that HP rebuild at night. Definitely a humbling experience. That's for sure. I have been considering a misery run. Why not go for this, eh? Well, I'll tell you that my thing about misery is it's a little different than these tournaments because you don't get just a crazy affliction that you're stuck with forever. You get things that you earn through your own incompetence, which kind of feels more deserved, you know? Very true. The weather is quite nice as well. Yeah. Autocorrect on YouTube made Loper get changed into La Opera. Holy crap. Sounds like when Boris is trying to, show off for his new love interest. Yeah, I'll be singing at La Opera this weekend. Sounds like something he would show off with. Yeah, it's no big deal, I've done it a couple times. Just a singing bear. If you want to challenge yourself, Dead Man is the way to go from Loper. Nagoa is basically a tricked up dead man. Woo! Tricked up and tricked out. Dead Man, that was the tournament they named after us. It was nice of them to do that. Alright. A little bit more sleep till the sun rises, then we do some sunrise looting. Gotta read up on this. I think you said Rishi Tea is your only heal. It's actually Birch Bark Tribe, but that's it. And you could do stims too. And it gives you 5 HP over 2 hours, I think, for each cup of Birch Bark. So if you're in a place like PV here or another place, you have some decent supply of HP rebuild. And you can start to plan your journeys around it. All right, so here we are. This is a crazy, ridiculous start. Lord knows what loophole we're on. I guess we'll start to do some reductive understanding of things. Ski jacket. All right, there you go, buddy. The original Dead Man was created years before Nagoa by the talented Kina Smash. She wanted more of a challenge and created Dead Man. Yeah. And that, I've never heard of Kina Smash, but that's what I mean when I say that there's been so many people that have come along these years and kicked butt and have made TLD what it is today. And I don't think it should go unnoticed. And those like Kina Smash and Thor, they deserve our our admiration and respect for all this cool stuff they've done to make the game and community as dope as it is. I'm grateful to be in the mix with you guys, and thanks for teaching us about Kena. We will be the dead man in no time. Alright, more looting. Here's great news. I think we're gonna find a can opener. We're about to go into that kitchen. We're about to rummage around in that guy's cabinets. Your eyes peeled. Oh, Big Moose Kicks! Sewing kit. Here's the sad news. I think it's happened again to us.
Never would have thought to look here.
Oh! You had me thinking, well, there's only a set amount of resheath. That is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I might have misspoke, bud. But it's birch bark. So the can opener dreams that I had have been a little dashed. ATDS challenge was Hinterlamb's homage to Kina's original Dead Man. Only the dead speak or something? Is that what that is? That acronym street? As the dead sleep. Holy crap. It's probably a little bit more of a softball challenge then, huh?
This stuff will come in handy.
Done it. Everything else could go wrong from here. They'll never take this away from us. This is our moment. Some say we should just throw our can at the railroad tracks and see if it'll open and we can get some chili out of there. I say this implemented thing, opening these cans. It's fun. No health recovery, and you have to visit a certain number of graves. It's fun. Nice. It teaches you all the skills, traveling and map knowledge and stuff, Street. That's cool. About as cool as having a can opener. You idiots gave him a can opener. Think of his stats. Speaking of which, let's go take a glance at that real quick, just to see the evidence of our success. Can openers found. Oh no. Done it. We're filling up this stat sheet like crazy. This is one of those moments you never forget. Hope you guys are proud. Can opener high score incoming. That's it. Candy bar. right, night basement. Freaking impressive. Oh, do you see that can opener? Something to think about.
Someone's stash.
Oh yeah, you got all the dusty floor potatoes. We're getting in. Let's get some carrots. Nice, Rando gave us PV. It sure did, Sil. And the craziest part was that we were that close to getting frostbite. There was some sage advice coming from the crew, and they led me to freedom.
This will come in handy.
Wondering if I should check in here for Trusty Bran. It's a pretty big change if we get a pack. Otherwise, we're going to Red Barn, probably. I like the variety. That's it. Yeah, this one was for the streets. Streets were due. Who knows, you know? Oh! Man, I'm wondering if I should start going into filing cabinets more, because the loophole seems to be broken here and kind of generous. Alright, now what's the game plan? Crafting improvised everything. Red Barn, maybe? Yo, what up, Slid? How's it going, my friend? We were actually just talking about you, Slid. We were going to use your high authority to see what the decision was on a crazy thing we were going through. How are you, Slid? It's good to see you. Looting is a good way to get things. Anonymous. Unbelievable, man. We're in Pleasant Valley actually doing these crazy things. This is wild. It's good to see you, Slid. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we were just about to call you up, bud. We're gonna get high authority on the horn. But it turns out I blew it somehow anyway, so we actually didn't need any advice from the higher-ups.
I could eat anything right now.
Hello, hope it's going good. Yeah, it's going fantastic. How are you, my friend? Were you by any chance playing the Long Dark, Slid? And having a good time doing it? Alright, we're going double Davies in this piece. Yeah, I just noticed that rock. RIP curtains. Yeah, we're messing around on Nagoa Run. Oh, no way. Nobody else was doing Nagoa, Slid, and I think I was the only one, so you're picking it up. Well, you're going to make me look terrible because there's no chance you're not way more competent at it. You're going to go out there and kick butt and succeed. We have just faded into the long dark every time we've tried. And we just threw everything at it this time. We're like, you know what? We're just going to Pleasant Valley on a random. Might as well. But that's awesome. It's been the most fun thing ever. I'm sure you're going to kick butt. Carrot. Alright, so I need to start actually thinking about what I'm doing rather than just running amok. Okay, sounds good, tribe. Thank you for hanging. I have to get my forging tools, and I have no idea which loophole we're on. So maybe I check for the hacksaw in one of these cars. That's what I'm thinking. Planning is a good idea. Yeah, it sure is. There's a car right next to the farmhouse or the barn, and I think there's potentially a hacksaw in the car there. Can't remember. Okay, yeah, this one. There could be a hacksaw in here. So we're gonna have to start deducing things with the loot pool. And that'll help us figure out where things will be. I wonder if the hammer's guaranteed at Signal Hill, which is up there, on every loot pool in Pleasant Valley. Is it? Okay, thank you, bud. Yeah, it's really hard to figure out which loot pool we're on early, too. There was a pry bar in the farmhouse. Maybe that'll help us. It was in the basement. When I stop next, I'm going to look at the Excel sheet and see if pry bar in the basement of the farmhouse helps us figure out the loot pool. Is this Interloper? This is Nagoa Slid. So we're just like you. We've just been doing it for a while now, and unfortunately we usually hit around 14, 15 days and fade promptly. Pry bar doesn't help. I'm looking right now. Yikes. I do see the birch forest, a site for low HP eyes. So you want hints? Yes, I do. Around here, it's usually just advice to a jabroni, but hints is pretty much the same. You're looking for a hacksaw? That's it. That is it. We're trying to ascertain the loot pool, Slid, and the one thing we found so far was a pry bar in the basement. Yeah, there's a chance of it coming here, Shabs. That's why I'm headed here. And then we'll get more definitive answers once we look at the thing. So there are 4 spots you're walking away from. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out which loot pool it is, basically, with the pry bar. And I'm going to go see exactly how many there are. Hints are just slightly roasted advice. Well, I'm basically the most roasted man in TLD history. But also, I deserve to be roasted. If you've seen anything today, you've seen merits for a roasting. A good old-fashioned ribbing. Alright, I'm gonna check the Excel sheet right when we get inside.
Goddamn freezing.
Alright, we talked about this before. Guaranteed stim locations. This barn, I believe, is one of them. If you go over to this red barn in Pleasant Valley, you'll be pleasantly surprised when you learn that there's guaranteed a stim here. Pretty great stuff.
Too cold to think.
We're gonna pop into this car so we're a little warmer right now. We're about to take the drip. Alright, let's pop over on that Excel sheet and see if we can figure anything out with the pry bar in the basement of PB. I don't think there are actual loot tables anymore, but I'm not really up on that. But the shed outside the barn, the shack by the yellow tractor, birch forest, the wood box outside the warm house in Thompson's, and then the truck across the bridge in Thompson's are possibles. This sounds like a clue guess. What's up, Bacon? You're sizzling on in here, baby. All right, we go over to Pleasant on the Excel sheet. Pry bar. Okay, that one doesn't say anything about the basement of the farmhouse. Here's the Excel sheet for you guys right there if you'd like to check it out too. Okay, it looks like it's all the same when it comes down to pry bar. It just says the same stuff. It's kind of a nightmare. I think I'm seeing what Shabby was saying. That taught me nothing. Loot tables ruin the enjoyment for me, so I don't use them. Pry bars aren't a part of loot tables. They actually are a part of this Excel sheet street, and you can use it to figure out where stuff's gonna be. Yo, Larone, I done told you it doesn't help. Yeah, and I didn't even see the basement of the farmhouse on that list. That was on all 4 loot pools. So I have no idea what to do. We can check all those slid spots. I pretty much kind of knew most of those spots. I was just hoping we wouldn't have to go all the way around creation and that we would get some info from the pry. But it doesn't seem like it's telling us much. There's our guaranteed stim, baby. You just keep looking around the barn. You'll find that stim. Sometimes it's even hidden behind that little workbench over there, and you gotta move it. Customization mode. They'll tuck it away. But just keep looking. Hey, what's up, Reaper? How are you, my friend? You've been saving the day one zombie at a time. It's great to see you, Reaper. One of my favorite things about Reaper is the juxtaposition to what is happening on screen. There'll be like Britney Spears singing "Hit Me Baby One More Time" as he's hunting zombies. It's pretty wild. You know what I was also thinking of the other day? How ridiculous Limp Bizkit was. That was so crazy. I don't know how they became so giant. When I was thinking about their song, he was like, sometimes you wake up, everybody sucks. It's like the most basic throat coat tee quotes of all time in lyrics. But somehow, absolutely destroyed on the charts. No shade to Mr. Dirts or anything like that. Just didn't really understand the craze. And I was part of it, even. I was part of it, man. I had a burned copy of Limp Bizkit. It was an exclusive possession. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry, guys. Keep rolling. Yeah, it was kind of hacky. I was too young to know what hacky was, and I was just into it. I bought in. Speaking of hacky, we gotta go find this hacksaw. The PB hacksaw is like the pry bar. It can be in multiple spots on a given loot table. It won't help you anyways. There's only one loot table the hacksaw isn't in PV, according to that list, and all the other tables, like I mentioned, are those possible spots. I appreciate it, Slid. Shed outside the barn. The shack by the birch forest and the tractor. So we're at the barn. Might as well check the shed, huh? Woo. Clothes are in decent shape. I think Signal Hill is also a spot. Pretty much all the spots mentioned look correct to me. Alright. Yeah, Signal Hill has a chance for the hammer too, I think. We might be able to get the double whammy effect. Possible hammer in this barn also. Yeah. Sometimes you'll see it right here under the table. Like in this little shelf right here. I guess I'm breaking down wood or sleeping. I think we'll sleep. Gonna wait out this blizzard. I was into them as a little bambino because I like the WWF, yeah, and that whole the whole revolution era, you know, China and all that. I like, and the Undertaker used that song as his intro for a while, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, I always thought he was. Oh, it was during his motorcycle era, I bet, because he used to come out to Gong, the cool entrance of. Basically, every time Will dies, we have the Undertaker's theme song. Yes, he did. Oh my gosh. Gotta head out. Good luck if you're responsible. Okay, Dunk. All right, we're gonna check the barn for the hacksaw. Here we go. Let's do it. Game time. Molly's barn is a spot too for the hammer, but I think we were in running scared mode at that point. Molly's barn. Got it, Chab. If we go over to Signal Hill, we'll pop into there and check for that rabbit skin hat as well. Okay, no hacksaw here. Looks like an Aurora. It was absolutely during his motorcycle era. Yeah, that was wild. He was wearing a bandana all over the place. All right, I'm just looking for the town. Oh! So I'm looking for the bingo hall and everything. I think it's that way. That way being this way. I think I'm just gonna run for it if we don't hear anything. There's also a moose in the mix. Sometimes I'll see the church. I see power lines. I see the church.
Can't feel my feet.
Okay. Chilling for a second. Still no fire starter, but we know that if we can get over to the gas station, there's a guaranteed pack of matches there. So that's probably a good spot for us to prioritize once we're warm. Let's sleep in this guy's bed here. Then we go to the gas station, grab our matches, and we can finally start our first fire. We got one can opener, not any matches. Let's go. I'm checking for the hacksaw. No hacksaw. Okay, I think we've checked 2 spots for it now. Red Barn and that coal bin. Okay, we got matches. And we're gonna look for a trusty brand pack of matches somewhere here. There'll be a small little blue outline somewhere. Okay, now we're chilling. All right, so let's talk hacksaw here. We've hit 2 of the spots. Are we thinking Signal Hill at this point? Match hype? Thank you, Rocky. So we've checked a few of the spots that we've been informed could have it. And we're pretty much playing the guessing game. It's pretty tough to speed run right here with all these variables.
That's done.
Can you guys say dusty floor potatoes times 3? Holy. Never heard of such a thing. Okay, so we have a few prospects here at the bingo hall. We have a guaranteed bear sweater. Sometimes you'll find good shoes in this corner. And in our set, sports socks. That's what we got. Sounds groovy. Let's go get our bear shirt. Okay. I think the shirt is close to as good as the hoodie, but there's no way. Cooking skillet. Empanada conversations in the future. So are we now all thinking about responsible ways to get to Hacksaw expeditiously? I think that would be very prudent. We're gonna have to find it. We're gonna be traveling to do it.
That'll come in handy.
Cool. Alright, we're just speed run looting this little spot here. Light has been awarded to us. We can't go out on a windy day though, go and travel to another spot. Had to pull torches and do that if we want to do that. Okay. I need to check that loot pool again, so I'm not just running around this town aimlessly, that's for sure. Alright, quickest bays. We're gonna figure this out. Bezos wants to show you Morgan. Morgan Freeman knows. Now, as far as us, I'm rechecking the loot pool to see if I find out anything about the different spots that we can find this hacksaw at. Alright, so loot pool 1 doesn't have any hacksaw in Pleasant Valley. This one says a million things. Pleasant Valley outbuildings outside in a barn. Barn near Birch Forest. Okay, we already checked that one. Near Thompson's Crossing, over the bridge from the town, under a cart near one of the houses. Wow. Okay, so that is where we are right now. Thompson's Crossing, over the bridge from the town, under a cart near one of the houses. What the heck is a cart? Where are we going to find that? Thompson's Crossing garden shed. Garden shed. The heck are these places? I don't know any of that stuff. I also should be on pause right now. Near Hilton Top Cave, there's a flat trailer across the bridge. It says over the bridge from the town, under a cart near one of the houses. You check the garden shed. Is that the coal bin? That would make sense. That's the cart. Okay. Beautiful. And we got Skeeter's Ridge and Hilltop Cave. The one in the barn is very well hidden, usually by big red toolbox upstairs. Yeah, even after talking about looking behind that stuff, I don't know if I did it well. Alright, Skeeter's Ridge next to the burned out without basement. Next to the burned out house without basement. That's pretty far from here. I think that's up to the plane crash. Near Hilltop Cave, Hunter's Blind. Boy, do I hope it's just across the road. Let's eat a carrot. But yeah, I can also spawn by the cart. Turn left when exiting Thompson's, cross the bridge. That's it, Bean. That's where I'm really hoping it is, because that's super close. The rest of these ones, I'm not thrilled about going to. So we're definitely going to find it as soon as we cross the bridge, baby. What's up, AV? Thank you for those hips. I appreciate that, AV. What a way to come in. Man, we could use you today, AV. It has been crazy, and we need all the brain power we can get. It's good to see you, AV. Hey, what's up, Alpine? How are you? You are joining us with an amazing legend, AV, and you are here for the action. Well, most of the action you can see, we're cooking dusty potatoes. We're kind of in an unusual town right now looking for our essential forging tools. And it's going to take us probably all over a really big map. We're super hopeful that we're going to cross this bridge and find it underneath a cart. We're looking for the hacksaw. Quick question. Scarf and beanie Strimming boost warmth in TLD? Well, quick answer, yes. And it also makes everything awesome. Yeah, that's exactly it. We got the bonus, baby. It's a beautiful night. I see wolves up here. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, AV. It's great to see you, my friend. I don't know if you've been on Long Dark, but I hope that your endeavors have been going well, and I know that you're kicking butt. Okay, no rock. Can't pump fake this guy. Ooh, that was close. This thing is smoked out. So I think this is the cart here, Shabs, and I'm not seeing a hacksaw. Good thanks, Meg. We'll be back on TOD in a couple days. Beautiful. Yeah, AV, I think we were talking about Dead Man Challenge earlier, and I'm pretty sure that you played that recently. The one where you had all those responsible cattails in a cave. Okay, now we talk about Skeeter's Ridge and all those other forsaken spots. Eat a hot potato. Good call, Rock. It's after our biscuits. That was Dead World, similar in some ways. Ah, yeah, because it had no food around, everything was decaying. Dead World. Spazzing out. No, my torch is short.
What have we here?
Yikes. All right, what are we thinking is the next spot for our hacksaw? Realistically, the closest. We've checked the red barn. We've checked the coal bin over here in the garden. And the under the cart spot across the hill. Across the road. By the birch forest. You got it, Rock.
Something is
Let's loot yet another neighbor's house. Yeah, I hope Alpine, AV, and the whole crew are doing very well. It's been a pretty crazy day for us. One of those days that goes very typical if you're an inept TLD player. You have ideas in your head of how everything goes so well, and then once you get behind the keyboard, reality strikes. So do the wolves. Oh my gosh. Well, you could say a lot about this run, but what you can't say is that we're not putting on an absolute show with can openers, baby. We got it. That's two. We're just getting started. We got it, Pack and Play. Did we get eaten? We sure did. More than one time, AV. Just tune back in and we got an opener. Check this out, Pack and Play. Uno, dos. So we go over to the stat sheet, and you guessed it. What usually is a goose egg of despair and nothingness. Double time, baby. It is always the wolves. We got eaten by Scruffy AV when we were trying to light a fire. And then one of his cousins over there in DP when we were stink walking with too much meat in our satchel. The optimistic Will is doing great. That's pretty much all this Will has at this point. He's stuck in Pleasant Valley. God knows how we're going to get a forge taken care of, or maple, or anything at this point. We're just starting one step at a time. We're trying to get a hacksaw, and we're going to go to the birch forest to get it. Right now, it's rummage through this guy's cabinets. I think I hear a monster Aretha behind me making a scene.
I think I can
He's in
use
driving gloves. We're going to hang on to those for the cured leather factor. You can tear them up in 15 minutes. We'd also love to tear up that lamp with the hacksaw into scrap metal. Oh! New wool socks! Your sacrifice to feed the wolves so they leave others alone is admirable. Thank you, AV. That means a lot. Man, it's Sock City in here. You guys aren't aware of AV. He's the real deal. He's one of the smartest TLD players you'll find. Often comes up with out-of-the-box strategies that keep him along far longer than anyone could imagine is possible. One of the greats. We say we drink some Sprite, huh? I say we sleep before our journey to the birch forest. Because that one's going to be pretty wild. I don't imagine we could survive doing that on low fatigue like this. Or we go crazy and pound coffee like maniacs. Do we do that? This is one of those times when I'm making a mistake, isn't it? I think the most of you guys would say sleep and go in the morning to the birch forest when it's way warmer outside. If anybody thinks we should pound coffee, just go right there immediately. It's in the cards. Can't wait to tell Metal. He's so proud. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna sleep and be responsible. I guess that's what we have to do. Alright, responsible plan initiated. Took a lot of restraint for me not to just go out there and blow all my HP running around at night under an ill-advised idea that I was going to find a hacksaw in the birch forest. Heck of a lot of restraint. So, let's talk about the differences between this random start we did and the one we do at DP. If we get 50% of what the loot pool offers us, 2 out of 4 of them basically, we get a hacksaw in the first morning of our time on Great Bear. As far as us here on this run, we've already lasted a day, and all we've accomplished is talking about Limp Bizkit. So, that's the tough part about not starting in Desolation and doing random. It's fun, but it really puts you behind on your speed run to making that bow and doing some hunting, huh? I think so. One more. Cooked potato. Moldy granola bar at 22%. Pushing it. Alright, I'm gonna keep sleeping. I hope you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday evening. I'm getting to the point of being excited about grabbing some food. And we're reaching a morning, our second day in Pleasant Valley. We're still alive, and we're without frostbite. Near a birch forest that could rebuild our HP. Pretty exciting over there, too, I would say. And the birch forest is where our hacksaw can be. 1 hour at a time, we're getting that sleep fatigue up. So, let's talk about the map to Pleasant Valley. This is it right here. We're headed to a birch forest, which is next to the red barn, kind of to the left of where our cursor is. There's a bear cave there. And I'm guessing the hacksaw is going to be at the little burned down cabin that's just kind of in the birch forest over there. Did someone say there can be one at Skeeter's Ridge basement? There's a possible bean, yeah. So we might have to go all the way up to where the moose is, up there at Skeeter's Ridge, and look in the basement. That's pretty wild. And that's one of our shots. But still, we're playing the guessing game, so we're kind of just checking. We're starting with that birch forest spot somewhere over there to the left of the mouse cursor, behind the red barn in the birch forest. Who knows if we're going to be able to find all this, but we're going to try. That's a good philosophy, right? Let's get out there. Yeah, I want to say this. You guys are amazing, and I'm super grateful that I get to share my inept gameplay with you. We seek the birch forest and the hacksaw. I'm gonna try not to mess around stopping for too much loot I see on the way. Temperature over everything. Temperature will drain our vitals at 20 HP per hour, and we've already lost about 20. No games or excuses. We got rabbits over here. They're running. Okay. So another thing I realized is that we don't have any lumps. I'm so used to having lumps, I don't think I can even do a super warm spot fire. I might need to want to get sticks to get over the 20 Celsius hump. We're without lump. Lumpless Willie. Like Versetti said, this really has been our favorite way to spend our Tuesdays and Fridays. Oh, thank you, Bean. Makes it easier to get out of bed in the morning. Oh my gosh. That warms my heart. You're the best, Bean. Yeah, I always say what's great about this is, oh, random maple. Look how random that is. I don't even know how to write that down, but in random land, we can go back and cut a maple if we ever get a hacksaw.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
I gotta light a fire ASAP. Do it.
Just want to lay down.
All right, now it's the big number check. 9. All right, we can handle 9. Let's throw a book in there for good measure. If I start responsibly lighting fires and stop being lazy and igniting one of these coffees or things before I leave, I can travel longer before my spot fires. It's part of my game I need to level up in. Could get lumps in southeast part of the map. Connector mine to coastal. Yeah, that's it, Bean. And there's a healthy supply over there too. Responsible bandages. And now I'm learning about the warming up bonus, but I think that you can stack it. So like if I drank soup and coffee, I think it would push the temperature vital up twice and not just once. So that might be our move. Because with our current Kindle, we're not getting this fire too toasty. And look at these can openers, man. It's so impressive. Alright, we're about to roll. Ah! Alright, now let's try. We're at 9 o'clock. Let's drink coffee back to back with the soup and see if it pushes the temperature up more. Okay, it does. So you can stack heat like that, kinda. We seek something. Unfortunately, the cougar likes to hang out there, though, near the fishing spot. Okay, we'll be on the lookout. Now, are we going for the abandoned shack? Because I think it's back here in this corner. So we'll just kind of stay to the right, and we don't want any problems. And there'll be a guy with crows overhead, kind of back here next to a burned down old house. We seek the burned down old house. Okay, there it is. I don't know if this is where the hacksaw is, but that's the burned down house. We got two of them. Opportunity knocks.
Fingers feel numb.
Got birch bark. Yeah, I should probably be getting more Kindle. I don't think I have anything but books at this point. Two guys.
Can't feel my hands.
Okay, no time to think about that. That was pretty cool. Okay, so Rocky, if you're aware of where in the birch forest the hacksaw actually might be, what I thought was that it was right here where I just checked. It could be somewhere else though, and I'm just not even looking in the right spot right now. Trying to figure this out. I think it's in the barn right outside the forest. On the red barn side of the forest. Or by the tractor. I'm gonna go through the forest and pop out into the open, see if I see the barn by a tractor. Hopefully we're not talking about the red barn, 'cause I have checked in there.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Beautiful. Okay, this open one. Alright, this is our moment. Thank you, Rocky. Rocky, true pro, man. Soft spoken. But you got the knowledge.
Hey, yo, I heard he also has hips, man. You gonna ask him for hips?
Well, today he's been really nice. Maybe we should just let him keep his hips.
Yo, he's got a big fight coming up, man. Gotta go against Apollo. We need all the hips he can, man.
So cold.
The drip is so much worse than... I just ate all my hips going to airfield. Man.
That should help warm things up.
So our temperature's getting its butt kicked. We're kind of without fuel here, but we're about to check to see if we see the hack. Thank you, Neo, for those rose hips. I appreciate that, Neo. And thank you for being here with us still in the mix. Neo, you are the absolute man. Just the best. Louisiana's finest, if you will. I don't know if you heard, but Rossetti and Bean were talking earlier that there's a chip place that's based out of Louisiana. I think it was Zippies or Zippos. So I don't know if you know much about them, but we were talking chips. And I wanted to make sure you knew that one of the cool chip places was in town. And they have Cajun flavors. Okay, so more sad news about the hacksaw.
Up soon.
It's not here. Zaps is the chips. I guarantee he knows if he is from here. Got it, Rossetti. Yeah, it's Zaps chips. Honey mustard Zaps rule. That's it. He knows. Well, we've also learned today, Neo, that you have some fellow Long Dark fans with you that live in Louisiana, and they also love Zaps chips. Yo, what's up, Alpha, the bearded wonder? My man. The man with the best Christopher Walken impression in town. Oh, yeah. Alpha's impression of me is great. I mean, you try to act like me, and everybody does. Man, I don't know who that was. That was kind of like Abe Lincoln or something. I don't even know what I was doing. What's up, Alpha? It's good to see you, my friend. I hope that you're doing very well. We're up past our bedtime here, and we're running amok. We're looking for a hacksaw and a clue, honestly. Hello, fellow Cajun. Yeah, and I gotta tell you, Bean, Neo is a special Cajun. He has the best crawdad cookouts in history, and he's dear to my heart. And he breaks into the Matrix, and he also knows Kung Fu. It's pretty exciting. What are we doing right now? Abe Lincoln. 407 wolves ago, I was actually competent in this game. I believe that wolves should not bite wills, and I will fight until this civil war is over. We have been talking with Carrie, and we're trying to make her understand that she shouldn't be friends with the wolves and bears. Huh. Alright, let's talk Hacksaw Rock. Where's the next closest spot? Where are we going? Your impression of me was terrible. Sounded like Abe Lincoln or something. You're not gonna get into movies acting like that. Okay, Christopher. Alright, first cup of liquid gold incoming. That's our road to HP rebuilding. I feel like we're going up to the radio tower to find the hacksaw next. And that is basically all the way over there somewhere. It's crazy. It's wild. All right, unless I hear otherwise, that's where I'm headed. Yeah, snarl away, man. We also have Skeeters, which is basically that way. So if the radio tower isn't it, I need to figure out soon, or I'm going the opposite direction. So I'm pretty sure Skeeters is this way somewhere. God help us if we have to go to Skeeters. Right now I'm headed to Signal Hill. Need to be responsible, don't I? Signal Hill sounds good? Okay. Okay. So the plan is simple here. We're basically still at step 1 of the Nagoa tournament that we're in. That step requires us to cut down a maple. And to do that, you have to have a unique tool called a hacksaw. So for us, it's taken us all over creation. It's a big town, and if you're trying to get around it and to check the different spots, you're at a slight disadvantage because of all the vast acreage. You guys hear that? I didn't hear anything, right? Nothing just happened there. I think Dunk heard it though. Oh, packet play. This could be our secret. I heard nothing. Thank you, Rocky. Boy, I'm really enjoying this baby face turn, Rocky. Alright, so Signal Hill. I've been up here a couple times. I definitely wouldn't say I'm a pro at getting there. If you look up there on the left, you'll see a radio tower insanely high on top of Mount Everest up there. That's where we're going. So you go around back by kind of going up, and then you loop back around to get to the tower. We're doing this all lumpless, by the way, so I have to keep on top of getting sticks. Let's follow that path right there. I think that's the move. Ooh, we got an up arrow on our temperature. We're blocked by the wind. Fluctuate. We're gonna hang a right pretty soon. I can see it. Oh!
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please! Guys, if you see Sandra, she can't slow down this bus. Please. Don't let her slow down the bus. Thank you, Neo. The type of energizing pick-me-up that's going to save me from the situation. And it's also going to save us if Sandra doesn't slow down the bus. I'll also... I'm pleased to inform you, Neo, that the cooldown has been removed. Every single time that it's important for Sandra to know, she will be alerted. Please don't slow down the bus. We're pushing the signal. I don't think we even have enough firewood to get warm out here. I can't believe it, but we're up here. From down on the farm, it looked like we would never make it. Please don't let Sandra slow down that bus. Match numbers. Weak sauce 6. Keep an eye out for a hacksaw.
There's got to be something useful in here.
Well, your loud lines let us know that there is. Nice. Double coat. Starting to get that sad feeling. We did not get a hacksaw up here. Or a hammer, for that matter. It's not happening for us. Okay. Well, eventually, if we check every spot on the map, we're going to find this hacksaw one of these spots. I think we're going to Skeeter's Ridge. Ketchup chips. 21% sardines. Nice. All right. Accepting all ideas on how we're going to get to a hacksaw. My options from here are Skeeter's Ridge. At this point, I'm wondering if I should have just gone over to Coastal and done it old school like the old school, you know? Gone through the abandoned mine, maybe. Okay. You guys ready to go to Skeeter's? If you're at Signal Hill, maybe just head for Mystery Lake. You think we'll get a hacksaw and everything over there a little easier, AV, than just going around town? We've checked most of the spots at this point. I feel like by process of elimination, we're going to get it one of these times. But I'm also open for going other places. I don't normally acquire my hacksaw from ML. I'm guessing it's places like Trappers and things like that. In the dam. Alright, maybe I should pull up a map and see how to get to Mystery Lake from here. Guessing it's a transition. If I take a right here, it'll probably be a cave against the wall that I can go into and it'll take me there. I want to say it's the Winding River. Maybe. Just found a hacksaw on my Loper Run in ML Dam. It was in the corner near the very first workbench. Nice. That's just what AV said here. I'm glad you're playing, Bean. You're gonna do it. I'm just completely winging it right now, navigationally.
Sun setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon. Need to find some place to escape this cold.
It's this way.
Never felt so cold in my life.
Skeeters is dangerous, can be Timbies or Moose, but if you're up there, loot the plane. Okay, Dio. We're pretty far from Skeeters right now. We were thinking about going to ML. And I just took us on God knows where by just going behind Signal Hill.
It worked.
We're super unfamiliar with PV and starting here, but we're learning a lot about it. This poor Willie's vitals are just kind of the test dummy. Crash dummy, if you will. You guys remember the crash dummies? They were part of a advertising campaign that was used to show the safety of cars, and they were these guys with targets all over them, and they actually got kind of popular for some reason. They had a video game. It was terrible. I had it. I think what this is down here is the road, and then if we go left, it's going to take us to Keeper's Pass and everything. So now I'm thinking about those locations that are on the kind of northwest area of the map. That direction. About to get a little bit colder out here. Northwest of the map has 3 strikes. That's it. Not sure if a hacksaw can spawn there. Okay, perfect, Bean. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a responsible move, which is go to Coastal Highway. Since I can't find this entrance to Mystery Lake, Coastal Highway might be the answer of all of our issues. Go back to familiar territory and cut our losses. Just accept that we lost a day or 2 on the hunt and try to get some normalcy in a town we're familiar with. There's also bunker north part of the map. Where does Will get all these mugs from? He's a mug wizard. The same place he moves those beds and makes people show up from, I think, Pack and Play. Bunker north part of the map. That's by Skeeter's Ridge, Neo. Right? I think there's 2 bunkers up there. Magic mugs. Favorite part of the stream. They're regretting magic. Entrance to Winding River is south of Signal. Yeah, I tried doing that, Bean, and I got so lost, and I ended up down here on the road again, so I completely blew it. I was thinking about going to Mystery Lake. AV advised to go there, and I think he was right. If we see the barn, I'll pop in there to check and see if there's a rabbit hat. Rabbit hat check. CH is always the answer. You like CH, Neo? Hey, shot my dog. Coming after everybody. The truce is off. I'm back in the game. Take my coin. 'Cause I'm coming back. I haven't watched the first John Wick in a year or so. Could probably use for a good watch of that. First John Wick absolutely rules. Insane. Alright, rabbit hat time. Dog food, though. Consolation. That's what everybody who doesn't get a rabbit hat is excited to see. Dog food. I just realized that sometimes you actually see a hacksaw or a hammer, I think, somewhere near this tire. In this red barn. Somebody might have mentioned that before when we were here. And they were right. You can sometimes get your stuff here. As for us, not happening. CH unfortunately isn't a guarantee either for the hacksaw as far as I know.
Come on. Come on. Well, that didn't work.
I think mostly what we're going to get in CH is kind of an emotional comfortability bean, and we'll just be able to settle down.
That's done.
And we'll just kind of go to the usual spots, figure out what we have, and start to figure out the loot pool. Right now, with variability here in PB, we still don't even know our loot pool. I think we just figured out something. You guys see this back here, tucked away, nestled by the thing? Unbelievable. Okay.
That'll come in handy.
Yeah. Just went everywhere looking for stuff like this, man. Okay. Here it is. Heavy hammer acquired. Now, here's what we do. We're gonna go in and look at the loot table and find out which one says heavy hammer at the little barn where the rabbit hat is. My goodness, I can't believe it was back here, tucked away. That was insano. Yo, what's up, Mona? How are you? It's going wonderful. How's it going with you, Mona? Did it beat? How are you, Mona? Oh gosh, you've been streaming for how long? I know. And I'm still nowhere closer to being successful. That's the kicker, Mona. You believe it. One thing we did just find is this, though. Check out this score. Bing bang. Heavy hammer. Hat, help me, I'm burning up here. Oh, snap. It's happening. Okay. When we go over to the loophole, we see Pleasant Valley Hammer is not the Pleasant Valley Outbuilding, so it's not number 2. All right, we're getting somewhere. Molly's Barn. It could be number 1. Pleasant Valley Hammer. Okay, it's not 3. Pleasant Valley Hammer. Okay, we got it. It's Molly's Barn. It's loophole 1. Okay, let's write that down before we forget that. First note. Loophole 1. Scarf. Will you shut up? I'm being choked. Cat. Someone was trying to tell you it was there. Jeez. Are you serious, Neo? Alright, so it is loophole 1, which means, as far as the hacksaw, there's none in Pleasant Valley. There's no hacksaw in this town. Wait, how many looper load tables are there now? I remember there being 4 different types in pre-spawn refresh. That's where we are, Mona. We got 4 different ones. Would you like me to post a link in there so you could have it too? Gosh, I can't believe that. There's no hacksaw in here. So on loophole 1, we're going to have to look at the towns adjacent to us and see if we can find it. There you go, Mona. Make sure to bookmark that thing. You'll always see a couple of us fellow survivors, you know, checking it out. Doing our thing. All right, we're on loophole 1. Let's check out Coastal Highway and see what we got in the way of a hacksaw. We got Cinder Hills Coal Mine, which is on the way. That's abandoned mine, or Quincy's. That's great news. So if we go to Coastal, we could find it in Cinder Hills Coal Mine. Things are looking up. I'm telling you. You got it, Mona. LOL, so you could have known this after entering this very first building you went in. Listen, Christine, we don't need to talk about that, okay? There was so much happening, right? Wasn't I off the rails? I was running them around trying to get rid of Frostbite. You know, there was no way I could focus on this. That's the type of reasoning I live with and I'm stuck with. So I'm sticking to it. Let's go to Coastal and regain our semblance of normalcy, grabbing the hacksaw along the way, and then we're going to get to Coastal. Everything's going to be normal. We forge in in Desolation Point. So to review, here's where we're at. We're right now in Pleasant Valley, that one with the red barn. We're going to go south to Coastal Highway through the abandoned mine. Unbelievable. Then we're going to go to Desolation for the forge. We're going to cut down our maple once we get to Coastal. Early and awesomely. And we're going to eat new dog food right now. Yeah, guys ready to go on a coastal highway adventure? Hope the weather lets us. And of course, Scruffy's cave still has bedroll spawn, of course. Yeah, we learned a little bit about that today, Mona. Old Scruffy came and said hello. I hear a lot of wind out there. Smart survivor would sleep before this big journey. I do kind of wish it was in the middle, not at the top, because you got to deal with it, most likely make it more of a risk that a certainty. DP is rough enough as it is. Sleeping in a manger? What's up, Replica? Why not just learn HRV and spawn there where you're guaranteed a hacksaw, hammer, bedroll, and Mackinaw? Wow, you guaranteed all those things? It's great to see you, Replica. And Replica definitely knows what he's talking about. Replica is a respected pro and veteran of the game. I believe Replica made a tournament for us. I'm trying to remember which one. Yeah, the best starting zone in my opinion. Are you really guaranteed a Mackinaw up there too? That's insano. To have a guaranteed Mackinaw. That's definitely an OP start if you can handle it. Alright, I gotta go see which tournament Replica made right now because I'm thinking about it. Yep, and extra long johns too. Replica made the Relentless Angler. It has survived 40 days, only eating fish, reaching fishing 5, delivered 20 fish and 20 coal to 3 Great Bear churches. Oh, this is cool. And then returned to Angler's Den in Ash Canyon. Holy crap. Nice work, Replica. If you have time, a fully cured bear head. Oh my. I'd love to put Boris's head, to send him to my taxidermy man. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I brought him. And socks can get combat pants. It's great. Oh man. So how do you have a guaranteed Mackinaw? Is it just in a chest or something? I have to start broadening my horizons. Alright, we're sleeping in a manger, baby. Christmas Eve. Signal Fire has hammer and Mackinaw guaranteed. Ooh, now I know what you're talking about. You had to climb that rope and get up there. Another instance where I didn't start a fire before I left for heated up things. Rookie mistakes. Nope, can do it all through ice caves. Wow. Replica, this is cool stuff. There's a bunch of random loot there too. A rabbit hat, ski jacket, dead moose. Whoa. Work boots, partially cured guts. Well, I don't think we're allowed to use the cured guts, but are you actually getting guaranteed work boots too? Because work boots in Mackinac are about as good as you could expect here on this tournament. Isn't the Mackinac by the backpack of the mysterious signal file? That's what we're learning. We're starting to think that HRV is a very powerful beginning. If I could somehow get a grip on reality in a town like that.
My fingers feel numb.
Oh, more bad news. We're taking a drip. I don't have a stick or any firewood. I'm off the rails. It's worth learning the zone. Yeah, it sounds like it is, Replica. Especially if you're doing this over here, this crazy tournament. I don't know if you know about it, Replica, but we're in Nagoa. So getting all that gear is pretty awesome. Work parts aren't guaranteed, but easy to check. Yeah. Kristen. I can't see your gameplay, Larone. Oh, this picture's been up here the whole time. Thank you, Cindy. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know it was up. My conspiracies. It's good to see you, Cindy. Please give my regards to the traitor, and I hope you're doing well. I'm here. I'm here, Cindy. It's great to see you. We're just talking about HRV and the great prospects. And I'm also thinking about what I'm going to do right now. I have a stim. Long stream today. That's it. Yeah, it's great to see you, Cindy. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're feeling well, and that you're staying warm there in the woods. I am not prepared for this. Yes, we are doing very well, Cindy. Not in the game, but definitely in real life. I think I have to go back to the barn. It's the closest indoor location to where we are right now. We have no firewood. Absolutely zilch. So I could stim. It's kind of a frivolous usage of our stim, and that could take us down to Thompson's. This is where we are right here. We're in Pleasant Valley. We're on that road that's kind of going through the bottom part. We're in between. I just don't know. I'm kind of a weird spot right now in no man's land. I'm thinking we go to the Red Barn if I'm able to kind of navigate over there.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up again.
Rabbit Hat or Red Barn, one of the two. Okay, we're back. Grandpa Simpson at his finest. Walk outside, do nothing, lose vitals, go back inside. Our pet did move. All right, we're close. Traveling we do outside is going to require us to have enough firewood to sustain a spot fire if we do move. So we're breaking down Reclaimed with hopes we can chain together some sort of trip out. Let's do a match inventory. Matches are down to 5. Maybe a 1 hour sleep. Heat our teas on the fire barrel. Away in a manger. Let's not be lazy. We're going to light the torch and then use that to light the barrel so we don't waste matches. We're down to 4.
Think about his food.
Tinder. One of these days, we're going to Coastal. We're just going to warm up our coffees and things next to the barrel and drink 1 or 2 before it's time to go.
Well, that didn't work.
10 reclaimed.
Come on. Come on. I'm gonna need to eat soon. Damn it.
Get another stick. Gosh. The ineptitude is strong with this one. Keep an eye on him. He is reaching new levels of jabroniness. So if you guys missed it, folks like Cindy who maybe have come in recently, we found a way and we actually broke the game earlier. We soft locked us out of the tournament basically. And it was a whole
I've
thing.
been so hungry in my life.
I goaded to a place you're not supposed to go, and we ran into an invisible wall, and we were stuck in some weird crevice. We couldn't get out. It's wild.
Come on.
Patiently, we light the fire. No, Charlie, don't go to the crevice.
Why didn't that work?
Well, it didn't work because the stuff we're using to start it's bad, but on 40%, you would think one of these times. One must imagine Will happy. Forget about it, Strat.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
What do they call that? The Joey Tribbiani? Wasn't that his thing? Yo, forget about it. Can't remember what Joey's thing was. No, it was how you doing. That was it. Who said forget about it? Finding joy in rolling the boulder up a hill, just for it to roll back down as soon as he reaches the summit. Nice pack and play.
Can't feel my hands.
I think we got rose hips over there. Not sure what else. Oh, I forgot the tinder.
Too cold to think. Come on. Well, thank goodness for that.
I don't know how we're going to keep this well fed. We're going to have to find a ravaged. You guys know how much temperature comes from a reclaimed wood on the fire? I'm thinking 1 to 2 Celsius. Hey, we're doing pretty good, Sil. How's your evening going, my friend? We're still in Pleasant Valley, but we have ascertained our loot pool, which is a big W. Trying to hang on to a well-fed streak that'll hit pretty soon in the next day. Just doing a Ms. WW setup. Oh, nice, Sil. Three Celsius. Nice, Bean. Sick knowledge. Okay. So I could have done math there a little bit, but we just threw on a bunch of it, and we got ourselves over the 14. We had to use the majority of our reclaim there since we were stickless. Alright, now we need to talk about calories. I think I'm going to have to ravage a deer along the road here. So we're going to be looking for crows. And I'm going to get sticks. I do think I have one dusty potato. There we go. There should be a ravaged on the left side of the road coming up here. There's 2 opportunities for ravaged along this road, I believe. Bezos ate my comment. Story of Siphus, reference for the boulder analogy. Wow. Very cool pack and play. I'm sorry Bezos came after you. He doesn't really discriminate. It has to do with something on my end, and he's just dropping the signal for intermittently every 5 minutes, and if you text during that time, he's not having it. But I do appreciate your Siphus reference for the boulder analogy. I've seen that statue, I think. I'm not sure what goes on at that little shack out there. I think it's rose hips. Alright, let's sort out these clothes. We got a bear sweater and a hoodie. Put on the 99% on the outside. Now it's Davy Crockett hats versus bad basic worn cotton toque. Surprisingly, the better conditioned Davies are actually better than the cotton toque. I do know that the Davy Crockett hats break down pretty fast, any of the improvised stuff. They'll deteriorate quickly. 10 Celsius isn't bad. Thank you, Pack and Play, for those hips. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that, Pack and Play. What I'm talking about. Can never get enough hips. Alright, Dusty Floor Potato initiated. Let's go ravage a deer and get over to Coastal. Oh, cooking too! We're halfway there, baby. I can smell the empanadas in the air. 10% calories from any cooked food item. You're getting better at cooking things with camp tools. You don't burn things so much, including yourself. Thank you, Sil, for those hips. Cooking too hype. Oh, they can't say that we didn't find a ton of coffee this run. Let's do it. All right, look for crows on the left side of the road. You see Aretha? She literally makes the room shake. She's a maniac with the zoomies. Wolves on the right. Yeah, I see her. Porky Putty. She's Porky, all right. Alright, we're keeping an eye out for Ravaged. And I think that they're actually on the other side of this bridge. And then we'll start to see them on the side there in the snow. Grab some deer, bring it with us to the abandoned mine. And go get our hacksaw from Coastal. Since we learned real quickly after figuring out the loot pool, there's none. Can you imagine us going up to Skeeter's and looking more around the town? I was leading us on a wild ghost chase. Okay, there's a 10-point buck over there, but he is still in the mix. There's two. Little fam action happening. Oh my gosh, it's the whole squad. The double date. No wolves yet. Sure would be a nice thing to make nature call. Nice, I suppose, being a relative term. Good for us. Bad for the deer. Yo, what's up, Kehoe? How's it going, my friend? How are you? And how's it going on your Tuesday evening, my friend? Or maybe it's not evening where you are. For us, on the East Coast in the States, it is getting way past, bedtime action over here. It is getting close to 10 o'clock, and we're still on the island. This is crazy. It's good to see you, Kehoe. We seek a ravaged deer.
I could eat a horse.
It's 3 a.m. for me, UK. We have a bunch of UK pals in the mix, and I'm glad that you're here too, Kehoe. Oh, we can make nature call here. We got a little deer and a bunch of wolves around. Oh. Look at him going over the hills. Okay, here we go. No! As you can see here, Kehoe, it's nothing but expert gameplay. How you doing? How's your run going? It's going fantastic. Well, let's compartmentalize that. I'm doing fantastic. The run is going, it's going. Right now, we're headed to Coastal through the abandoned mine. So we're just going to go down this road, follow it around, and go up the hill, and go to a new town. A town that'll actually have a hacksaw in it, if you can believe. Pleasant Valley being pleasant, yeah. There's been a few PV jokes around here about how ridiculous it is. So we actually are in a tournament, Kehoe, and we went on a random start to just mix it up and do it for the streets. Wind would have blown it out anyways. And we're just kind of bumbling around pretty much. I'm trying to maintain a well-fed calorie streak. All kinds of stuff while gathering our important tools. What do you say, food? Yikes, that was our big shot. I think we're drinking coffee for calories right now. We sleep. We're going to expend 75 while we sleep. We know we have 250 on us, so we'll just keep it rising. Let's continue. Will is on that all